Chapter 31. Demian. There's still time to go to the breeder and kill shelter, Dem. I sigh. Life didn't prepare me to lose arguments this often. Despite Willow's amazing progress with her new therapist and her ongoing support from everyone at the compound, Clara and I still can't shake the feeling that she needs something more. Something that will make her feel safer than seeing armed guards or hearing promises. Like something that walks on 4 legs and slobbers a lot. But my suggestion to get a top-of-the-line animal was shot down with a vengeance. Clara said, "Kill shelter or nothing." So now that's where we're going. I begrudgingly see her point when we arrive. It's not a good place for anyone, dog or human, to be. The cages are pressed together with barely enough room for the animals to stretch or walk around. The whole place is dank and dim and vaguely disgusting in a way I can't put my finger on. It reminds me too much of Raizo's factory. Willow walks between Clara and me as we make our way up to the main desk. "We'd like to adopt a puppy," Clara explains, turning on her brilliant smile. The clerk is less than enthusiastic. "Everyone wants a puppy. We only have grown dogs." Clara's smile doesn't waver once. "We'll take a dog then." He waves a careless hand through the air. "Have a look around. It's pit bulls mostly. No one wants them, too violent and damaged. But you might find something that'll work." Clara is chewing at her lip as her enthusiasm dissipates by the second. "Is it just this room, or—" The clerk sighs. "Look, I'm going to be honest with you. I wish we had a bigger space. Hell, I wish we had a bigger budget. But it is what it is. And what you see is all we're able to do with the limited resources we have." I grab Clara's elbow. We'll look around. "Come on, Will." I glance down, but Willow is not there. Shit. Clara shares my panicked expression, and we both immediately scan the shelter for her. "Willow, honey." The clerk slides off her stool, then swiftly curses under her breath and rushes down one of the narrow aisles. "Gosh damn it, this is supposed to be closed." My heart slams inside my ribcage. "What? What's wrong? Willow! Willow!" Clara calls, her voice pitching with panic. We follow the clerk to where a kennel door is wide open, the latch lifted. She claps a hand over her mouth to stifle the yelp of surprise, then looks over at us, worry etched all over her face. "Fuck, no. Willow!" I practically bowl the clerk over to look inside the kennel. Willow's sitting there, giggling, on the receiving end of a very thorough, loving bath of dog kisses straight to the face. The thing is huge. Pitch black without a single spot of color anywhere on its sleek fur. Its eyes glint golden brown, and I immediately know I'd hate to run into this thing in the middle of the night without warning. For its part, the dog definitely looks like it's run into more than a few dangerous things in its lifetime. Scars mar an otherwise muscular body, with one ugly, knotted gash stripped down the left side of its face and narrowly missing the golden eye. Its right flank looks like something trying to take a chomp out, failed but still tried. The clerk slowly shakes her head. I am so sorry. I don't know how she got in here." Clara grips my arm. She's forcing a smile for her daughter, who is just having the time of her life, but I can feel her nervous terror through my shirt. "What's, his story?" The clerk scratches her arm and shakes her head again. "One of our marked ones. She, by the way, and she's scheduled to be put down tomorrow." "Why?" I ask at the same time as Clara. "Too violent, too aggressive. Was a fighting dog, one of those rescues I was telling you about, but no one could rehabilitate her to the point where she was ready for a family." Her voice drops off in confusion as she watches Willow whisper into the dog's ear, giggle, and receive a few more gentle licks. I don't I mean, we had another family in here just the other day. Scared the kid so bad he peed himself. Clara stifles a nervous hiccup. Willow, honey, don't you want to take a look at the other doggies? Willow smiles and kisses the dog's face. No, I'm good. I want this one. Even I'm sweating under the collar. She's a bit violent, isn't she? No, she likes kisses and hugs, and I'm going to show her all my new bears and dolls. And without any preamble, Willow crawls out of the kennel, the dog following closely behind. This thing looks like it could eat Willow for a snack, and yet, here it sits, patiently waiting for Willow to pick out a collar and leash. She decides against all of the ones on display and instead opts for a harness set, quietly promising her new friend that she won't hurt her neck, and waiting for the dog to either approve or reject the color choice. It licks her face. Approved. Clara looks to me for help. But what the hell am I supposed to do? The poor thing was scheduled for execution tomorrow. I'd feel like shit if we tore Willow away and sent this dog to its doom. So I pull out my wallet and turn to the clerk. How much? Clara hasn't spoken a single word since we left the shelter. Willow, on the other hand, keeps cooing and talking to her new best friend, who she has declared shall be named Princess. Princess sits patiently in the seat next to her, watching the world go by without making a single fuss. Not a growl, not a grumble, not even a yelp. All she does is pant, whine in response to something Willow says, and lick her face. We pull up into the parking lot of a big box pet store. Clara just looks at me at the store and sighs. Look, Princess, all those toys are for you. Willow squeals excitedly. And I'll be damned if Princess's tail doesn't start wagging just as excitedly. I step out of the car and help Willow out of her booster seat, half expecting the dog to try to bite my hand off. But Princess just looks at me, waits for Willow to slide out with my help, and then follows right behind her. Clara watches it all, scowling. Come on, Princess. I lead the group into the store. Let's get you set up for your new home. Ooh, look at this! Willow exclaims, running to a pile of plush dog beds. They're so fluffy! Princess, look! Princess trots over as far as her leash will allow. I'm more focused on Clara, who is eyeing the shopping with a raised eyebrow. Sliding over to her, I murmur in her ear. Our little girl is happy and has a new friend. This is what we wanted. Finally, Clara relaxes with a sigh. I know, you're right, I was thinking something more like a chihuahua or a goldfish, maybe a pet rock. Chihuahua? We're trying to scare away the nightmares, not give her new ones. That earns me a snorted laugh. You know what I mean, asshole. She's a sweet little girl who needs someone to play with, and I wrap my free arm around her waist and tuck her close to my side. She does. And look at them. Willow has figured out one of Princess's learned tricks. She sets a toy bone on her nose, tells her to wait, and then, go! Princess tosses the bone, catches it, and wags her tail. Fighting dog my ass. I step away to get a cart. When I return, Willow is overloading her arms with every toy Princess gets excited over. I stoop down to catch the few that are about to fall and toss them into the cart. I think we've grabbed the whole aisle, I tell her. Did you pick out a bed? We want a pink one. A pink one it is. I grab the cart and wink at Clara, who seems to be warming up to our new family member. She just sighs in response. Apparently, Princess is a nightmare black fighting machine who prefers bright pink glitter and bows of various colors. Or at least that's what Willow is picking out for her, and so far it seems like Princess is happy. As Willow interrogates Princess about what foods she likes best, Clara leans into me and blows out a contented little breath. I have to admit, she says, it's kind of fun watching you be all soft and mushy over a dog. I'll have you know I am a dark force of reckoning. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. But to be clear, you're about as dark as a toasted marshmallow, and just as warm and gooey on the inside. She giggles when I snarl and pull her close. If you keep talking about warm and gooey insides, I rasp breathily in her ear, I will not be responsible for the things I do to you when we get home. She nips the exposed curve of my neck and not so accidentally lets her fingertips brush over the bulge in my crotch. I seize her wrist and hold it at arm's length. Bad girl. No treat for you. Clara's eyes flash with mischievous fire. Ah, but I was looking forward to playing with your bone. I'm not allowed to respond to that because we're at the checkout counter, our kids within earshot, and I have to pretend like I'm a respectable, responsible father and husband who is absolutely not imagining bending his wife over the conveyor belt and making a warm, gooey mess of her insides. Husband. Wife. I like those words. I look over at Clara, who is creating a new store profile for Princess in their system, and smile. I really like those words.
Chapter 32. Clara. I can't sleep. I have every reason to be able to sleep just fine. The whole afternoon was spent running around the villa, chasing Willow and Princess in various games of catch, tug-of-war, and tickles. At some points, Princess would start growling and nipping at me, but Demian or one of the guards would quickly swoop in to reassure me that she's protecting Willow. They were right. The more we played, the more at ease with me Princess became. As long as I played with her human in a safe and appropriate manner, we had no issues. Okay, I kinda love this dog. Demian and I have eased into a familiar rhythm in our home life. We have dinner together, read books to Willow together, tuck her in together. And then we slip away to our bedroom to talk, make love, take a shower, all of the above. Tonight has been an all of the above sort of night. Demian seems to be far more relaxed and happier than he's been in a long time, and to be honest, so am I. So why can't I sleep? He's fast asleep next to me, one arm draped around my middle, the other cradling a pillow under his head. Even when he's trying to get himself comfortable, he always finds a way to hold me close while he sleeps. I love it. I still can't sleep, though. Very slowly, very carefully, I slip out from under his heavy arm and try not to disturb the blankets too much. I don't want to wake him. I just need to go for a walk around the grounds to make me tired. It's a beautiful, starry night out here in the Mojave. The villa is quiet, softly lit by the solar lamps that line each pathway. A few guards pace around the designated areas, but otherwise, the staff and majority of Demian's men are either at their homes or asleep in their rooms. Aside from the wind, the only other sounds are the trickling fountains. And Princess. I frown and try to peer across the courtyard to where Willow's solarium is. We took off Princess's neon pink harness for the night, so the only way I'll be able to see her is if the light catches on the metal heart-shaped tag hanging from her matching pink collar. Otherwise, Princess is virtually invisible in the dark. And I can hear, as I tiptoe closer, she's growling like mad. My stomach twists into knots. This is it. This is what they warned us about. Less than a day with us, and already we're having aggression issues with the bully mix. I don't want to break Willow's heart, but we can't have... I stop in my tracks. Princess is squarely in Willow's doorway, every fiber of her fur standing on end. Her teeth are bared, and she is growling a very deadly warning to something in the shadows. Something not illuminated by any of the solar lamps. "Princess," I whisper. I want to keep her calm, but my heart is racing. I don't want her to attack one of our guards, but at the same time, I can't shake this feeling. This same feeling that wouldn't let me sleep. "Princess, good girl. That's a good girl." I reach my hand out to stroke her soft fur. She snarls, lets out one ferocious bark, and lunges straight at me. Except, the impact doesn't come, nor do her teeth or her claws or anything I expected to suddenly start mauling me. Instead, she's tearing into a man dressed in black tactical clothing, who is now writhing and screaming for someone to help get her off him. Lights blaze on all over the compound. Voices start shouting, men start running, and even Willow sleepily shuffles out of bed and flicks on her bedroom light. "Mommy? Princess?" The short whistle and tongue clicks I hear behind me instantly put me at ease. It's Demian, his face a mask of rage, but his tone gentle enough to order Princess off the intruder. She hesitates, her mouth clamped firmly around his shoulder. But then she sees Willow and lets him go so she can check on her human. Best investment ever. Demian yanks the man up by his tactical vest and slams his fist in his face. Once, twice, then on the third time, I subtly remind him that our daughter is watching. He throws the intruder onto the pavement and rolls his shoulders as he considers our next moves.
"You okay?"
he asks, sliding his gaze to me. "Yeah," I nod. "So is Willow. Princess spotted him before any of us did." He turns to see Willow hugging Princess's neck. Our new best canine friend is standing squarely between her and the intruder, but intermittently gives Willow a few reassuring licks while she waits for our next commands.
"Good girl,"
Demian praises with a rub to her ears.
"Very good girl. Come on, let's get back to bed."
That's my cue. I scoop Willow up into my arms and tuck her back into her bed, but she suddenly wraps her arms around my neck and clings to me. "I'm scared, Mommy," she whimpers. I look to Demian. He flicks the dripping blood from his knuckles and forces himself to give her a gentle smile.
"Why don't we have a little sleepover tonight? Willow and Princess with us in our bed. Would you like that?"
Willow nods. He caresses her hair with the less bloody hand and kisses her brow.
"Sweet dreams, little cub. And Princess."
The dog of the hour perks up her ears. Demian points at me.
"You keep an eye on my ladies. I'll take care of this."
Princess dips her head and nudges my leg. The whole way back to our bedroom, she maintains contact and makes sure that nothing else emerges from the shadows. Willow is curled up in my arms, sound asleep by the time Demian returns from taking care of the intruder. To be fair, I've been drifting in and out of my own sleepiness for the past half hour or so. I don't even know how long he's been gone, but I'm guessing it's been a couple of hours. Princess has been curled up on the bed next to my feet, her eyes glued to the door while I sang lullabies to Willow and prayed for sleep to finally come. So when I feel Demian press a warm kiss to my forehead, my eyes flutter open. Dem, what's going on?" I shift Willow in my arms to tuck her under the blankets next to me. "Is everything okay?" Demian sighs a heavy, exhausted sigh and crawls into bed, curving himself around Willow and draping his arm over her sleeping form.
"Everything's fine. I took care of it."
He lifts his head to blow a quick kiss at Princess.
"I owe you all the treats, good girl."
Princess gently thumps her tail on the bed a few times. She sees Willow sleeping, the bedroom door securely shut, and her new little family tucked safely into bed. Whatever tension kept her alert is now gone, so she lays her head on her paws to drift into her own dreamland. "Who was he?" I ask, because my brain will not let me rest otherwise. Demian sniffs.
"Fucking Yakuza. A spy. Raizo's pissed as hell about his factory and his lost slaves, so he sent recon to check out this place."
I try not to let him see the way that scares me. "Just the one guy?" He shakes his head.
"No,
There was another, but he must have seen or at least heard Princess go apeshit because all we found of him were the tire tracks peeling away in the sand. He looks at our new dog, then at me. How would you feel about getting another dog or two? I roll my eyes good-naturedly. How about we get used to having one first? Besides, she did a pretty good job flying solo. That she did. Paulville is pretty stoked we have a bully mix. He grew up with a pit bull and swears they are the best guardians for children. He smirks. Apparently they bond with one particular human and just tolerate the rest of us. Gee, I wonder who she picked. I stifle a giggle and stroke back a few curls from my baby's brow. Demian watches my gentle movements with an even gentler smile. I want to get Princess trained with the men. Figure out what commands she already knows and which ones she needs to learn. That way, God forbid anything like this ever happens again. I know what he means. He goes quiet, contemplative. I don't know what he's thinking about or where his mind has decided to wander. All I know is that he's here, we're safe, and that's all that matters. After a long stretch of silence, he looks up at me. I love you. I smile at him. I love you too. I can't begin to tell you how fucking scared I was when I heard the shouting. He reaches his hand up to touch my face. You weren't here and I hold his hand to my face, then kiss his palm. It never occurred to me how he might be dealing with some of his own trauma. When the ordeal went down, I really did vanish from his sight. One moment I was there, and the next, gone. I'm fine, I reassure him. I stroke the back of his hand with my fingers and pour all my love into my smile. Really, I'm right here. I'm unharmed, and we're all safe thanks to you. Demian stares at me like he's committing me to memory. Then he gazes down at Willow and manages a smile. And that's when, and how, sleep finally arrives. Warm, safe, tucked into a huge bed with Demian and I curled protectively around Willow, while our fiercely protective dog guards us. Chapter 33. Clara. Clara, for the last time! Roxy laughs, waving her hand to shoo me away. I've got this! We've got this! You go have fun! I'm balancing on one heeled shoe while I try to slip on the other. It'd be so much easier if these damn things didn't have straps. I just want to make sure you know where everything is. Bambi rolls her eyes playfully at me. We're fully staffed, Claire. Fully staffed and fully stocked. We'll make sure to stuff Willow full of pizza and junk food, give her all the soda her heart desires, and then shake her up just in time for you to put her to bed. Oh, ha ha. I do actually laugh, though. You do that and you're on bath and bedtime duty for a week. Roxy tosses the tennis ball across the courtyard for Princess to go fetch while we talk. Well, really, it's more me putting on the finishing touches while I worry like hell over leaving my baby girl behind. Tonight is a real, formal date night with Demian. We've never actually had a chance to dress up, go out to a fancy dinner, and just be a couple. Not since we decided to give this relationship a solid go, and definitely never in a truly genuine way. Any other time I've dressed up for dinner with him, I was playing a role. Things are real now. How do I look? I step around in a slow turn for my two best friends to check. Anything out of place? Roxy grins. If we get a call from that man stating that you're getting a room for the night, we will not be surprised. Hell, I'll be surprised if he survives through dinner. I blush. I don't want to dress too inappropriately, and I really can't now that I'm starting to show. It's super faint, barely noticeable to the general eye, but my clothes are definitely starting to feel a bit snugger around the middle. Maybe I'll tell him tonight, pending dinner. I'm shooed out of the courtyard and into the main house. It's time to meet Demian out front, like he suggested, so I take a deep breath and remind myself that we are already a couple. I've got nothing to prove. I don't need to impress him or woo him, just enjoy his company. Right when I'm about to open the front door, the doorbell rings. What in the world? My heart pounds in my ears. I'm not sure, after everything else going on, that opening this by myself is the best idea. But I do it anyway. Demian is leaning against the threshold archway, a bouquet of exotic flowers in his hand. "I'm here to pick up my breathtakingly beautiful date," he murmurs as he looks me over. "Well, I should go let her know you're here." I start to turn, then squeal with laughter when he tugs me into his arms and nibbles the curve of my neck. "Naughty minx. I should bend you over my knee." "Buy me dinner first, and I'll even let you pull my hair." Demian rumbles his approval at my suggestion. But, ever the gentleman, he makes sure to hand me the beautiful bouquet with an elegant flourish. "For you, Kiska." I breathe in their fragrance and smile. They're beautiful, truly, thank you. Do we really need dinner? Would it be uncouth of me to drag him to bed and ride him until we both scream each other's names? But then my stomach lets out a very embarrassing and very audible rumble. Demian chuckles and holds the car door open for me. I'm grateful for the bouquet to hide my face. Dinner it is, then. The place he takes me to is a beautiful Russian restaurant owned by old friends of his family, a little off the beaten path. The menu is as thick as a book and the wine list even thicker, with silk tablecloths and candlelight adorning every table. Demian insisted on sitting next to me, instead of across from me, at our little table off in the darker corner of the room. "So we can talk," was his explanation. But his hand rubbing over my thigh suggests an entirely different motive. I chose to wear a body-hugging dress that ends just above my knees for 2 reasons. 1, it does show off my figure that I won't be able to enjoy for several months once I enter the 2nd trimester. And 2, this is the desert. Even in the fall, things can get hot. Things are definitely getting hot under the table. He's so cruel. He's lightly stroking his fingertips along the inside of my thigh, just back and forth without applying any pressure. The tablecloth is luxuriously long and thick, so no one can see what he's doing, or that he's doing anything at all. "Would you like an appetizer?" he calmly asks me. I clear my throat and sip my water. "I trust your judgment. Whatever you recommend." That smile twists into a knowing little smirk. "They have a delicious smoked salmon with mascarpone spread. Tastes great on their homemade rye bread." Sounds good. Really, I'm only able to register delicious, spread, and tastes great. It's not fair. Demian looks like sex on legs and smells like seduction poured straight from the tap. The whole entire ride here, he had his hand between my thighs and my dress hiked up over my hips. But I wasn't allowed to come. Not yet. Not until he said so. And then we were pulling into the parking lot. He calmly smoothed my dress back down, announced our arrival, licked his hand clean, and acted like he wasn't just fingering me into what might have been a heady orgasm. I've been on edge ever since. Right on the fucking edge. "You look a little flush." Demian slowly drags his gaze over my face to the tops of my breasts. "Are you warm? Should I let the server know?" "No!" I grab his hand. Then remember we are in public, so I hush my tone. "No, I'm okay, just a little worked up, is all." "By you and your damn magic fingers." "Don't worry," he murmurs in my ear. He gently takes my hand and guides it under the table to his lap. "I know exactly how you feel." Oh, wow. He is not exaggerating in the least bit. I can feel him through his suit pants, hot and hard and throbbing. When I give him a tentative rub, he sucks in a breath and takes a long sip of wine. "Careful," he warns in a throaty rasp. "I like coming here. I'd hate for us to get arrested for public indecency." I snatch my hand back and pretend to pout. If you say so, he chuckles. I had something more dramatic in mind, like laying you out on this table and eating an appetizer off your naked body. He takes another sip of his wine, just to start the evening on the right note. I squirm in my seat. I don't mean to, but he is tormenting me with promises of a good time. But you know what? Two can play that game. I've always preferred to be a little subtler. I purr in his ear. Like making good use of this tablecloth. No one would see me under it. Demian maintains a calm composure, but I see him swallow hard. His heated gaze flicks to mine, and his mouth twitches again. I have him. We both know it. If I can keep playing his nerves in my favor, maybe he'll insist we at least go out to the car to finish what he started. Have we decided what to order? Fuck! The waiter is just doing his job, so I can't be mad at him. I can, however, be frustrated with how Demian slips his hand from my lap and acts like literally nothing but pleasant conversation has been going on here. We'll start with the smoked salmon, he says in the most clear and concise, unbothered tone. Very good, sir. I'll give you a few more minutes to choose your entrees. I expect Demian to return to teasing me with his touches once the waiter leaves, but he doesn't. He just peruses through the menu, murmurs to himself, and then sets it down and smiles at me. What looks good to you? You? I clear my throat and glance at the menu again. I mean, whatever you decide. I'm not sure if I can read half the menu. Which is true. What's not in actual Cyrillic is spelled out phonetically. They have a caviar harvested from the northernmost shores of the Black Sea that is to die for. But you can't go wrong with the beef stroganoff. I blink. Beef stroganoff? I know those words, but right now it sounds like alien language. My panties are thoroughly ruined. My body is on fire, and all he can think about is beef fucking stroganoff? You are a confusing man, I mutter under my breath. The waiter returns with our appetizer and sets 2 small plates down for us. And then, once he leaves, Demian dips his mouth to the spot just behind my ear. I'm just getting started. Shivers of pleasure roll through my body when he nips that same spot. Then, of course, he has to return to the food like he's not sitting here seducing my panties off. I don't know how much longer I can take this. Open. Demian holds a small piece of rye bread smeared with mascarpone and topped with smoked salmon to my mouth. I do as he says, and I'm fed the most delicious bite of lox I've ever had. But I'm not too distracted to miss an opportunity. I wrap my lips around his fingertips before he can fully pull away and swirl my tongue to clean them. Demian's gaze darkens into that hungry lust I know and love. I moan. Delicious. He looks ready to devour me instead of the appetizer, but once again we are interrupted by our attentive waiter. Demian orders the beef stroganoff for both of us and throws in an order of beet caviar. I try to get through a few more bites of the salmon and mascarpone, but I'm far too distracted. I need him. I need something, at least, to stave off this heat until we can get home and I'm able to devour him. Be right back, I whisper into his ear. I make sure to rub my ample curves along his body as I wriggle out of my seat, then cast only a single furtive glance over my shoulder to see if he's watching me walk away. Oh, he is definitely watching. And planning. I know that look. He is planning something, and I have the feeling I'm going to love it. The bathrooms are set up as individual rooms, or one-butt situations, as Roxy calls them. There's a row of 4, so I take the last one on the end in the hopes that no one will notice if I'm in there for a while. I need to take off the edge, so I might be in here for a hot minute. First things first, these panties have got to go. I don't know why I thought black lace was a good idea in the first place. I should have opted for something silkier. I'm just about done stuffing my soaked panties into my wristlet when I hear the door open behind me. Didn't I lock it? Sorry, I'm in heaven. I'm in here, in heaven, the second Demian's lips crash against mine. I faintly hear him turn the lock in the door, but I don't fucking care if the owners themselves find us like this. I need him. I need him. I need him. He grabs me by the waist and helps me sit on the wide counter. Almost immediately, his hands shove my skirt up over my hips, and then his eyes widen at the sight of my bare, freshly shaven pussy. Touch yourself, he breathes. I want to watch. He shrugs off his dinner jacket and undoes the top few buttons of his shirt, not once looking away from the slick core between my legs. Touch yourself. For me. Damn, we don't have the time. You were going to do that just now, weren't you? I blush. I've been caught. So I slowly nod and look away. Demian turns my face back to his and peppers it with ultra-soft kisses. So do what you came in here to do. I just want to watch. My face grows even hotter. Could I? Should I? I bite the corner of my lip, suddenly feeling immensely shy. My hand slowly slips down to between my legs, but I can't. Demian kisses my lips and nips at my ear. Would it help if I did it with you? And without waiting for me to respond, he quietly undoes his pants and eases out his cock. Oh yeah, that definitely helps. I press my hand over my slit just to warm up a bit. My eyes never leave his glorious shaft, now partially encompassed by his own hand. Holy fuck, he's delicious, tantalizing. Every stroke is aimed at me, and I'm so fucking tempted to get on my knees to enjoy the real appetizer I've been wanting. His fingers twist in a sort of milking massage, and his thumb pays special attention to the underside of his ridge. I'm taking so many notes. Your turn, he murmurs. Fuck, right. I spread my legs wider and try to lean back enough for the best angle, lightly stroking my outer lips. Demian watches closely, his breath hitched and held while I massage my aching center and show him just how wet he's made me. His hand picks up speed. I purr with satisfaction at the sight. More, baby, he breathes. I watch his face as I dip one, then two fingers inside my slit. It's not the same as feeling his thick fingers inside me, but I still manage to work my clit at the same time, and that's what it's really about. I shiver with pleasure and watch him stroke a bit faster, a bit harder, as I listen to him swallow back his groans. When I finally rub my clit, it's all I can do to swallow my own moans. Fuck, yes. Demian licks his lips. His mouth hangs open in wonderment as I show him exactly how I love to be touched here. Work yourself for me, baby. Work that sweet pussy and show me how beautifully you fall apart. I am. Oh, fuck, I am. But it's still not enough. I know what I need, but we're in a restaurant, and even though the door's locked, Demian captures my lips with his, and then, in the same move, impales me on his thick fucking cock. He drinks my cry of surprise and grabs me by my ass to lift me up enough on the counter for better leverage, a better angle. Whatever he's doing, it's so much better. I swear my eyes roll back in my head. Demian kisses my neck and thrusts into me, over and over, softly grunting in my ear between his breathless panting. Oh my God, I'm so close. So fucking close. He's driven me past the point of insanity, so now I'm already on that blissful edge, silently begging him to push me over so I can ride it out on him. It's like he knows. Or he's just as hungry for that release as I am. His thrusts deepen and quicken. I have to bite his shoulder so my grunts don't get too loud. And then he holds me there, deep inside me, every single inch, throbbing and filling me to the brim. Stars burst in my eyes. I explode. The sensations intensify with the heat surging inside me, and I realize he's coming with me. We're clinging to each other, devouring our cries of pleasure, shuddering and quivering as we both chase that high together. I don't know how long it takes for it to subside. Long enough, maybe, for the waiter to wonder where the hell we wandered off to. Hopefully, not long enough for someone to call the police and have us arrested for public indecency. Demian rests his damp brow on my bare shoulder and breathes for a long moment. Then he chuckles softly.
Do you think the stroganoff is ready?
I snort, so I don't laugh too loud. He grins, snatches my panties from my wristlet, and stuffs them into his pocket.
A little keepsake for me,
he explains with a wink. Before he leaves, he whispers,
Count to 5, and then come back to the table.
Makes sense. I don't think it's enough time for me to regain feeling in my legs, but I can always blame the wobbliness on my heels. I clean myself up, smooth out my dress, and count to 5. It's probably been longer than that by now. When I leave the bathroom, the corner it's tucked into is just as quiet as before, and no one seems to notice anything amiss. Demian grins at me from our table. Yes, the beef stroganoff is, in fact, ready. And holy shit, is it fucking incredible. Chapter 34. Clara. This has been one of the most perfect nights of my life. It's certainly the most perfect date I've ever been on. The stroganoff was exactly as he predicted, to die for, and the strawberry dessert introduced me to a whole new way to eat the fruit. I managed to keep Demian from noticing I wasn't drinking my wine, and we both managed to have a lovely, proper evening, as if we never snuck into the bathroom for a quickie. We're pulling up the long driveway of the villa compound, and Demian has me laughing over some stupid joke he just told. He claims he read it in one of Willow's books. I'm about to tell him one of my own lame riddles when he frowns. He slows the car's speed and peers through the windows at the main house. What's wrong? I ask. I can't see anything that looks out of place. But I do have that feeling again. The same kind of feeling that warned me about the spy that Princess saved me from. Damian's frown deepens.
Could be nothing. I just noticed there's a few lights out, and I don't see some of the guards I usually do at their posts.
He parks the car inside the garage instead of leaving it in the driveway. Just in case is the only explanation he gives, but I'm not about to question anything. He's right, something feels off. I look to him and he grabs my hand.
Willow,
he mouths, to which I emphatically nod. I need to check on my baby girl. I need to know that we're just being overprotective and she's completely fine. We get as far as the living room of the main house. Sitting on the couch is Olyag, smoking a cigar and making himself right at home.
Well, would you look at this?
He eyes me up and down, then casually turns to Demian.
I want to say I'm surprised, but I'm not.
Demian starts to say something, but Olyag lifts a hand to cut him off.
What I am is pissed. Fucking pissed, Demian.
A vase goes sailing through the air and crashes against the wall. Olyag takes a long pull from his cigar. He also takes his sweet time letting the smoke back out through his nose while he stares at me. I hate it.
You fuck her.
I wince. Demian notices and his pensive expression immediately darkens. He pulls me close to his side and keeps an arm around me. Olyag rolls his eyes.
I said, did you fuck her? What is it to you?
Demian snaps.
You shouldn't even be here.
The elder Zakrievsky clicks his tongue as he stands, stamping out the cigar directly on the end table.
Such disrespect.
You do well to remember, boy, that I am your father. Show some goddamn respect, especially when this is technically my house.
Demian gently rubs my back, trying to reassure and calm me even as he faces his own father down.
You left. You abandoned your house and the people in it. So now, you're in my house, and you'll abide by my rules, starting with, back the fuck away from Clara.
I didn't expect him to shout the order. From the looks of it, neither did Alyag. The man winces, stares at us dumbly, then gives himself a little shake. But, and I can't believe I'm seeing this, he does take a step back.
I told you,
he snarls through gritted teeth, pointing at Demian with the dead cigar.
To bring her sorry ass back to me. Did I not tell you that?
Demian shrugs.
Must have slipped my mind.
A string of curses I can't even begin to translate pours from Alyag's mouth. He looks like he wants to backhand Demian into submission. Instead, he runs a frustrated hand over his beard and glares at his son.
You fucking fool,
he snarls.
She's our key to Tullia's freedom. He'd be here, right here with us now, if you'd just done what I fucking told you to do. Forgive me for not trusting your word.
Alyag chuckles.
You underestimate my pull, boy. As always. Patterson knows better than to fuck with me. He won't go back on his word.
Panic laces through me. What is he doing with Martin? Demian stiffens as well.
The deal was with Everett, no one else.
Willow. I pull myself out of Demian's safe embrace and beeline toward her room. I need to see Willow.
Don't bother.
My blood runs cold. I don't have to turn around to hear the fury in Demian's voice.
What the fuck did you do? What you should have done the second he offered you the deal.
Alyag roars. What deal? Where is Willow? I don't stick around to hear them argue. I need to see her. I need to know she's okay. The moment I step out into the courtyard, it's extremely clear that my little girl is anything but okay. Men are scattered everywhere, dead or grievously wounded. Mako is face down near Willow's room, his hand still on his gun. I race to her bedroom door and have some difficulty opening it because Bambi's unconscious body is slumped against it. There's a sizable gash on her forehead. She's alive, she's breathing, but I don't know if there are any other injuries. I carefully move her enough to squeeze through the door, then do my best to drag her off to the side until we can get help. The thought of getting help has me instantly worried for Roxy. She'd come over to help Bambi with Willow and our new dog. Where is she now? I don't have to look far. Roxy is crumpled at the foot of Willow's bed. Like Bambi, she's still alive and breathing, but there's no telling if she endured any other injuries while protecting my baby girl, who, to my horror, is nowhere to be found. She's gone. My baby is gone. A wail fills the air. I fall to my knees and double over the side of her bed. It's clear that she was dragged out, probably terrified out of her mind. Her teddy bears are scattered across the floor and droplets of blood speckle her pillow and fitted sheet. The wail grows louder. It takes a solid minute for me to realize it's me making that noise. I'm screaming. Words fail me as I struggle to breathe, to think, to do anything other than pour out my terror and pain and grief over losing my sweet baby to some monster. Is she hurt? Is that her blood? I never noticed the darkening of the doorway. I barely feel Damian's strong arms scoop me up and hold me to him. I'm numb, beyond numb.
I've got you,
Demian whispers as he holds me and gently rocks me in his arms. I don't know how it works, but it does. My screams melt into sobs, and I'm bawling, gasping, clutching his shirt like it's my only lifeline.
I've got you. We'll get her back, I swear, Clara. I'm going to bring her back to you.
I hiccup, gasp for air. Where is she? His arms tighten around me. He buries his face in my hair like he, too, is struggling to accept what he sees.
Martin made Olyag an offer. The same one you heard him make me when he came to my office. Olyag took it, and he gave Willow over to him.
I can't. I think I'm going to pass out. Demian notices me go limp in his arms and immediately sets me down on Willow's bed. He tips my face up to look at him, but moving my eyes feels like more effort than my body possesses the energy for. I feel myself wavering. Oh God, I'm going into shock. He presses a kiss to my forehead. Then gently, carefully, he lays me down on the bed so I don't hit my head on something if I do pass out. At least, I think that's what he says. It's kind of hard to tell through the fog settling over my sight and hearing. The one thing I can make out is his rage. Demian is vengeance incarnate. Once I'm down, he stands back up, leaves the room, closes the door behind. The last thing I hear before darkness takes over is the sound of hell breaking loose.
Chapter 35. Demian. I'm praying to God that Clara doesn't notice the blood splattered in Willow's room. I'm praying to God it isn't Willow's. When I glance up and see Olyag watching from the archway of the main house, that smug fucking smile plastered on his face, something inside me snaps. My patience lasts only as long as it takes to make sure Clara is not about to roll off the side and hurt herself. She's in shock, and I'm divided between attending to her and finishing some very important business with our unwanted house guest. But then I turn to look at Olyag again. I see Roxy and Bambi on the floor, casualties in their attempt to protect Willow from him, from Martin. And then I see nothing but red. I'm so fucking furious that I don't even register running from Willow's room to the main house. All I feel is insurmountable rage coursing through my veins. All I want to do is beat the living shit out of this sick motherfucker who dared to mess with my family. My family. Ah, there he is. Demi. The first meaty smack of my fist into his face catches my father by surprise. Olyag shoves me off him, but I barrel back for another barrage of blows. He lands a solid punch to my ribs, right where that graze had to be stitched over, and that manages to knock me off kilter enough for him to shove me away again. "That's enough," he roars at me. "Sit the fuck down." Where is she? I ignore his pathetic attempt to order me around. I also ignore the pain radiating from my lower ribcage as I scramble to my feet. "Where the fuck is my daughter?" His laugh is officially more infuriating than that smug fucking smile. He literally slaps his knee and acts like I've just said the funniest shit he's heard in years. Your daughter. Olyag guffaws. "You've lost your damn mind, boy. I gave her back to her real father. She's fucking lucky, too. I wanted to kill that damn dog of hers, but Patterson wouldn't let me traumatize her more." He rolls his eyes. "Now calm the fuck down and stop playing pretend with that bitch. It's time to cash in our end and go get your brother." He might as well have shot me through the chest. Willow's with Martin? That son of a bitch has my little girl? I have no idea what I grab. All I know is that it's heavy and feels fucking incredible to swing at this bastard's head. Oleg manages to duck just in time, but I'm prepared for that. The thing, something decorative it looks like, connects with his ribcage, and I'm able to return his gift of a few broken ribs in one fell swoop. This is it. This is the moment. As Oleg crumples to the floor in a cry of pain, all I can think about is how good this is about to feel. Because I'm going to kill him. I'm going to fucking beat him into the floor until all that's left is his stupid ring. I swing the wrought iron down on him and relish his screams that quickly follow, a sickening snap in his leg. Another blow, another snap, another scream. His arm is broken. It's also got a few teeth marks puncturing the skin, I notice. That must be Princess's handiwork. Good girl. The relief I feel at realizing the blood in and around Willow's room is probably not hers. Just the signature of Princess doing her job gives me enough clarity to really relish this moment with my father. You stupid, stupid man. I tower over him, shoving him onto his back with my foot on his chest. I had everything under control. Tolia was going to be free, the right way, the legal way, so he'd never have to go back there again. Another blow. Something crunches. Oleg screams again, this time through gritted teeth as he clutches the same leg that I'm pretty sure is now shattered to bits. But you had to go and ruin it, just like you always do. I wipe my mouth. Some of his blood is starting to spray up on me. The darkness inside me loves how it tastes, like vengeance made real. You had to prove you're the big man, the big boss. Well, Otets, I've got news for you. I crack a few more of his ribs. I don't fucking care if they puncture his lungs. Hell, I hope they do. Choking on his own blood would be a fitting way to go. Real men don't sell little girls. They don't terrorize children just to get what they want. And real, I hit his shoulder, fucking his other arm, men, his groin, which was not intentional, but such a cathartic blow. Don't buy women. So guess what, Dad? I step back to let him at least attempt to breathe. I'm enjoying this a little too much. I don't want him slipping this mortal coil before I'm done with him. You're just a sad, pathetic little excuse of a man. I swish my war club through the air a few times just to feel the satisfying weight balanced in my grasp. Oleg coughs and sputters, blood misting from his mouth. Family is everything, he wheezes. Is he fucking serious? The sudden gun he pulls out of fucking nowhere and aims at me says yes, he is fucking serious. He chuckles between wheezes. Family is everything. He coughs, sniffs, then pulls himself upright. Which is why I'm not blowing your brains out for this, Demian. You're a goddamn bastard if there ever was one, but you're still my son. That might be the closest he's ever come in his entire life to confessing he actually cares about me. Way too little, way too late. Family. I'd laugh if I wasn't seething through my teeth. You don't know a damn thing about family. Oleg shrugs and winces in pain but keeps his gun leveled at me. Agree to disagree. Now, I am going to walk out of here. You are going to let me walk out of here. If there's so much as a stray bullet that hits my car on the way out, I'll be making a call to Patterson about his little girl, and you'll see exactly how far I'll go to protect my family. I hate him. I hate him so fucking much, but I'm too wary for Willow to test his threat out by lunging at him again. So with that, Oleg chuckles again and slips out the front door, leaving a trail of blood and bodies behind. along with a gaping vacuum where my daughter should be.
Chapter 36. Clara. I'm only out for a short while, just long enough to stop screaming and reboot. Bambi groans. She's still slumped where I dragged her, but she seems like she's pulling around. Roxy is the next to stir. She tries to haul herself upright, but it's too much and she lies back down with another low whimper. I don't know what went on in here, but I know my two best friends put up one hell of a fight. That makes my eyes sting with tears. No, not right now. Pull yourself together. You've got shit to do. I heave myself off Willow's bed the same moment Demian returns. He's covered in blood, wheezing in a way that makes my heart still. But he's alive. And since Oleg is nowhere to be seen behind him, I'm not sure if this means the demon is gone or just pacified for now. I'm careful not to squeeze him when I pull Demian into my arms. He crushes me to him anyway and surveils the room with a dark glare. I'm going to fucking kill him, he mutters. So, Oleg's alive. I try not to feel disappointment. Despite everything he's done to us, I have to remember that's still Demian's father. Just like, even after everything Greg Everett has done to me, he's still mine. Dem, I softly say. I can feel how on edge he is, how untethered he's about to become. Babe, look at me. Demian slowly shifts his furious gaze to mine. Like a light switch flipped, he softens enough to at least not terrify me. I'll get her back, I swear, Clara. I will bring her back, and I will fucking kill him. His jaw feels rough under my fingers, that 5 o'clock stubble every bit as dark as his aura. I hold him and stroke my thumbs over his cheekbones to hopefully help him calm a bit more. I know, I breathe. I know you will, but right now, I don't need your rage. I need your mind. I need you to be the man who gets us through everything. All I've wanted from the day we met was for him to be the white knight who saved me and my little girl. Now, though, I need the opposite. I need him to be the bloodthirsty Bratva Pakhan who always wins the war. Demian sighs and rests his brow against mine. It's a rare moment between us. A new kind of thing, both for him and for me. We're both equally as furious and as terrified over what could happen to Willow next. I've got nothing, he rasps. He shakes his head and pushes away from the door. I don't know if he knows where he's going. He just stands there in the courtyard to survey the damage. There's a lot to see. Too much, really. Bullet holes riddle the adobe and marble. Several of the delicate arches of the pool fountain's design are shattered and littering the bottom of the pool. Around us, several of the men have begun to groan and stir. Mako is one of them. I truly thought he was dead. He's not, but he's in a lot of pain and he is pissed. He manages to roll onto his back, hissing a string of curses to himself, but he waves off another man's offered hand. He refuses to look at me. Given his close proximity to Willow's room, I can understand why. I hope we'll have the chance for me to tell him that I understand. I don't fault him for her kidnapping at all. It's obvious he put up one hell of a fight, especially when he tries to sit up and blood trickles anew from several wounds I didn't see before. Demian and I spin on our heels when we hear shuffling behind us. Pavel lifts a weary hand, gun still in it, and leans heavily against the wall as he limps toward us. They were everywhere. He sucks in a pained breath. So much progress has been made since his last shooting, and now he's been shot in the leg and it looks like his stitches ripped open. I was catching up with Yari out back when they came. Fucking air support, too. Air support? Pavel nods.
All Yags outsourcing. Hired mercenaries. All local, by what I could catch between gunshots. He and Patterson used them to clear a path to Willow.
His gaze lowers.
I'm sorry, Clara. I got here as fast as I could. Got a few shots in, but they were too close to her, and I didn't... The risk.
I rush to his side and loop my arms around his neck. It's okay. I know. You love her. I hear my voice break. We all love her. He nods. Then he looks to Demian again and straightens, forcing himself to limp a few paces to his friend and boss.
I wouldn't gamble with it, but you've got time. Princess won't let anyone near Willow, and Patterson's too chicken shit to do anything about it. He took them both. Had to let Willow hold the leash so he wouldn't get mauled by the dog.
And to think I had reservations over adopting a battle-bred pit bull to protect my baby. Subconsciously, I press a hand over my stomach. I've got 2 babies to think about. 2 babies I'm determined to protect, even as my heart races and my gut churns with fear. Nothing that comes to mind keeps both of them safe. I have to risk one for the other, and I pray I pull through. Can I? Should I?
How many did we lose?
Demian asks Pavel. He quickly nods to Mako, who is now on his feet and slowly making his way around the courtyard to check on more survivors. Pavel frowns.
I've been taking inventory and trying to get a solid head count. That's where I was after I heard you lay into the old man. Figured you had it handled.
At Demian's curt nod, he sighs and runs a hand through his hair.
20, at least. Boris and Alexander are gone. I've got Lucas, Dmitri, and Vlad resting in my room since they were close enough to drag there myself. The others, I don't know.
Demian spits another Russian curse and kicks at one of the overturned deck chairs.
Boris was his man. Alexander practically grew up with him. How the hell could he do this?
I quietly slip away from the conversation. I need space and quiet to gather my own thoughts, but I can't help but feel the claws of guilt sink into my stomach once again. All this happened because of me. He's lost good men because of me. Pavel, Mako, Bambi, Roxy. None of them deserved this. None of them deserved to be pulled into my world, my personal hell. None of them deserved to be forced to pay this kind of price for simply existing, for fucking caring, and I glance over at Demian, for loving. All this is my fault. I need to make it right. Chapter 37. Clara. I kick off my heels and pad my way across the courtyard to my own suite. The concrete floor feels warm and soothing to my bare feet, though I have to be careful not to step on any broken glass, or bullets, or bodies. It feels strange to be back in here after so long. I've been using it more as an extended closet and for Willow's bath times ever since I basically moved into Demian's quarters. The luggage he let me borrow for Fiji is still in the closet. I grab the biggest suitcase first and toss it onto the bed, flip the lid open and start shoving clothes and toiletries in. There's no rhyme or reason to how I pack. It's more important that I get enough in to last me a few weeks if possible, and that I get this done quickly. I'm so engrossed in planning my next few moves that I almost don't notice the door open. But I do, in time to see Demian standing there with his mouth partially open. He seems surprised, or at least confused.
What are you doing?
I wipe my clammy hands on my thighs and swallow the sudden lump of nervousness in my throat. I really, really do not want to have this conversation. But some things can't be avoided. I take a deep breath and let it out. Good Lord, I feel like I'm deflating. I'm leaving. Demian's brow inches up.
I can see that. Where?
I toss another shirt into the suitcase just to keep my trembling hands busy. It also gives me an excuse not to look at him when I say the next part. Because my God, I don't have the stomach to form the words, let alone see his face when I let them out. Martin's. The lid to the suitcase slams shut. Demian quickly wedges himself between me and the bed, grabbing my shoulders when I try to move away.
What did you just say?
Fuck, I'm shaking. He's not even holding me that hard at all, and he's not yelling at me, but he's not going to let me slip past him either. I have to go back to Martin. I steel myself for whatever wrath is about to come, despite his reassurances. When he doesn't say anything, I feel courageous enough to meet his hardened gaze. I have to get Willow and make things right for Tolia. Demian shakes his head.
No, not like this. We'll think of something else.
Not like this. I wince and fuck, I even whimper. I hate being so fucking broken, so damaged. He notices and immediately drops his hands to take a step back.
Clara,
He fists a frustrated hand in his hair and pulls at it. Fuck! Again, I wince. It's a hair-trigger response, deeply ingrained from my father's bellowing every time he started beating my mother and me. I know Demian won't do that to me, but my body is less easy to convince.
We'll get her back.
Demian paces back and forth across the room.
I swear to you, Clara, we'll get her back. I just need you to trust me. Just trust me and be patient while I figure this out.
My heart squeezes painfully. He looks so tragically beautiful, so desperate and shattered with righteous fury simmering under the surface. In a move I didn't expect myself to be able to make so soon in the face of an unbridled man, I walk over to him and cup his cheeks in my hands once more. He reaches for me, pulling me to him and holding me like I'll fly away if he lets go. I do trust you. I press a soft kiss to the corner of his mouth. I trust you, and I love you. I always will. His breath hitches. I feel his fingers press into my sides. But I don't trust Martin. I can't. Not when he's so desperate to get me back. I breathe him in. This might be the last time I'll ever hold him like this. Or the last time I ever smell his heady, intoxicating scent. He'll hurt, Willow. I have to go back to him so she'll be safe.
He'll hurt you.
Demian tightens his hold on me.
I won't let that happen. I can't.
I swallow back my tears. I'm her mother. It's her or me, and it has to be me. It always has to be me. I don't know what's going through his head, but something shifts, and a new kind of pain flashes in his eyes. He shuts them tight, burying his face in my hair. I don't want to leave him. I don't want to say goodbye and live the rest of my life without him. I don't want to dream of him at night only to wake up back in the horrible hovel of existence Martin has in store for me. But Willow needs me, and I need to be there to protect her. I think, deep down, Demian knows that. He has to. I need to go. Tears slip from my eyes as I try to ease away from him. I need to. I have to. I suck in a deep breath and pry his fingers off my waist. You need to make sure Martin holds up his end of the deal. Get Tolia out, and then... And then what? I don't know if there's anything to look forward to afterwards. I want to hope there is. But I also don't want to live on false hope. Again, something in Demian shifts. He grows colder, stands up straighter, and as I flip the suitcase lid back open, I see his fists clench.
If you wanted to leave so damn bad, you should have done it already.
His voice is just as cold as his demeanor.
You don't need to wait for an excuse like this.
It comes out of left field, but I know it's his pride stepping up to the plate. It's his need to grasp control of his world that's taking over the hurt I still see in his eyes. Damn.
I mean it.
He takes a few deep breaths and looks at me like I've just backhanded him across the face.
Just tell me the fucking truth before you go running off back to your ex. Give me the dignity of at least that much.
I drop the last of my clothes into the suitcase and zip it up, hoping the sound masks my sigh. I'm quickly running out of energy to argue. Shit, I'm out of energy to carry this baggage, literally and metaphorically, out the front door. But he asked, and I agree. He does deserve the dignity of the truth. Most of it. There's one thing, which is currently the size of a fig inside me, that I can't ever tell him. If anything, I have to act fast to make sure Martin never suspects a thing. Shit. I feel a wave of nausea sweep over me. I swallow back the bile and brace myself for whatever may come, both now and in the future. The truth is, I'm not sure I'll make it to that door. I look him in the eyes so he knows I mean every last word. But I have to. The truth is, I've never felt so safe or loved or home until I met you. Even when things between us were iffy. Swallowing hard, I continue. And the truth is, I want to vomit my guts out at the thought of setting foot anywhere near Martin. But worse than that is the thought of what he could do to my baby girl, our daughter, Dem. So be pissed at me all you want, hate me all you want. At least I'll know you won't forget me. I was supposed to get all that out without choking up. I failed miserably. But, tears or not, it's time to go. I can cry in the ride share. I quickly yank the suitcase off what was once my bed and turn to leave. Demian's hand covers the doorknob. And then I'm backed into the door, my breath stolen by his kiss. We cling to each other. Our tongues tangle like it's the last time we'll ever have this dance. I pour my heartache into him and drink his down. And for a moment, I'm not sure whose salty tears I taste between our lips. I'm not sure it even matters at this point. When he pulls away, it's with a low growl of frustration. I don't move, neither does he. Then he grabs the doorknob again. The handle of my suitcase is in his other hand. He doesn't say a word. He doesn't have to. And somehow, I know that I don't have to say anything either. All I can do is hope and pray he knows how much he means to me, how much I will love him and miss him for the rest of my life, however short that life may be.
Chapter 38. Demian. There are 1,000 things I want to say to Clara. 1,000 promises I want to make that this isn't the end. I will be coming back for her. I love her. I'll never stop loving her or fighting to bring her home. But I don't say a fucking word. I'm too pissed at Martin and too raw from the reality that Clara is in fact leaving me to trust my own mouth. I'm also too stubborn to let her go that easily or let him think he's won that easily either. He wants to make a deal. Fine. I'll make sure he follows through. The only reason why I don't plow this SUV through Patterson's living room is because I don't know where Willow is. Razvanis are built for war. Clara and I would be fine. But Willow is everything to me, to us. And she's why I'm pulling into the driveway of Martin Patterson's sad shack of a dwelling, as if I'm not imagining his skull becoming my new hood ornament. You've got to be fucking kidding me. I glare at the chipped and peeling paint on the side of the tiny house as we walk up. This? Here? Is it even habitable? Clara keeps her eyes on the ground. I should probably ease up. It's hard to do when I'm using every fiber of self-control to not lose my absolute shit. I knock on the door. It's incredibly tempting to punch the flimsy thing in. It takes Martin long enough for me to consider just throwing Clara over my shoulder and tossing her back into the SUV. In my mind's eye, it'd be nothing to smash a few windows in, grab the kid, and make for the hills. But before I can make good on that daydream, the door swings open and Martin glares at me through the dusty screen door. "The fuck do you want?" He snaps at me. Yet the second his eyes land on Clara, then the suitcase in my hand, he smirks. "It's about damn time. Get your ass in the house." "She's not going anywhere," I snarl, moving between her and the door before she takes another step toward him. "Until you make good on your end." Martin eyes me as if he's got any ground to stand on. He's lucky I'm allowing him to stand upright as it is. "You'll get your brother once I get my woman." "How about this?" I rip the screen door open and get in his face just so there's no chance for miscommunication. "I'll stand right here while you go make a few calls. Once I receive confirmation that he's out, we'll consider the trade complete." He wants to have the upper hand. This is his house, his world, his rules, his woman and his child. I can see it plain on his face, clearer than the pathetic little mustache dusting his sweaty upper lip. The sudden image of him putting his hands on Clara flashes through my mind. Fuck this shit. I'm about to bash his head against the doorway when he suddenly nods. "Fine." He even gestures for us to come inside. "Where's Willow?" Clara asks. I don't miss how meek she sounds. Martin nods at a small hallway next to the dining area. "In her room, asleep. We just finished reading stories together." He smiles, so goddamn smug that my breath hitches furiously. "What? Do you want a fucking gold star? The bare minimum award?" Clara immediately drops everything to go check on Willow. I don't stop her. We're here to do exactly that. Make sure our daughter is safe and sound. Besides, Martin and I need to have a little chat. He's in the kitchen texting someone on his phone. I listen to him make a quick call, though his side of the conversation is mostly grunts and affirmations. Either he's on a recorded line, or the other end is so deeply embroiled into this mess that they don't need any details. Martin hangs up the phone, then stuffs it into his pocket. "It's done." "We'll see. I'm not leaving until I get a text from Oleg. I don't trust a word that comes from that man's body, but Tolia's freedom is the one thing he'll never lie about." "Before I go," I say as I step into the kitchen, "we need to get a few things established." He holds up a hand. "Listen." "No, you listen." I tighten my jaw and listen very carefully because I will not repeat myself. I make sure he's got nowhere to go, and I make sure to keep my voice low so his ears are the only ones to hear me. The only one who should ever be terrified in their own home is him. "I have eyes on you. Everywhere you go, everything you do will be reported to me. One wrong blink in my woman's direction, you're done. One errant bruise on my kid's body, you're gone. You so much as raise your voice to pass the potatoes, you're gone." Martin tries to square me off. "You can't." "You grossly underestimate just how far I will go to protect my family." I'm so close to his face I can smell the whiskey he must have drank before he put Willow to bed. There's a kitchen knife on the counter next to him. It would be so fucking easy. Do not make the mistake of tempting me to prove it. He's about to do exactly that when Clara reemerges. Her eyes are rimmed red, her cheeks streaked with wiped tears, and my instinctual reaction is to rush to her side and pull her into my arms. But fucking Martin Patterson, This goddamn motherfucker on borrowed fucking time swoops in and gives some sad attempt to do the same. Clara dodges his advances. Good. She'll want to. If you want. I fucking hate how goddamn quiet she is. It's like she's terrified the next word is the wrong one that'll get her backhanded into next week. She's staring at the floor, hunched in on herself, constantly shifting away from Martin's attempts to hold her. Someone needs to give me one solid fucking reason why I can't break his neck where he stands. Clara peeks up at me, then glances at the hallway. Willow. Right. I swallow down my rage and go to my daughter. Willow is sound asleep in her bed, which amounts to a lone mattress on some flimsy metal box spring frame combo. It's obvious Clara has done the best she can to make this a safe space for a little girl, going as far as to tape her crayon drawings on the wall. But it's not enough. It's nowhere near enough to embrace Willow with the warmth, love, and safety she deserves from her father. At least she has Princess, who is curled up protectively around her and watching me closely as I quietly approach the bed. Good girl, I whisper when I crouch and rub her ears. You keep my baby safe, okay? Princess softly whines and licks my hand. We have an agreement. I watch Willow's sleeping face for as long as I can, studying every angelic feature as if I'll never see her again. I know I have to act like I won't. I have to live as if this was just a short, fantasy-filled blip in my life. I'll be back, little cub, I whisper in her ear before pressing a soft kiss to her cheek. I love you. My phone buzzes in my pocket. Asshole. It's done. We have Tolia. I slowly stand. I don't want to leave, but I have to. Remember our deal, I murmur to the dog. Princess whines, then rests her head on Willow's stomach and watches me leave. Chapter 39. Demian. My boys! Oleg laughs with his hands in the air. Finally, at last! Tolia eyes me grimly, the visual polar opposite of our father's glee. He's finally free of that cursed orange jumpsuit, his hands in the pockets of new jeans and a clean Henley with the sleeves shoved up to his elbows. He's even shaved, and I have to admit, it's weirdly satisfying to see him without the facial hair that makes him look so much like our old man. We agreed to meet at my private hangar, and I can see that Oleg wasted no time in ordering my crew around to prepare the jet for our international excursion. The engines are roaring to life, and some sick part of me wonders how hard I need to shove Oleg to make a terrible accident happen inside their oscillating blades. He claps a hand on my shoulder, his other on Tolia's, and steers us toward the jet. My men told me the meetings have been arranged back home. We'll get this sorted out, and we will return with reinforcements. I steal a quick glance at my brother. As much as he's probably relieved to be out of prison, it doesn't show in his demeanor at all. Instead of falling in line with our father's footsteps, he shifts so the old man goes up the stairs first. How's Clara? He quietly asks me. She's back with her ex. How the fuck do you think she is? It sounds harsh, but I don't blame Tolia for what's happened. What could he do? He's been caged like a beast for 15 years. But the words still snap off my tongue. I don't feel like apologizing for the mood I'm in, so I yank myself onto the loading stairs by the railing and avoid eye contact with him until we get inside. Tolia's hand clamps around my shoulder right as I'm about to storm into the jet's living space. We'll get her back, he promises in my ear. Just be patient. Fuck patience. I hear him snort a stifled laugh. If I can wait 15 years for this, you can wait 15 days. We need to get him somewhere he can't follow us from. Until then, your family is safer where they're at. Very, very few things in my life have ever made me feel so emotional. I'm not allowed to show emotions, let alone have them. But to hear my big brother acknowledge Clara and Willow as my family, that means he's embraced them as his family too. And like Achetz has always said, family is everything. I nod. Tolia takes that as his cue that I've got my shit pulled together. He leans us over to the plush couch and stretches his long limbs out over the coffee table as we settle in. Shit, he chuckles. It's hard to believe I was staring at cement blocks just this morning. Be grateful for it. Oleg grumbles through a sip of what I'm assuming is vodka. Your grandfather spent a decade in the gulag. I'll be sure not to complain too much. Tolia sighs and leans back, closing his eyes. I'm just glad I'll never have to eat mystery meat for lunch ever again. Even through the fog of my fury, he manages to make me snort a low laugh. I could remove all of the labels from your fridge if you ever get homesick. He rolls his eyes. Do that, and I'll be cooking you lunch with it. I see the flight attendant signal for us to buckle up. She keeps a wide berth around Oleg, which is a wise choice. Soon enough, the plane cruises down the runway. I close my eyes and breathe as we accelerate and launch into the air, leaving the whole God-forsaken city of sin below us. Somewhere in it, Clara and my daughter are clinging to each other. I just hope to God they're strong enough to last until I can make things right. Once we level off, we abandon the seatbelts for the minibar and, as expected, Oleg snatches the first bottle of vodka he sees. No use wasting good liquor, he explains with a wink, as if I give two shits either way. So, Achetz, Tolia stirs a few ice cubes into a glass of water. Interesting. I guess I figured he'd be basking in freedom and booze right about now. You mentioned a meeting with the Grand Pakhan in Sochi. Oleg nods. I did. Between the Yakuza doubling up their efforts and the American police planting evidence to falsely imprison our family, it makes sense to get him involved. Who knows? Maybe he'll let us borrow some reinforcements to raise Las Vegas all down once and for all. I'm sure he'd hate to lose such an important benefactor as yourself. I wryly muse. He frowns. The hell are you talking about? I roll my shoulder and pretend like I'm not watching his every micro-expression. You've been doing so well with your international enterprise, especially the ring you mentioned you have in Russia. With that amount of wealth and power, it makes sense that you'd be high up in the Grand Pakhan's list of favorite people. Yeah, it's true and the business is going well. But power and money are two entirely different things, Malchik. I pour myself a glass of bourbon and use it to mask my sudden suspicions. You outbid everyone at Clara's auction, 50 million if I recall correctly. That's nothing to sneeze at. Oleg chuckles. Either the booze is hitting me harder than usual, or he looks and sounds a little nervous. It's true. I went for a show of power. You see how the Yakuza have turned against us. I needed to remind Raizo who he's fucking with. Tolia steals a side-eye glance over at me. Again, I pretend like I'm not catching the unspoken subtext in every word our father breathes. But if silence could write novels, we'd be reading a fucking saga. 50 million, Tolia scoffs. Damn. I'm on it, Achetz. How many trades do you have to make to come up with the extra cash? Instead of answering, Oleg waves us off with a dismissive hand and jumps topic. What we really need to discuss is your return to the Bratva. It may be time to expand into new territories, which is always a good thing. Tolia blinks. Were you thinking? Chicago always seemed like it could be interesting. The voices fade as I sit in my favorite chair of the jet and try to piece together the puzzle pieces that are staring me in the face. The bourbon tastes like liquid ash, but it's the only thing I'm in the mood to drink. Either it's going to help me figure this shit out, or it's going to get me plastered enough to take a long, much-needed nap. I tug my phone out from my pocket and scroll through the texts, hoping something will pop out and grab my attention. Pavel said my father has been in the States for longer than we'd originally assumed, which means there's no telling what the old man has been up to during all that time. I know if I ask him directly, he'll make it all about Tolia. The one thing I can't get past is that Oleg has never, and will never, put his own children before his wealth and power. Something does catch my eye. It's not in the text messages themselves. It's the timestamps. There's an overlap. Everything okay? Tolia's voice yanks me out of my pensive state. I quickly nod to throw both of them off. I know he's not in on anything Oleg's been messing around with, but I can't risk either of them catching on to the fact that I just caught on to something. All good, I grumble, just tying up some loose ends at the casino. Both men shrug and go back to their conversation. I return to the text in my hand and start taking screenshot after screenshot. I quickly create an encrypted file and slide all the screenshots into it, then airdrop the file to the flight attendant. Fucking bourbon is going right through me. I grumble to myself as I stand. After a small stretch, I pocket my phone and nod toward the bathroom. Be right back. When did you become such a lightweight? Oleg teases, but then he's quick to jump back into the conversation with Tolia, leaving me to do what I need to, which is slip around the corridor's corner and trade phones with the flight attendant. She doesn't ask any questions. She knows better than that. We've been flying together for years, and I've made sure she and her family are well taken care of. If I send her something out of the blue, she never touches it until I give the signal or, like right now, come to retrieve it. I flash her a quick little smile of appreciation, then duck into the private bathroom and lock the door. Look into these, I type out. Let me know what you find. I don't risk identifying myself in the text, but I shouldn't need to. Pavel is pretty quick on his feet and he'll figure out the unwritten context. I wait a few seconds longer, turn the sink on and off, then make it sound like I'm drying my hands before I exit the bathroom and check on the others. Your water, sir? Clever lady. I thank the flight attendant for the glass of ice water I didn't ask for and use that moment to slip her phone back to her. She does the same with mine and I smoothly pivot back into the cabin. No change in conversation or demeanor occurs with the men when I approach. I relax back into my chair as I continue chattering. The flight attendant catches my eyes and quickly nods. Pavel understands the message. I sigh, lean back, and try to take a nap for the rest of the flight. I need the rest for what's to come, but it's hard to silence my brain enough for sleep to take over. If my instincts are screaming the truth like they usually do, we're in for an all-out war.
Chapter 40. Clara. I wrinkle my nose as I toss another reused plastic bag full of Princess's droppings into the kitchen garbage can. If Martin wants to maintain both our sanities, he's eventually going to have to let us out of the house for walks. At least into the backyard, bare minimum. Princess is just waging guerrilla warfare to make that happen sooner rather than later. Good girl, I coo to my new best friend, who wags her tail at the praise and nuzzles my leg as we return to the living room. We rejoin Willow on the couch, where we've been reading stories for the better part of an hour. I've been trying to keep spirits and hopes up, but it's easy to see how sad my baby girl is now that we're, well, not home, just back. Does Demian hate me? Willow suddenly asks. What? I pull her onto my lap and curl her into my arms. No, honey. Demian loves you. You're his little girl, his little cub.
Then why did he want to get rid of me?
Who said that?
I don't know.
She shrugs and slumps into my arms.
His daddy said he doesn't have time for little girls like me, and I needed to go back to my real daddy.
I stifle the angry gasp. Of fucking course he did.
Mommy?
Willow turns to peer up at me, her lashes wet with unshed tears.
I don't like Martin. He's not my real daddy, is he?
How do I navigate through what should be a much deeper, more involved conversation? She's asking heavy questions that even I'm struggling to find answers to. Daddies. I have to think carefully about my answer. Okay, so, do you know where babies come from? She scrunches her nose and shakes her head. Different topic for a different day. Right. Well, okay. I take a deep breath and try not to cry when I realize how badly I wish Demian was here to have this conversation with us. He'd know exactly how to handle it. It's really easy for two people to make a baby, but
how easy?
Easier than it should be. But it's not so easy being a mommy or a daddy. That takes a lot of work, a lot of practice, and sometimes people can make babies, but they can't really be a mommy or a daddy. Willow stares at me. I'm pretty sure I've lost her. What I'm trying to say, baby girl, is, I think about it. Martin helped me make you, and that's an important part of everything, so you do have to behave as a way of saying thank you, but
Demian's my daddy?
I smile. I smile more so I don't cry. It's only been a day. Less than that, technically. And already everything hurts with the reality that we may never see Demian ever again. Yes, sweetheart. Demian's your daddy. Your real daddy. He loves you and he wants what's best for you, and he'll always make sure you're safe. I know that much to be true. Even if we can never be together, I know Demian will always have eyes and ears on us to make sure we're safe. To make sure Willow has everything she needs and I'm at least not nursing any more sprained ankles.
Is he gonna come get us?
That's the question of the hour. Is he? Something deep down, deep where I have to bury my feelings for him in Martin's presence, says, of course he is. Something else right next to that thought reminds me that Demian Zakrievsky is not a man who admits or accepts defeat so easily. He wouldn't have invested so much time and energy into keeping us away from Martin just to turn us over without a fight. We'll have to wait and see. Because if I tell her he is, she may not waste time in telling Martin the same thing. In the meantime, I need you to be a good girl for Martin. He loves you too. We don't want to hurt his feelings. Or set off his temper. The fucked up thing is, I know he actually does love Willow. My own father is the same way. I don't know who in their lives damaged them so severely that this seems normal and right to them, but I can't deny the fact that both Dad and Martin do have genuine feelings for me and for Willow, just like Oleg loves Demian. It's just not enough to make up for the abuse. No amount of gifts or whispers of love can undo a hand around the throat or a kick to the ribs. We hear Martin's car pull into the driveway. Immediately, Princess settles herself over Willow and me, growling protectively at the front door. Shh, it's okay, I whisper to her. Willow, honey, why don't you take Princess and go play in your room? I need to get supper ready. I'll come get you when it's time. Willow nods and nudges Princess off, quickly sliding off my lap and leading her canine guardian to her small room at the end of the hall. Everything is small here. So small and so insignificant. Much like the man who walks through the front door right when I slip on my kitchen apron. "Hey, honey, I'm home," Martin sings out like it's some Brady Bunch bullshit we've always done. Like I'm actually going to be excited to see him. That being said, I have to play my cards right, so I do need to pretend like I care. "How was your day?" "Oh, so much better knowing you're safe at home with me." He grins and swoops into the kitchen to plant a sloppy, wet kiss to my cheek. "That's great." I quickly add a smile so it seems like I mean it. "Really great." "Yeah?" Martin steps up behind me and wraps his arms around my waist. Please, God, don't let him notice anything different there. He presses another moist kiss to my neck, and it's all I can do not to throw up into the pot of water I'm trying to boil. "Did you miss me?" "I thought we'd have spaghetti and meatballs for dinner," I respond. I try to make it sound like it's a yes without actually flat out lying. "Sounds good. Listen, I've been thinking." The way Martin has me pinned close to him, rocking us side to side, has me feeling all sorts of nervous. He's only this affectionate when he wants something I'm almost guaranteed to disagree with. Something like, "We should get married." I damn near drop the whole box of spaghetti into the boiling water, plastic and all. "Married?" I croak. "Mm-hmm." He kisses my shoulder, and it takes every ounce of self-control not to throw the pot at him just to get him off me. His touch, his breath, his voice, all of it sends shivers down my spine and swirls in my stomach with disgust. "We've been together for years. Willow is getting older, and she deserves to have her parents together. One big happy family." I push away from the stove and guide him over to where there's no serious heat source or sharp object to threaten me with. When I turn in his arms, I chant to myself that I have to put up an act to stall for time. It's the only way I can stomach smiling at his face and rest my hands on his arms. "Why now? We've never really discussed it before." There it is, the flash of irritation in his eyes that tells me I'm pushing his buttons. He stamps it back down and keeps his smile on even though I see it waver. "We have, just not as seriously. We should do it. Just go for it, you and me. We can go down to the courthouse and—" "What's the rush?" I ease myself away from his attempt at an embrace and make for the fridge. Maybe he'll stop touching me if he sees I'm quite literally busy cooking his dinner. "It'd be nice to have a traditional wedding," I add to diffuse the tension. "I know, babe, but with everything going on and almost losing you, we need to make this official." My hand hovers over the package of ground beef. I don't know for sure what it is yet, but something is pinging in my mind with the way he says it. Official. "Yeah, man and wife." I pull the meat out and slowly turn to the countertop where I have a mixing bowl and breadcrumbs ready. Man and wife. That's it. That's the kicker here. This wouldn't have anything to do with spousal privileges, would it? Martin stops and clears his throat. "What do you mean?" he all but stammers. I grab the large kitchen knife and set to mincing garlic. "Well, you planted evidence to get Tolia out, right? And obviously you have accomplices. I know about everything that's been going on, so marrying me would ensure I can't be questioned on the stand when, and I do mean when, Martin, you're caught and thrown on trial." He stares at me. The smile is gone, and so is any attempt to woo me with his charm. But instead of flying at me in a rage, he sighs and leans against the other counter. "Fine, whatever. You're just as complicit as I am, so I figured this would be a way to protect each other." Makes sense? Really? He sounds surprised. I shrug. I mean, yeah, fair point. I was part of the trade you made, right? And I was there when you made the offer to Demian, so... You were there? Shit. Martin's voice drops into the dangerous timbre that I know means tread carefully. If I don't dance around this with grace, there's no telling what he'll grab and throw at me. or if it's me he'll throw. I feel the weight of the knife in my hand, and then I smile. Yes, actually, I was there. I turn quickly to face him like this is any normal conversation, like I'm not aware that I'm holding the large, sharp kitchen knife in front of me and gesturing with it as I spill the beans. I had to chat with Demian about something and happened to overhear you talking with him. Caught me by surprise, really. I never figured you to follow that far in my father's footsteps. Martin frowns. His eyes have been glued to the knife in my hand, but now they flicker up to stare into mine.
What? What do you mean?
Didn't he tell you? It's the same way he got Tolia locked up in the first place. Planted evidence. Even got the poor medical examiner fired. I let out a laugh. You want to know the stupid part? It wasn't even a murder to begin with. Michael Little killed himself.
Bullshit!
Really? I laugh again, and this one is far more genuine. Martin's face is worth a quick snap of my phone camera, if only I had it on me. You can ask my dad. He's the one Uncle Mike was trying to kill, but ended up drinking the poison himself. And the crazy part is, he was dead before he hit the ground. According to the ME's report, the bullet didn't hit any vital organs. So Dad went and pinned this all on some hapless Good Samaritan who just wanted to save me from what turned out to be a fake kidnapping. Martin's face goes completely slack-jawed. And then he bursts into a fit of disbelieving laughter.
Are you serious? Babe, that's so insane. I actually believe you.
Hey, I set the knife down. Though I leave it close enough I can grab it if he turns on me. I pull him close, ignoring the disgust bubbling in my stomach again. Spousal privilege, remember? You told me, now I told you. I flick my gaze between his eyes and his mouth. I'm trusting you. My charm works, at least enough to get him to smile and rub the sides of my waist.
We can do this, babe.
He coos.
We can start all over, make things right. I've got you.
This is the side of him I fell in love with, back when I was a naive teenager who just wanted someone to have my back. He always did defend me from my father, even then, and I know now he'll still defend me and Willow from whatever Greg might be up to. This is the side of him that kept me trapped for so long. We have to turn him in. I look away. I don't have to pretend that the thought scares me. For us. For our future together.
I don't.
He knows I know. I swallow hard and really play up the drama, making sure Martin sees the tears glistening on my lashes. Dad, he told me himself. I recorded his whole confession and then he went ballistic and threatened to kill me if I told. Partly true. Mostly true, really. And honestly, as sickening as it is, Greg Everett probably would kill me by accident, even though the beating that'd do me in would be entirely intentional. Martin shakes his head.
I won't let that happen. You know I won't.
I know, and I know it's hard because he's been your mentor, but that's why they'll believe you. He considers it. That's all I need. Think about it, Marty. You've been his favorite since the day you started. Why would you turn him in unless it was serious? I rub his chest, and wow, has he gotten blubbery. He doesn't feel anything like he used to. He definitely doesn't feel anything like Demian. And think about all the praise and recognition you'll get. Solving a major murder case, uncovering a dirty cop, and unraveling his human trafficking business all at the same time? That's gotta mean a huge promotion, pay raise, the works. I give him a coy little smile. And then we could afford a real nice wedding, maybe a honeymoon in Hawaii.
With you in a bikini?
He smirks. Well, with that kind of pay raise, we could have our own private beach, and then I won't have to wear anything at all. Martin eyes me with the kind of hunger that used to get me excited. Again, back before I learned the truth about him.
Tell me something, babe.
Anything.
Why now? You spent all this time avoiding me and now you want to help me?
Correction, I want you to help me. I shrug and continue to play coy, sheepish, contrite. I don't know. I've just been thinking about you and Willow, and you're right. She deserves to have her family back together. I just know we'll never be left alone until
Greg's taken care of.
Martin nods.
It kills me, but you're right. It'll help clear up Tolia's name, too. So what I had to do to get him out won't matter anymore.
Right. He smiles at me, cups my face, then leans in for a kiss. I think I'm gonna throw up. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna throw up. But right before he presses his chapped lips against mine, the pot boils over and clatters the lid around the stainless steel. It's loud and jarring and the exact distraction I need to move out of Martin's grasp without a struggle.
How about this?
Martin says from behind me as I go to fix it.
You agree to marry me, and I'll work on turning Greg over to internal affairs. Hell, you marry me, and I'll blow the whistle without a second thought.
Then it's settled. I hate this taste on my tongue. We're getting married.
Atta girl.
He slaps my ass, then smacks his lips.
I'm gonna go jump in the shower. Let me know when dinner's ready.
I let the pasta cool in the colander and return to making the meatballs, my mind racing a mile a minute just to process everything and assure myself that no, I'm not actually marrying Martin Patterson and settling for a life like my mother's. I'm just buying time until the happy ending we all deserve catches up to us. But until that happens, I'm left with nothing but prayers. Please, Demian, come back before it's too late.
Chapter 41. Demian. I've only been in Russia for 3 hours and already it feels like 3 whole goddamn centuries. The time here is 10 hours ahead of Vegas, which means I'll be asleep while Willow's getting out of school and Clara will be asleep while I'm dealing with whatever bullshit Oleg's got us roped into. Any hope of real-time video feed rests on me not getting any sleep, which, to be honest, won't be that difficult. Pavel. This is all I've got from today. The camera feed shows the front side of Patterson's house. No movement in or out and no sign of anyone playing in the meager little yard that lines the driveway. Pavel. No news is good news, right? I resist the urge to throw my phone across the room in frustration. Did I do the right thing? Did I make the right move by sending them to Patterson? Or did I send them to their deaths? Pavel's right. No news is good news. It means no one is in the hospital. No neighbor has called in a domestic disturbance, and there's a solid chance all is peaceful and well inside. Too peaceful. Images of Martin pawing at Clara's body flash through my mind, and I suddenly feel the urge to punch something. There's no doubt he'll try to seduce her into his pathetic little bed, and if she resists, I know he will try to force her into it. He's done it before. He'll do it again. I hate not having constant eyes on Clara. At first, it was because I didn't trust her and needed to make sure she wasn't plotting her escape or a way to assassinate me in my sleep. That's what I told myself. I'll stick by that even if the thought doesn't feel as genuine as it should. It quickly became a way to make sure she was okay. First with her fever and infection, then with her nightmares and general trauma responses to every little trigger. But then it was just a light in the darkness of my day to be able to open my laptop or turn on my phone and see Clara and Willow playing in the sunshine. I could always check on them, and it would reassure me that they were still there. This was real. Now they're gone. They're gone, and I can't just turn on my phone to see them. I can't reassure myself that Martin hasn't stolen them from this world. I fucking despise it. Someone knocks on the door. I'm about to tell them to fuck off and leave me alone when Tolia pokes his head around the doorframe. You good to talk? I nod. He's the one person who can't piss me off right about now. My brother shoulders through the door and quickly shuts it behind him. I've been digging around. My brow lifts. Go on. It's his behavior mostly. Even when he's talking sports or women or the fucking weather. A chance just has this. Tolia shakes his head. I don't know what to call it, man, but I don't trust him. Never have, to be honest, but this is something different. I sit up from where I've been slumped on the bed. And you found something? Well, I've been digging. He strides over to the desk and straddles the chair. But yeah, I found something. Transfers. A lot of wire transfers. Okay, that might be something. Did you hack his computer? Tolia scoffs. You think I'm all caught up on that tech shit? No. I found the receipts on his desk. He's just as bad as I am. You went into his office? Yes, brother, I went into his office. He sasses. I'm not fucking 10 anymore. Plus, I don't know if you've noticed, but I have the upper hand in a fist fight. He's got a point. Tolia's bulked up since he was put behind bars. I like to think I'm shredded and ready for a fight, but I have to admit, my older brother is built like a fucking tank. And standing next to Oleg, he makes the old man look exactly that. Old, withered, feebly clinging to the last vestiges of his youth. Father Time is taking a toll that our own father is stubbornly refusing to pay. But Time is the loan shark of all loan sharks. He always gets what's coming to him one way or another. Anyways, Tolia digs into his pocket and pulls out a crumpled scrap of paper. Something seemed off about the numbers, so I tallied them up and wrote down the origination numbers for your guys to research. What's the total amount? His mouth twists into a wry, knowing smirk. $50 million to the penny. He hands me the scrap of paper to show me his math and the account numbers. I waste no time in snapping a pic to send to Pavel, then I hand the paper back to Tolia. The fuck does it mean? He's outsourcing. If I have to make a guess, he's outsourcing everything. I don't know what all he's been telling you, but the things he's told me don't add up with a man who has that kind of cash to burn. Oleg is hiding something. That much is certain. Did you find anything else in there? It might be nothing, but... Tolia pulls out another piece of paper, this time neatly folded and whole. He left his laptop open. Figured you might find this interesting. It's a word-for-word copy of Oleg's screen, down to a sketched placement map of the browser itself. What grabs my attention is the log of messages between Oleg and at least 3 different mercenary groups. I recognize the call signs and symbols used by each. Again, Tolia explains, he's outsourcing. I bet half of these men here aren't even Bratva. Uh-huh. I'm listening, but not intently. I can't help it. One of those chat logs has a final message of mission complete, and it's the same day as the school shooting. Ice fills my veins. I'm not even looking at the actual computer screen, but I don't need to. I'll place a solid wager that I know exactly what Oleg's been up to. Keep him busy, I say to Tolia as I pocket the paper. Let me handle the tech. Chapter 42. Demian. You're in high spirits, Oleg remarks in the car. I flash him a forced smile. It's going to be a good day. I can feel it. In true Oleg fashion, we're driving through Sochi in a hired limousine and enjoying the vials of home-brewed vodka and imported stogies. Well, he is enjoying them. I'm enjoying the calm before the storm. Tolia downs his third serving of vodka and smacks his lips. I'll take that bet. House always wins, right, Dem? Again I smile and nod. There's no use expounding on our private joke. All will be revealed in due time, like, say, around 15 minutes or so from now. The car slows into a turn, signaling our approach to the Zakharevsky head seat. The pavement becomes much smoother, and the foliage around us more manicured, shifting from trimmed bushes to sculpted works of art. When we come to a complete stop, a butler wearing white gloves promptly opens the passenger door for us. He says nothing. I'm happy to return the silence in kind. Part of me wishes Clara and Willow could be here to see this place. They would have loved the gilded lion statues guarding the wide marble steps, which in turn lead to massive double doors hand-carved from mahogany. Half the windows are painted glass, the other half crystalline testaments to the forgotten days of ancient Russia. The Grand Pakon is waiting inside, Oleg grumbles to me as he lumbers past. Tolia and I fall in line after him. It's a show of respect for the old world. A father leads his sons, and the sons file in after him in order of birth. We're here to support him in his cause he's about to bring to the Grand Pakon's attention, or so he thinks. We follow a pair of silent, grim-faced Vors through the foyer, down a wide hall decorated with oil paintings and marble busts, and through another set of double doors. We step into a luxurious receiving room where the Grand Pakon and the rest of his Vors are seated in velvet chairs. There are no chairs or seats offered to us. We are expected to remain standing until we've proven that our business here is worth their time. The shit-eating smile I woke up with only broadens. My business is definitely worth their time. The Bratva is a many-limbed creature. For all intents and purposes, I run my own kingdom. But there are roots to the motherland, and if someone fucks up bad enough like my father has done, those roots can tighten around a man's neck like a noose. The Grand Pakon, head of the oldest Bratva organization on the face of the planet, is the man who gives the order to execute. Soon enough, he'll do exactly that. My eyes land on him, an old man, but not feeble in the least, thick and bearded and gray and strong, with a face that betrays nothing and eyes as ice blue as the snow piled high on the eaves of the mansion overhead. The door shuts behind us with a thunderous clang. No one breathes as the echoes fade out. Then it begins. The Grand Pakon rolls into a stream of rapid old-school Russian I can't begin to translate. He's looking directly at Oleg, who quickly responds in kind. After a few exchanges like this, he turns to Tolia and me, an expectant look on his face. I glance at Tolia. He's as lost in the conversation as I am. It's a thick, archaic form of Russian he's speaking and hard to process. Speak up, Oleg grumbles under his breath. Apologies, Grand Pakon, Tolia suddenly says with a slight bow. I've been stuck inside an American prison for 15 years, with no one to practice our mother tongue with. And this one, he flicks his thumb at me, just never has much occasion to speak it. American kids, what are you gonna do? The men stare at us for a long, silent moment. Americans, Grand Pakon Zakharevsky mutters in accented English. Then he laughs and is quickly joined by his men. Fine, fine. Your father tells me there are problems in the States that you need help with. I'm asking for your experiences, since he's been here for the better part of the last decade. His gaze shifts to me. You, Demian, have settled there quite nicely. Do you truly need such assistance? I give him a slow nod. Tensions with the local Yakuza have led to threats against the general public, including a massive shooting at an elementary school. This earns a widespread wave of disapproving murmurs. I take that as my cue to continue. As you may already know, we discovered the truth behind my brother's imprisonment and the involvement of his arresting officer, who has since gone on to live his life unchecked and unpunished. He thrives in his career within the police department and continues trafficking women from the jail cells into the same Yakuza leader's international ring.
So clearly,
Oleg interjects,
it's imperative that we gather reinforcements to end this struggle once and for all. With your permission, Grandpokon, we will sever ties with this treacherous ally and destroy their enterprise. Let Raizo Watanabe be an example to anyone who dares move against our family.
Actually, I open my jacket and pull out the folded stack of papers I've been keeping tucked to my side since printing them off last night. Raizo's not who I had in mind. Grandpokon Zakrievsky accepts the papers I offer him with a quizzical stare. I step back and give him a wide berth to peruse the information. Silence again, dense, impenetrable.
Is this true?
Zakrievsky snaps at Oleg once he's done reading. The old man sputters.
Forgive me, Grandpokon, but I don't... You don't know anything about these funds. Siphoned from what I recognize to be my own trusted men sitting here with me right now.
He snorts and reads the first page.
Lev, did you know about this? Apparently, you gave this man $250,000 American dollars. The fuck I did?
One of the Vors springs to his feet. Lev, I presume.
I swear.
Grandpokon Zakrievsky holds up a patient hand and silently urges him to calm himself and sit down.
And, Ilya, it seems you've been quite the benefactor to our guest. I'm sure you noticed 950 grand missing from your accounts recently.
Another man seated near him frowns.
I was told there was an accounting error.
I glance over at Oleg. He's just standing there stunned and terrified. If you turn to page 5, you'll notice something quite interesting, I suggest. I believe those are the mercenary groups my father financed to falsely masquerade as the Yakuza. Now, my informants have confirmed the involvement of Raizo Watanabe's men, but it was with the understanding that both parties were working in tandem. Oleg spins on me.
You shut your fucking mouth.
Including, I continue, raising my voice to be heard over him, the school shooting at the school in Vegas. He stops in his tracks. The room grows deathly silent. I now have the room's undivided attention. I take a deep breath and a step forward, fully aware that what I say next may quite literally mean life or death. Grandpokon, I hold true to our ideal that family is everything. Unfortunately, my father does not honor this code. He attempted to kidnap, assault, and murder my girlfriend. He sent mercenaries to terrorize my daughter's school and then to kidnap her, which in turn cost the lives of many loyal Bratva soldiers. I've had to issue formal apologies and gifts of condolences to the families who are now widowed and fatherless, because this man cares for nothing and no one but himself. All this, compounded with several attacks deliberately designed to misdirect my vengeance against Watanabe. But to be honest, I sigh, I'd sooner surrender everything I have than lose my family. The Grandpokon listens intently and broods in silence for a long time after I'm done. After a moment and a few quick glances to either side of his entourage, he nods to the guards standing by the doors.
What? Wait!
Oleg shouts when they lunge in to grab him by his arms and yank him forward.
Wait! This is madness. I must speak in my defense against these lies. What defense do you have?
The Grand Pakon seems half amused, half enraged.
I see papers that would be difficult to fabricate. I hear stories that make sense in the face of your own lies. My men have been stolen from, and you come in here, into my house, to demand resources you have no rights to.
Tolia sucks in a quiet breath.
For your crimes against our Bratva, crimes against your family, and crimes which I am sure are soon to be uncovered after my men conduct a thorough investigation. You, Oleg Zakrievsky, who are not worthy of our name, your punishment is death.
Like an idiot, Oleg laughs.
You can't do this.
He struggles against the guards, laughing and shouting like he's losing his fucking mind. For all we know, he probably has.
I've given everything to this Bratva. I have done everything for her family. You wouldn't be where you are without me.
Grand Pakon Zakrievsky arches a calm brow.
Честно говоря, я даже не знаю, кто ты.
Damn. I may not be fluent, but even I understand an insult when I hear one. I don't even know who you are. Oleg is dragged from the room, screaming profanities and promises of retribution we all know he won't be able to fulfill. This mansion is old enough for there to be an actual dungeon in the depth of the structure. He's not going anywhere.
Tell me,
the Grand Pakon says to Tolia and I once our father's officially gone.
What is it that you truly need?
I look to Tolia. He shrugs.
I've just been released from prison for a crime I never committed.
He rubs the back of his neck and sighs.
I'm still trying to figure out how to use my new phone. It'll be a while before I can think of anything I might actually need. And respectfully, I wouldn't feel right asking it of you.
The old bear stares at him, blinks, then shrugs.
Fair enough. I've heard of your plight, Tolia Zakrievsky, and I commend you for withstanding such injustice, with far more dignity than you were raised by. For this, I think we can spare you some funding to help you get back on your feet.
The Vors mutter their agreements. Tolia bows his head, probably to hide the reddening in his cheeks.
Thank you, Grand Pakon. I won't waste any of your generosity.
When everyone's eyes turn to me, I know exactly what to request. I need to watch him die, with your permission, of course. I quickly add. He regards me curiously.
That is all.
I hesitate. I want to tell him about how Oleg has haunted my nightmares for the majority of my life. I want to tell him how that man has so thoroughly traumatized Clara that I can't even speak what little Russian I do know around her. He should know that Willow, a sweet little girl, now has bloodstains on her pillow because Oleg violently kidnapped her from my own home. Instead, I keep it all to myself and go for the easiest explanation. Never turn your back on an enemy unless you know for a fact that he's dead.
Agreed.
He nods.
Done. I must admit, Demian, I'm surprised to hear about this family of yours. You're not married, but you have a daughter.
I can't help but smile with pride. It's complicated, but I hope to rectify that soon, and with your blessing, maybe bring them here for a visit someday. The old man bursts into a wide grin.
Keep yourself and yours in line as you have, and you will always be welcome here. Now you will have to excuse us. My Vors and I have some accounting to do.
Chapter 43. Clara. Princess whines as we leave Willow to settle in for her new school day. It's okay, sweet girl, I murmur to her as I rub her behind her ears. It's just another day at school. We'll come back for her later, okay? I get a huff as my answer. It's better than nothing. Willow had wanted Princess to stay with her as the official mascot of her classroom, but without proper licensing or the proper breeding, it was something we sadly couldn't allow. We could, however, be her escorts to and from the car. After everything these children have been through, it's almost like Princess is the canine guardian angel they need to see padding along the sidewalk, closely watching over them as they hang up their backpacks and find their seats on the apple-patterned rug. If I'm being honest, I keep Princess by my side at all times for more selfish reasons. I feel better knowing that, even without a gun in my hand or Demian covering me, I have 95 pounds of muscle and fangs watching my back. Come on, up you go. Princess hops into the back seat, then climbs over the console and nestles into the front passenger seat. I sigh. She did this when we left the house, too. All right, fine, but I'm buckling you in. Thankfully, the leash we bought her to match her harness has an actual car buckle attached to it for moments like this. Princess doesn't give me any trouble while I buckle her in. She licks my face when I'm done and settles in for the ride to our next destination. Every day with her further confirms my suspicions. She was never meant to be a violent dog. She simply loves, protects, and wants the same in return. It's only the assholes in the world who pull out her vicious side. I do have other places to go, but nothing on an actual schedule. So I take us out for a drive-through coffee and pup cup. Much to my surprise and immense relief, I'd completely forgotten all about the debit card Demian set up for my cash account weeks ago, and how, on a quick trip out with Bambi, I'd left it in the pocket of my yoga pants. It fell out of that pocket this morning when I started piling my laundry together. I feel like I'm winning the slot machine lottery all over again. I don't have to depend on Martin for shit. Well, I did have to talk him into using my old SUV still stored away inside the garage. It's not much, but it's something, and it wasn't difficult to point out to Martin that our daughter is in school. We need to be responsible parents available for emergencies. I have to buy groceries, etc. He was reluctant, but not unreasonable. I'm going to abide by his demands and limit my errands. For now. But once we've settled into a predictable routine, I'm grabbing Willow and getting the hell out of Vegas. I'll send a text to Bambi once we're in the clear, and maybe, hopefully, Demian will meet us wherever we go. I was, happy isn't the right word. Content? That's not it either. Able? Yes. I was able to sit by and wait for him to return for us, up until Martin started to put the moves on me after we tucked Willow into bed. I said no. He said yes. I said no again. He pushed me onto the bed. I kicked him in the groin, shoved him off, and ran into Willow's room. He tried to follow me. Princess growled a very clear warning of what would happen if he dared set a foot inside that room. Martin went to bed. I slept on the floor next to Willow, pillowed by Princess's curled body. He tried apologizing this morning. I told him he needs to prove it by letting me use the SUV. And thus, here I am, sipping a decaf latte and pulling up into the parking lot of the Las Vegas Police Department. Martin's waiting for me outside, leaning against the railing and texting someone on his phone. Stay, I order Princess. I make sure to roll down the window and pour some water into a little bowl I grabbed from the kitchen before we left. I won't be long, okay? She looks at Martin, then at me. It doesn't take a genius to read her mind. I know, I don't like it either, but we gotta get this done. I lock the car after another thorough check that Princess will be fine, then make my way over to where my still ex is waiting. He thinks we're back together. I'm letting him think that, only for as long as it takes to get the hell out of here. Ready? He asks me. I nod and hope that's enough, but of course it never is with him. He slips his arm around the small of my back and leads us inside. It only takes a single phone call from the front desk to get permission to see the commissioner in his office. Martin must have made arrangements ahead of time. A part of me aches for the man he could have been. This man, the one who does the right thing and holds even his own people accountable. Under the right circumstances, we might have been able to be something together, do something together. But the scratch marks on my arm remind me that no one changes that easily, and it's foolish to stick around waiting for them to try. Commissioner Jackson meets us at the door to his office with a grim smile and a firm handshake.
Come in, please. I wish I could welcome you under different circumstances, but let's make do with what we have.
We follow him to his desk and settle into the chairs he offers us. Martin subtly shifts his to be closer to me, so I scooch mine to move away from him. He shoots me a quick little glower, but even he knows not to gamble with the sensitive situation we're currently in.
So, tell me more about your concerns with Detective Everett,
Jackson says with a heavy sigh. He leans back in his own chair and glances between us.
I have to say, the fact that you're here, Miss Everett, does not inspire confidence in his favor. I've been made aware of his underhanded dealings, Martin interrupts. As much as it pains me to say, there's solid evidence indicating Greg is a dirty cop.
I wait for either one of them to continue. I'd rather get permission to speak than constantly be interrupted and overridden by Martin's ego. When Jackson gestures for me to contribute, I nod my agreement. I can't call myself blameless, sir. I wasn't complicit either, but I can't help feeling I should have reported him sooner. Jackson shrugs a shoulder.
You're his daughter. You want to protect him, I understand.
No, clearly you don't. I bite back what I want to say and instead offer up a sheepish little smile. Thank you. I only want to do what's right.
You two have evidence?
Martin nods and reaches into his jacket pocket for a folder.
I've got police logs here.
I quietly pull out my phone, find the recording file, and set it on the commissioner's desk.
Shit, I didn't think it would ever get out.
Jackson stills. So does Martin. The only sound in the office is Dad's voice spilling every sordid detail of the cover-up he did that sent an innocent man to prison.
I found that wolf shit growing in his windowsill. After the autopsy, I mean. The minute I saw that report, I knew the spotlight would turn on me. It didn't matter if I killed him or not. Internal affairs would start combing through my shit and my personal life. It was like the universe just wanted me to get away without breaking a sweat.
By the time the recording is finished playing, both men are beyond pissed. Martin's red in the face, while Jackson hides his glare behind a balled fist pressed to his mouth. That's all I have as far as a confession? I take my phone back and check to make sure the recording is still there. After all that's happened, I can never be too sure about the little things. Jackson nods.
Send it to me.
I do as he says. A moment later, the damning evidence pings in his inbox and pulls up on his laptop screen. He continues to glare into nothingness. Then, after a deep breath, he leans back and presses a button on his desk phone.
Caroline, reschedule my meetings for today. And get me Kowalski, Brenner, Shanti, and Smith. Tell them it's urgent.
I swallow hard and glance over at Martin. He's still livid, still that shade of tomato red, but he looks at me and reaches over to squeeze my hand. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't have to. When the 4 internal affairs detectives arrive, we're separated into different interrogation rooms and questioned for hours. Shanti and Brenner are the 2 who sit down with me to take my testimony. They're also the 2 who make sure to send someone out to check on Princess after it's been a while longer than I initially planned. I expected this to be a process of questions and answers, circling through the same trains of thought over and over again until they fully understand what's going on. It's unbelievable that their top detective would be so incredibly dirty, but I have the evidence and names of witnesses to verify everything. I expected to give them that much. What I didn't expect was for the floodgates to open. For me to tell them everything, and I mean everything, about the hell my father subjected me to since infancy. I tell them about my mother, about the yelling and shouting and screams I'd hear when all I wanted to do was hug my teddy bear and go to sleep. About the beatings that started when he figured I was old enough to understand the difference between an accident and intentional. About how he'd backhanded me into submission so I'd say what he wanted me to say and ultimately used me as a pawn to put an innocent man into prison. I tell them about my suspicions, about what happened to my mom, how no one will ever be able to prove that he killed her, but I just know. I've always known and could never face the possibility head on until now.
What changed?
Shanti gently asks.
Why now?
What a loaded question. I blow out a long, heavy sigh and slump in my chair. How do I tell the truth? That a powerful casino owner who was also basically the king of Vegas's dark underworld taught me how to stand up for myself? That an organized crime lord showed me what real love is supposed to be like? That a big bad Bratva boss demonstrated how real fathers treat their daughters by being for Willow what neither Martin nor Greg could ever be for either of us? I've found more friends who understand what I've been going through, is the answer I settle on. I have a stronger support system. I don't know, I guess. The timing is best now. I'm no longer afraid. She gives me a reassuring, if not sympathetic, smile.
That makes sense. We see this happen a lot with abuse victims. It's just really disheartening when the perpetrator is one of our own.
Yeah. I scratch at a bubble on the vinyl tabletop with my thumbnail.
Well, that should be all we need for now. We really appreciate your time, and please know that we do understand how difficult this must be for you.
Absolutely, Brenner agrees. He has kind eyes and a warm smile. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to either one of us. I nod and push my chair out, needing to be done and just fresh air. I need fresh air. Martin meets me in the hallway. He looks as worn as I feel, but the fact that no one is escorting him away in cuffs means he probably managed to gloss over his own involvement in my father's dealings.
Everything go well?
He asks me. I dodge his attempt to give me a side hug and nod. Yeah, I just need to use the restroom before we go.
All right, meet me downstairs, okay?
Okay. I wait for him to shuffle off to the stairs, then duck into the nearest restroom. I do, in fact, need to pee after hours in the interrogation room. But I also need a moment to gather my thoughts, my wits, and jot down a quick message. I pull out the sticky note and pen I lifted from the detective's things and suck in a deep breath. This has to be done, now or never. Martin Patterson tampered with evidence to get Tolya Zakrievsky out of prison. I stare at the words, then flip it over and add, he's also been assaulting and beating me for years. Please, help. I throw the pen into the trash, then fold up the note as small as I can make it go. My heart pounds against my ribcage as I leave the restroom. Martin is nowhere to be seen. He must be downstairs as promised, and waiting for me to join him. I don't have much time. Shanti emerges from the interrogation room and smiles when she sees me. I beeline directly for her, which makes her brow furrow with concern. Everything okay? Fine, great. I beam at her and hold out my hand. I just wanted to thank you for helping me through this. It really means a lot. She shakes my hand. As she does, I press the note from between my fingers into her palm. When her eyes widen, I know she knows what I'm trying to do.
Of course, Miss Everett. Please let me know if there's ever anything else.
And with that, we go our separate ways. Detective Shanti slips away to read the note, and I take the stairs down to meet Martin and plan our next steps. I stop midway down, though. I can see him by the main door, chatting with the front desk officer and paying more attention to his phone than anything or anyone else around him. So I grab my phone and pull up my texts. It's done, I tap out. They're both done. I almost leave it at that, but something in my gut says to give Bambi fair warning. Tossing this number. I'll message you from a new one. I consider throwing the phone into the trash. At least that way, when Martin comes after me, and he will, once Internal Affairs comes gunning for him, I'll have the excuse of a lost phone that may or may not be found by janitorial staff sometime much later. But then I see Brenner walking up the stairs. He spots me, smiles, and then, like his partner, notices that I have something to give him. I quickly remove the lock on my phone and toss it into a nearby trash can. The wads of paper inside cushion the fall, and I breathe a sigh of relief. "Have you seen my phone?" I ask him innocently. "I can't remember where I put it." Brenner stares at me for one unblinking moment. Then he shrugs. "I haven't seen it, but I can let you know if we find it." Translation: I'll know when they come for Martin. I meet Martin where he hasn't moved from the front desk, and for once, I let him loop his arm through mine and act like we're actually a couple. Maybe it's partly to throw him a bone after he actually made an effort to do something marginally ethical. Mostly, it's because I need him to grow confident that this is real. We're a couple, we're getting married, and there's no way I'll ever leave him. At least, not until the moment is right.
Chapter 44. Demian. The execution of Oleg Alexei Zakharevsky is announced throughout the Bratva. For his crimes and his treachery, he will be shot to death and then buried in an unmarked grave. There will be no ceremony. There will be no mourners. Worst of all, for a man like him, there will be no glory. Instead of dying in the face of dangerous enemies and going out in a blazing ball of fiery infamy, he will perish on his knees from a single gunshot delivered by someone he's never met. For a man like him, that's almost worse than death itself. Tolya and I arrive back at the Zakharevsky estate the following evening to attend the execution. It's my understanding that this would have typically taken place the same day as his sentencing, but the fact that he stole from so many people within the Bratva delayed the process via their investigation. Judging by the additional 7 people lined up on either side of him, I'm going to guess that they uncovered how he managed to pull it off. Pakhon Zakharevsky nods a solemn greeting to Tolya and I when he walks into the courtyard.
"If you have anything to say to him, do it now."
It's a rare favor given under these circumstances. We won't take it for granted. I step aside so Tolya can have the first say as the eldest. He walks over to where our father is on his knees, gagged and bound. I'm not sure what I expect Tolya to say. Thank you, at least I'm out now. No meaningful words are spoken. All he does is spit at the ground in front of Oleg, mutter a curse in Russian, and stalk back over to me. Fair enough. Between the two of us, I've always been the more talkative one. I'd say this is a surprise, but let's be honest. I crouch in front of Oleg so we can at least see each other eye to eye, probably for the first and last time. You and I both knew this day was coming. I'm just surprised it's not in my courtyard. Oleg grumbles something into his gag. I'm not exactly inclined to remove the fabric so I can listen to whatever bullshit he wants to spout. I don't want to be rude to our hosts, so I'll make this quick. You're a sick son of a bitch, and you deserve far worse than this. You're a traitor to your own family. You don't even know what Bratva means, but worst of all, you're such a fucking coward. You'd sooner trade an innocent child to get what you want than find another way. All this pomp and parading around like you're some international badass, and you know what I found? Lies. All of it. You've been in debt to Raizo Watanabe for years and figured, what? You'd pay him off by buying my girlfriend? Saying it out loud makes everything we've uncovered sound far more ludicrous. It's all true, too. Oleg barely has 2 cents to rub together. What money he did make from his trafficking rings funded his extravagant lifestyle, but didn't go toward paying off his debts. So he lied. He cheated, and he stole from not only his own men and allies, but from the same people who oversee our operation on an international level. The other men, now trembling on their knees, awaiting their own executions, are the same men who funneled account details to Oleg so he could skim funds without ever being noticed. You're pathetic. I sigh and shake my head. And you're just fucking sad. Sad, small, and insignificant. Once this is over, all you'll be is a stain in this frozen garden. Was it worth it? I don't wait for a response. I stand back up and rejoin Tolia, who watches everything with considerable trepidation. Someone shouts a countdown. 3. Oleg straightens his posture. 2. Tolia holds his breath. 1. One by one, and yet somehow all at the same time, heads explode. Blood splatters everywhere. Bodies hit the dirt. And Oleg Alexei Zakharevsky is no more. I don't move. Neither does Tolia.
You two are welcome to return home to the States,
the Grandpa Khan tells us on his way out.
Get back to your families. Sort this mess out with the Yakuza.
Both of us sigh like the weight of Oleg's oppression is finally lifted. In a way it has. In other ways it will remain with us until our own final days. Tolia rests a heavy hand on my shoulder. He's right, he grumbles. We got shit to do. I hear him. I heard both of them. I guess I just need a moment to process the sight before me. Of Oleg's head scattered around an otherwise elegant courtyard garden. Of his blood pooling in the dark soil patch of a bed of ranunculus. Clara would be proud I even know what those are called. She'll be even more relieved to know her worst nightmare is dead.
Chapter 45. Clara. So far, so good. Martin tried taking advantage of our bonding time by putting on the physical romance when he got home, but I fended him off by running to the bathroom and shouting that I had explosive diarrhea. It's stupid, I know, but it was all I could think of. Lucky for me, he bought it. He gave me a strange look after I made several fake, ungodly noises in the bathroom and asked if I was still able to cook dinner. Willow came out of her room to ask if I was okay. Princess did me a solid by passing gas when she checked on me in the bathroom. Martin got one whiff and avoided me, the bathroom, and this part of the house in general. Thank God for small favors. And for dogs with helpfully rank digestive systems. Martin leaves me alone while getting ready for work. I'm still sleeping in Willow's room, but he hasn't brought it up. I'm hoping he figures I just need time to readjust with her. He's trying to connect with her and make her his baby girl, but again, it's too little too late. This time when I drop Willow off, I convince her that Princess needs to stay home to guard the fort while I run a few errands. She pouts but agrees, and we get her settled into her classroom for the day without a hitch. Martin's at work, Willow is at school. Time to move. The truth is, I needed Princess at home to act as a sort of alarm system. If I can hear her when I pull up, I know someone else is here. I can't afford to take any risks with what I'm about to do, so I need all the help I can get. Despite Martin's best efforts to convince me to finish unpacking, I managed to delay it by making up excuses like, I'm still organizing and I'm not sure what I want to keep or throw out, when in reality my gut said today was coming sooner rather than later. I run into the quiet house and Princess immediately meets me at the door. After a quick head rub and treat, I move past her and start throwing Willow's clothes into a backpack. Could I just buy her new ones after we leave? Yes. Do I want to risk a paper trail by using my card right away? Not so much. My clothes are even easier to pack since I've been essentially living out of Demian's borrowed suitcase. All I need to grab are my toiletries, and I throw Willow's toothbrush in along with mine. I stop to take one long, last look at the cramped living room, the small kitchen, the tiny, miserable, caged life Martin wanted me to live. If arson wasn't a felony, I'd take a match to this whole fucking place. Princess doesn't need a leash to guide her to the SUV. She books it out of the house and beelines right for her favorite spot in the front seat. When she feels like I'm taking too long to drag the suitcase out, she whines and yips until I pop the trunk open. Yeah, I know, we gotta go. I'm almost ready to leave when I glance inside the garage. Martin's very abandoned workstation is in there, full of top-of-the-line equipment he swore he'd use but never touched once they were out of the package. I don't know why, but the toolbox sitting on the workbench intrigues me. I motion for Princess to stay put inside the car while I peek inside the garage. It's not dusty like the tools. In fact, it looks like it's been recently moved. Curiosity gets the better of me. I slip inside and tiptoe over to the toolbox with only the sunlight glowing through gaps in the wall slats lighting my way. I flinch when the latches loudly snap open, but I also remind myself that Martin is away at work. Holy shit. This thing is stuffed with cash. I don't even think about it. I take the whole damn thing. There's no time to count or sort it out. I just relatch the lid and carry it with me, practically throwing it into the trunk. Consider it child support. The engine barely registers in my ears. My heart is pounding so loud. I peel out of the driveway in reverse, whip the SUV around, and start driving the 15 minutes it takes to get back to Willow's school. I'm doing it. I'm actually doing it. I'm not going to some casino on a whim or getting swept off my feet by some not-quite knight in beat-up armor. I'm getting my daughter and me the hell out of Vegas, just like I'd wanted to from the start. And you know what? This feels fucking incredible. I laugh, and then I laugh some more. That dumbass Martin won't know what to think when he sees that we're gone. He probably won't even figure out I found his toolbox until it's way too late and we're in Canada or Barbados or on the freaking moon. We're doing this, baby girl. Mama's got you. Mama's also going 19 over the speed limit, which I don't notice until the red, white, and blue lights start flashing behind me. Shit. Something in my gut tells me to keep going. Don't pull over. But that something won't have to deal with the consequences of evading a police officer, especially as the daughter of one. So I do what any normal not running from her ex-person would do and pull to the side of the road. Princess feels as unsettled as I do. She whines and shifts in her seat, eager to break free from the gentle restraint of the seatbelt. The officer steps out of the car and my heart plummets. Fuck! No. Martin adjusts his sunglasses and saunters up over to my driver's side window that I already rolled down before I saw who it was. Well, he drawls. Looks like I caught myself a sexy little speed demon. What's the rush, baby? Breathe. Fucking breathe. Heard a good song on the radio. I lie through my teeth. Didn't notice I was tapping my foot. Oh, yeah. He laughs and leans on the doorframe. Which one? I can't think of anything. My panicked mind is utterly blank. I don't know, it was just good. Martin nods and drums his fingers on the top of the car. I figured you'd be home by now. I'm honestly surprised to see you out and about. Please don't see the bags in the back. We're out of a few things back home. I needed to run and grab groceries. I'm praying for this to work. I was thinking about making steak for dinner. That sounds delicious, baby. He grins at me and leans in through the window for a kiss.
You know you're my favorite, chef.
I laugh nervously. Anything to get him to back out and leave me alone. Martin reaches in and yanks the keys from the steering wheel. He grabs the back of my head, then slams me face first into the wheel. My world is ringing and spinning, and filled with vicious barking and snarling that does seem to keep Martin at bay. There's blood all over the steering wheel, all over me.
You think you're so fucking clever, huh? Huh?
His voice sounds far away, but when I look up, his face is inches from mine, bright red and spraying spit whenever he talks.
I tapped your phone, you stupid bitch. Tracked this car, too. I know you're the one who turned me in. You think you're so smart. You think you can just play me and then run the fuck away.
He reaches to grab my hair again. This time, however, it's Princess doing the grabbing, with her teeth clamped firmly down on his arm. Martin screams. Princess takes that as her cue to let him go, but she snarls and braces herself in the tight space to defend me until the very end. Every inch of her is coiled and poised to strike.
Get out! Get out of the fucking car before I shoot your fucking dog!
I know he will. I also know he's wasting time because he's scared how this will look. An officer pulling his gun on a woman with her dog in broad daylight. It takes a lot of effort to see through the haze now pounding against my skull, but I manage to open the door and stumble out. Martin grabs me and slams me against the side of the car, fondling me in some mock show of a cavity search, then slaps handcuffs on me. I'm too dizzy to ask what the hell he thinks he's doing. I can barely keep myself upright as he drags me over to the squad car.
We had a good thing going, you and me.
Martin shoves me against the trunk of his car and whispers into my ear.
But you just had to go and fuck it up.
I can hear Princess still in the SUV, losing her absolute mind. She's barking, snarling, growling, and all but lunging at Martin, who is smart to keep himself away from her. He doesn't bother going back, but he does grab his radio with one hand, while gripping my cuffed hands in the other to tell dispatch that he found an abandoned car with a dog inside. Mine, I want to scream. It's my car, my dog. He's not letting me leave him.
In a perfect world, Clara, I'd fuck you right here and now.
Martin grabs my ass and squeezes painfully hard.
I'd fuck you so hard over the back of this car whether you wanted to or not. But we don't have the time and there are too many witnesses.
He yanks on my hands again and I'm stumbling, reeling, then falling. The trunk door slams shut. I'm in the trunk of his squad car. Martin Patterson, once the love of my life and the father of my child, has officially kidnapped me. God only knows what he's going to do next.
Chapter 46. Demian. She's what? I hold a hand up that Bambi can't see. My nerves have been shot since we took off from Sochi hours ago, and this is not helping a fucking thing. Calm down, Bam. What's going on?
Clara is missing.
I take back what I just said. Do not calm down. Do not calm down at all. Tolia's gaze snaps to mine when he hears the shouting clear through the phone. I take a deep breath and force myself to not leap to the most immediate conclusions. Okay. How do we know this?
For fuck's sake. I'm at the goddamn school, Demian. It let out over an hour ago, and Clara's nowhere to be found. They had to call me to come get poor Willow, who has not stopped crying.
I can hear my baby girl sobbing in the distance. Her little voice hiccups, and for a brief moment, Bambi's voice muffles as she presumably turns around to ask Willow if she wants to. Sounds like something to do with hugs and bears.
And Pav just texted me because there's been a weird call through LVPD dispatch about an abandoned car with a dog.
At this point, it makes more sense to put her on speaker so Tolia can listen too. He frowns and mouths his question to me. Dog? I nod, trying to ignore the nausea building in the pit of my stomach. Did they pick it up yet? Bambi snorts with irritation. Fuck if I know. Listen, I gotta go deal with Willow and see if Roxy has any ideas on what to do. When are you coming back? We're landing in just a few minutes. I swallow hard and take a few deep breaths. We're coming, okay? We'll be right there. I don't know who hangs up first, and I don't care. All I care about is getting off this fucking plane and finding out where the ever-loving fuck Clara is. If Martin is responsible, he'll wish I'd kill him. It would be better than what I actually intend to do. Yo, Tolia nudges me with his foot as we take our seats and buckle in for the landing. I'm right here with you. We're going to find Clara, and we're going to make sure your family is safe, okay? I want to hug him, to tell him I'm glad he's back and I'm sorry it took so long. But we don't have time for that. The jet descends, we hit smooth pavement, and as we taxi down the runway, I remind myself that this is not a time to let my anxiety and panic overrun my logic. I have to be cool, I have to be calm, I have to find the fucking switch to the hidden cache of weapons on this jet, because we're under attack. Bullets riddle the side of my Gulfstream and I'm instantly beyond pissed. The flight attendant screams and rushes back inside, her arm covered in blood from a graze in her shoulder. Tolia and I both quickly usher her into the safety of the jet bedroom, then grab our guns from the cache inside the coffee table. The body of my pilot is blocking the way out. His co-pilot is slumped against the door to the cockpit. Both of them are dead, their blood splattered all over the boarding area. Tolia shoulders past me and starts firing. After a few shouts, he quickly nods and motions for me to follow him. Clear the path, let's go. It's a short-lived reprieve. As we descend down the stairs, more bullets whiz past our heads and bodies, and it's all we can do to duck behind the nearest loading truck for cover. Who the fuck are these guys? Tolia shouts over the loud echoes of gunshots. Yakuza. This time, it's literally Yakuza, not some hired stooges cosplaying as Japanese gangsters. Oleg is not around to fuck shit up by adding his mercenaries, and I happen to have a few ideas as to why Raizo's out for my head, and Tolia's by proxy. I take that back. Oleg doesn't even have to be alive to still fuck shit up. It's his fault his two sons are now scrambling to figure out just how many pissed-off Japanese mobsters are trying to murder them because he couldn't leave well enough alone. No, he had to go and use stolen Bratva money to pay mercenaries to pretend to be Yakuza, all while actually joining in with the real Yakuza so whatever fucking chaos he wanted to sow would just... You know what? I'm done trying to figure out what the fuck that asshole's whole game plan was. I'm also done getting shot at. I pivot around the loading truck and squeeze a few shots off at the near shooters. I miss one, but hit the other square in the chest. When I pivot back in, Tolia takes my place and finishes the one guy off while knocking off a third. You got a car? He asks. God, I hope so. I check my ammo and toss him a spare magazine I had the presence of mind to grab from the jet. If it's not Swiss cheese by now, it's out back behind the hangar. Tolia nods. Meet you there. And before I have a chance to protest, he runs out firing and heads for the rear door of the hangar. Fuck me. I steel myself for the oncoming onslaught. Don't get shot. I've got too much to lose this time. My own attempt to make a mad dash for the back exit is cut off by some asshole with an automatic. I have to throw myself down to the pavement just to avoid the stream of bullets that fly overhead. I roll onto my stomach and scan the hangar until I spot him, then squeeze a few more shots until I hear him scream and watch him drop like a sack of potatoes. A long shadow suddenly covers me. It's the only warning I get before Raizo's lieutenant aims his gun right at my head. I manage to roll away just in time. The sound of the blast is damn near deafening. He readies himself for the next shot, but I'm not fucking around. I swing my legs over, catching him behind the knees. He cries out in surprise, and I snatch the gun from his hands as he stumbles to the ground. The fuck is your problem? I demand, whipping him with the butt of the gun. I could just shoot him point blank where I have him, but I need some fucking answers. The lieutenant laughs. He fucking laughs. Blood trickles from his mouth and his eyes starts to swell up pretty quickly, but he apparently finds something about this fucking hilarious. You can't cheat, Raizo. He spits between chuckles. You owe him a shit ton of money, you. Call your men off and I'll talk with Raizo. I cannot believe all this is over something so fucking stupid. Of course there's no way the Zakharevsky Vors in Sochi would just let 50 million slip away. It's too late. You owe him way more than you can afford to pay. The attacks, the factory, the slaves. This is about more than money and a few misunderstandings.
Don't worry, he cackles. I hear that the pretty slut is going for even more now that there's history.
The fuck did you say? But I don't wait for him to answer. I pistol whip him again, then press the barrel to his head and pull the trigger. I'm beyond pissed. The next man who lunges at me doesn't get the swift dispatch of a bullet to his brain because I need to fucking obliterate something with my bare hands. I grab his gun and toss both of ours aside so I can beat his ass into a bloody pulp. He gets a few hard blows in, I'll give him that much. I feel a rib crack when he yanks me down and slams his knee up into my side at the same time. It only fuels my rage as I roar at him, tackling him to the ground to beat his face in until he stops moving. A quick glance across the hangar tells me Tolya is dealing with his own set of attackers, one of whom is stupid enough to try and take him barehanded as well. Tolya makes quick work snapping the man's neck, but he doesn't see the second one pull a gun from behind his back. I don't think, I just aim. Bang! The would-be shooter drops dead. It's a break in the chaos I need to take advantage of. Whether the Yakuza are regrouping or they're all actually dead is not something I have the time or willpower to check on. I just need to get to the Hummer stashed away out back. Let's go. Tolya falls in behind me, constantly checking our backs for any surprise shooters.
I think they're regrouping,
he confirms. Let them. We won't be here when they launch another attack. I kick the back door open and breathe a sigh of relief. The Hummer is still under the tarp, and the keys are still inside. We waste no time loading ourselves in and firing it up. Just like I've always ordered, the tank is full and everything on the dashboard indicates it's been maintained. I don't fuck with fate. Lady Luck has never really been an ally, so I always make sure to be prepared for the worst-case scenarios. Tolya groans and wheezes as he buckles himself in. I quickly glance over at him and notice more than a few trails of blood on him. You good?
Yeah,
he grimaces.
Just feel like I attracted more bullets than I dodged. Don't worry about me, though. We need to get to Clara.
He doesn't have to tell me twice. I floor the Hummer around the backyard of the hangar and burst out into what was definitely intended to be our second round of Yakuza hell. We catch them by surprise, however, and quite literally mow down a handful who were unfortunate enough to be in the way. A few more bullets puncture the sides of the Hummer. I don't try to retaliate. It's going to take them more than a few minutes to collect themselves into vehicles and pursue us, and by then we'll be well out of range. I keep one eye on the road while syncing my phone to the Hummer's system. The second it beeps confirmation, I hit Pavel's name on speed dial. Talk to me. Good news or bad news first?
Bad,
Tolya answers for me.
Ryuzo's definitely pissed. He's also got Clara, no thanks to Patterson. Seems like now that Greg's out of the picture, Ryuzo needs a new in and has his sights set on...
Wait, what do you mean Greg's out of the picture? Pavel's grin is obvious through the sound of his voice shifting.
Our Clara has been a very busy lady. LVPD is in utter chaos over the investigation she cracked open over her dad's head. He's in custody and won't be seeing sunshine for a very long time.
I'm assuming that's the good news.
Part of it.
His voice grows serious again.
You're right. Ryuzo's been monitoring her for weeks. Word on the street is he had his own plans to extract her from Oleg, and now that he's gone and Greg's under house arrest,
I frown, but she's with Martin. Bambi said he's the one who took her.
Right, and thanks to Ryuzo's weird obsession with her, we know exactly where they are.
I was not aware I'd stopped breathing entirely until that sigh of relief rolls through me.
Please tell me, Willow's safe. She's shaken up, but we managed to retrieve Princess from police custody once they saw her instantly calm down around the kid. You also owe me a few $100.
Help me get Clara back, and I'll give you a permanent pay raise.
Shit, I'll do that for free. Sending you the coordinates now.
As the map pops up on the navigation console, I feel myself begin to white-knuckle the steering wheel. Clara's okay. She's got to be okay. Martin wouldn't. Please, God, let her be okay.
Chapter 47. Clara. My head fucking hurts. I'm starting to understand why Demian's so foul-mouthed half the time. If I was constantly getting beat up and injured like this, I'd be the exact same way. Bright lights suddenly fill my eyes and do nothing to help the throbbing migraine pounding against my skull. The only reprieve is Martin's dark shadow when he steps in front of them. Then again, I think I prefer being blinded.
Up and at 'em, sweetheart.
He reaches down and yanks me up by a fistful of my hair, pulling me out of the trunk of his squad car. I'm cuffed, disoriented, and quickly losing my patience. And then panic lances through me. Willow! It's already sunset, and we're apparently at some sort of container truck depot, far away from the city limits and Willow's school. I was supposed to pick her up. I quickly remind myself to take inventory before I spiral into a state of panic I won't be able to pull myself out of. Her school knows we have special circumstances regarding Martin after that one kidnapping attempt. Demian increased security after the shooting, and Bambi, she's on the emergency contact list. So is Pavel and Demian. Any one of them would have picked her up by now and figured out something's wrong. Tears sting my eyes. I'll blame them on my injuries. In truth, I'm so immensely relieved to know without a doubt that no matter what happens to me, Willow is safe with her new family. I can suffer as long as she doesn't.
Come on,
Martin grumbles, dragging me beside him to a small building at the edge of the depot.
I don't have all fucking night.
He shoves me through a group of men who I think might be Yakuza. If so, oh, Martin, you absolute idiot. Sure enough, Raizo Watanabe is sitting behind the main desk, counting stacks of cash and listening to opera music. A woman in nothing but a satin slip and kitten heels massages his neck and shoulders while another one quickly rises from beneath the desk and wipes her mouth. I quickly look away. I don't need new memories replacing the already old and terrible ones.
Who the fuck let you in here?
Raizo snaps at Martin.
She did.
He finally lets go of my hair, but only to shove me forward onto my hands and knees. Raizo leans over the desk to peer at me. His brow hits his hairline with casual surprise. And then he grins. I hate that fucking grin.
Well done, detective. Although I am confused, I distinctly remember selling her to, right, Oleg Zakrievsky. Zakrievsky's dead, Martin grumbles. Word just came in through informants. Figured you'd want her back.
The air leaves my lungs, and for a moment I can't breathe. Oleg. They're talking about Oleg. Now I'm breathless for a whole new reason. Oleg is dead? Raizo seems to consider this for a moment.
Can't say I'm surprised. I will say, however, that I am surprised you are the one bringing her to me. Last I heard, you were telling everyone who'd listen that she's your wife. So tell me, Detective Patterson, what is a cop doing here handing me his wife? Selling, Martin quickly corrects. I'm selling you this ungrateful bitch because I'm tired of putting up with her shit. I'll even look into a deal with you just to get her properly trained.
Oh, Martin, you stupid, stupid man. Raizo leans back in his seat and dismisses his slaves with an impatient flick of his hand. When he fixes his gaze on me, I feel my skin crawl and my gut churn. He gestures for me to approach him, and that nausea only grows. He swiftly pulls me onto his lap once I'm close enough, then looks at Martin like he's some mouse the cat is about to enjoy playing with.
Being a bad girl, are we?
Raizo gently strokes my hair over one shoulder.
We can't have that. She manipulated me, Martin spits. She got me to turn Greg in, and now they're investigating me too. I'm gonna lose everything. Only a fool can be manipulated. That's not her fault.
I stifle a snort. This is not the time to laugh or side with despicable assholes. But Martin's face, I'm loving it.
But I guess you can't be blamed too much. I imagine her pussy is beyond addictive." At this, Martin glowers. "I wouldn't fucking know. The bitch keeps holding out on me." If Raizo looked surprised before, he's downright shocked now. "Really? This whole time?" "Yeah, what's it to you?" The Yakuza lord shrugs and casually rubs his hand over my stomach. "To me, not much. Just a minor inconvenience that we'll take care of when the time comes. To you, I can't imagine what it's like seeing your so-called wife pregnant with another man's baby." I freeze. So does Martin. Raizo drops his hand to my thigh and continues to rub me in all the wrong ways, both literally and figuratively. He's playing some fucked-up game and enjoying every moment of our reactions. "So it sounds like you're in quite a mess," he calmly continues, no longer looking at Martin even though the conversation is definitely for him. He's too busy touching my hair, stroking my back. "Since you've brought my sweet Clara back to me, and with bonus merchandise, I have no problems expressing my gratitude. Tell me, Martin, how can I help?" Martin stammers for a second, then shakes his head. He watches Raizo caress my stomach again, his mouth hanging open. Then he gives himself another shake and looks away. "I need to get out of here, out of the country. I don't care where the fuck ever. Just help me get out before they come for me." Raizo snorts. "That's cowardice." "No, that's fucking survival. I don't want to find out what they do to dirty cops in prison." "Fair enough." Raizo chuckles. "I can't say I blame you. Consider it done." Martin looks surprised. "What? Really?" "As long as you leave my fucking office right now. Wait outside for instructions. We'll get you on our next shipment out." The men stare at each other. Martin in actual shock that his request was granted, and Raizo with no small amount of barely concealed impatience. Finally, Martin nods, awkwardly bows a little, and ducks out of the office. Raizo pulls me closer and nuzzles my neck. "You have been such a naughty girl, haven't you?" He purrs in my ear. "I'm so tempted to keep you here with me, show you what it's like to be my special prize." Something clicks inside my head, something from long ago, back when I was a little girl, back when I knew Raizo as a completely different man. I shove down the nausea to lean into him, and his approval rumbles through his chest as he starts to kiss the curve of my shoulder. "Can I ask you something?" His eyes slowly lift to meet mine. At first, I'm terrified that I pushed too far, but then he tilts his head and gives me a little nod. "Of course." "What happened to you?" The silence that suddenly fills the room is heavy. So heavy and filled with unspoken secrets I probably have no right digging into. But if I'm going to be sold again, hell, if I'm going to become his personal slave, I think maybe I do actually have the right to know what happened to the man I once called Uncle Raizo. He slowly pushes me off his lap. His touch is no longer sensual or seductive. Instead, it's enough to let me go and guide me away from his reach as he stares at the top of his desk. And then he looks up at me. And for the first time, I see his eyes grow bloodshot. "Sometimes," he croaks, "when someone dies, we die along with them." He doesn't have to say anything more. I don't need an explanation. I only need the memory of him and my mother, and the memory of him at her gravesite, with white roses in one hand and the other balled into a fist as he glared at my father. He loved my mother, and her loss broke him.
Raizo clears his throat and blinks away the unshed tears like they never should have existed to begin with.
I can't help you, he says, other than to keep you here with me.
With respect, Uncle Raizo. I know it's a huge gamble, but I've got no other option. I wouldn't feel right about that. He stares at the wall, then looks at me and nods. I don't know what he snaps in Japanese to his men. He stops them for a second before they pull me away by my arms, gives them another order, then dismisses us with a wave of his hand. I'm dragged outside and reunited with Martin, who only glares at me with hatred in his eyes as we're both pushed and prodded toward the shipping containers that fill the depot. We pass several containers with doors open wide enough to see women standing inside. We hear some of them sobbing and crying out to us for help. One such container is still being loaded, and next to it, a couple of men toss a few bags into an empty one and wave for us to go through. Martin's shoved inside first. I'm not handled as roughly, but they make sure I get in without putting up a fight.
Wait here,
one of Raizo's men says.
We will come get you when it's time.
He shuts the door. I should have fucking known. Chapter 48. Clara. It's too bad total darkness doesn't guarantee total silence. Martin always has been a heavy breather.
You,
he snarls.
You fucking bitch!
I roll my eyes. He can't see me do it. Find a new vocabulary, Marty. You're starting to repeat yourself.
Shut the fuck up!
I do, but only because I don't have much to say. Not to him, anyway. I carefully move away from the sound of his voice and over to where I'm pretty sure those men left a pair of duffel bags for us. Bingo. My foot connects with something lumpy and soft, so I crouch down and feel around for the zipper. I don't know what all was put in here, and I sure as shit don't trust anyone, so I slowly and carefully fish around in the dark until I feel what might, maybe be a lantern? It is. It's a battery-operated lantern. I feel for the switch and turn it on, just in time to see Martin huddled over and sulking in the far corner. Fine, whatever. I set the lantern down and use the light to poke through the rest of the supplies. There's a few granola bars and a crowbar, for some reason. The second bag holds several bottles of water and a few more of the same snacks.
Did you put up a fight for him, too? Or did you just lie back and spread your legs like a fucking slut?
I sigh. When I roll my eyes again, I make sure he sees it. Move on. Get over it. I left you. I dumped you. Whatever you want to call it. I was gone. So yes, I happened to find a man I actually enjoy sharing a bed with. Not that it's any of your business. I have no idea where any of this newfound courage is coming from. Old Clara would never speak to Martin this way. But to be fair, I think old Clara died in Oleg's house.
The fuck did you just say to me?
I sigh again and slowly stand. Might as well get it all out in the open. Here's the thing, Marty. Aside from being a manipulative, abusive bastard, you're not all that great in bed. Even outside the bedroom, your lips are always weirdly wet and your clammy hands feel just wrong.
You little...
Actually, no, you're the little one. Thank God, right? I mean, you're also a rapist and a predator, and some would even go so far as to call you a pedophile for grooming a minor. But at least you have a tiny dick. Makes the trauma a bit easier to endure. I am on a roll, and I don't fucking care. Maybe that's what this is. I've simply stopped caring what Martin Patterson thinks, what he feels, or about what he might do. We're locked inside a shipping container, for fuck's sake. Stripped down without his badge or his uniform, because the Yakuza took that off him while they were waiting for me. He's just a pathetically insignificant man who wishes he could be something he's not. I leave the insults where they lay and return to rummaging through the pockets of the first duffel bag. I don't see his knee scything toward my face until it's too late. My head snaps back. Pain blooms in my nose, which instantly starts gushing blood. I think he broke it. I wouldn't be surprised. The backhand comes next. Then the kick to my ribs, which I barely managed to block with my shoulder by curling up and hunching over. But then he swings his leg and aims for my stomach. And when he does that, something inside me goes feral. I move like there's someone else piloting my limbs. I don't even realize what I'm doing until it's too late to stop it. But even then, I wouldn't stop. Because the sickening crack of the crowbar connecting with his skull is music to my ears. I thrust a solid kick against his chest to give myself some space to stand up. Before he has a chance to lunge at me again, I swing the crowbar again and land a blow against his ribs. More shit goes pop. Martin cries out, "You bitch! You're damn right I'm a bitch. I'm fucking pregnant, you asshole!" I swing again and again. Every blow lands. "I'm pregnant, and you're right. I loved spreading my legs for Demian because you know what? He's a real man." The next swing snaps his wrist when he tries to block it. He screams in pain, in fury, but shock has him frozen in place instead of diving for me. "You're nothing but a whiny, selfish, pathetic excuse for a man," I continue, swinging after each word to punctuate the unbridled rage now coursing through my veins. "You're so fucking pathetic. You can't even find someone your own age. You have to, what, beg your boss for his daughter? Prowl the local high school for your next victim?" Martin balks. Covered with smeared blood and limp with half a dozen broken bones, it's almost kind of comical. "I never. It's only just been you." "Oh, please." I give the crowbar a few test swings. I am really starting to understand why Demian is who he is. This kind of retribution is cathartic, therapeutic. "You think you're the only one who knows how to bug a phone?" It's a blatant lie. I don't know shit about bugging phones, but he doesn't know that. And the look of shock, then guilt, then horror on his face tells me everything I need to know about just how despicable this man really is. "Clara, please." He struggles to limp forward, arms outstretched. "Baby, it's not what it looks like. I mentor these girls, and I cut him off with another swift blow to his back. Something else cracks. His scream is cut off by a wet, sucking breath. His eyes widen, and he looks at me with horror, like he's actually terrified of me. Is he? Is Martin Patterson scared of me? Good. He should be. "You're sick," I tell him. "Sick, pathetic, and not worth my time." I drop the crowbar and listen to it clang against the metal floor of the shipping container. "Good luck trying to hide from the feds. I'll be making sure they always know where to find your ass." Martin takes the bait and, teetering between upright and sprawled, awake and unconscious, he lets out an angry roar and charges at me. I duck beneath his swinging arm and slam myself against his legs. We both go sprawling. We both scramble for the crowbar. I grab it first. 1,000 different things flow through my mind. All of them blind me. All of them fuel me. My childhood, lost to my father's abuse and terrorization. My innocence, tainted and stolen by this sick excuse of a man. All the other girls he's just admitted to grooming, stalking, God knows what else. Most of all, my girl, my sweet little girl. Her terrified, tear-streaked face whenever she endured the man who claimed to be her daddy yelling at her, shouting at her, and beating me in front of her. I don't realize I'm swinging. I don't even feel the cracks and dull thuds against his body. I'm too far lost in my own pain, my own fear, my own fury. I'm so fucking sick and tired of his abusive bullshit. I'm done being afraid. I swing and swing and swing until my arms burn like hellfire. The only thing that pulls me out of my blinding, rage-filled haze is the silence that fills the storage container. I no longer hear his shouts, or his cries, or his sobbing pleas. I don't hear anything. Martin lies there on the floor in the dim light of the battery lantern. He's barely recognizable. His chest is caved in and his face barely intact. All the places where the hooked end of the crowbar dug into his flesh are now only bloody, oozing gashes. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to kill him. I didn't set out to kill him, at least. The last several moments come boomeranging back into my consciousness, and I fall to my knees in my own shock and blood. And mostly his blood. I just beat a man to death. I killed Martin Patterson. Why am I not crying or screaming? Why do I suddenly feel free?
Chapter 49. Demian. I jump out of the Hummer and storm around the front, ready to kick down the gates to Raizo's whole fucking operation. Tolia grabs my arm and pulls me back. Patience, little brother. I'd like to not get shot if it's all the same to you. I hate that he has a point. I hate that Clara's in there and I'm out here. But most of all, I hate fucking waiting. Pavel limps his way over to us, leading a group of men who are all armed and ready to storm the depot and end this once and for all. He's by no means in physical shape to lead the charge, but no amount of negotiating can make him stay at home while Clara's in danger. Recon just reported seeing both Clara and Martin leave the main office, Pavel quietly confirms. He leans heavily against the front of the Hummer and pulls out his phone. A few taps later, a map of the grounds lights up his screen, and he moves it around to show us the maze of shipping containers and walkways. This is what we've been able to grab from surveillance and zoning records. Mako's team overlaid the current bins on the city's map of the site, so we should be able to get a clear idea of how to navigate this shit. I swallow back the bile threatening to creep up my throat. There are hundreds of shipping containers in this depot, thousands maybe. Raizo could hide her literally anywhere. They were last seen being escorted into one of the shipping containers here. He continues as he zooms in on an eastern section of the grounds. Left alone, too. Then that's where we go. I pull out my gun from the holster to check the ammunition. Backup magazines are latched to my belt. I'm tempted to add a few grenades just for the hell of it, but Pavel stops me like he knows exactly what I'm thinking. We have to be careful. I roll my eyes. I'm not going to blow Clara up. There's more. His face is grim. More women. Same quadrant. Looks like he's loading them up for export. Tolia growls beside me. If we're going in full force, he snarls, we're leaving with as many of those women as we can. I nod. My thoughts exactly. I turn to Pavel. Spread the word. Exercise caution in the eastern quadrant and have a team go in for the extraction. Keep our eyes above updating us. Wherever we don't find slaves, blow shit up. No survivors. The one survivor I took from the last raid is still rethinking his life choices in the basement of one of my safe houses. He has no idea how lucky he is to be so young and so naive. We move like ghosts in the night toward the front gates of the depot. The rest of my men sweep the perimeter in position for a simultaneous attack on all sides. I don't have as many as I'd like for such a broad territory to cover, but it'll have to do. I attach a silencer to my handgun and tiptoe around one of the watchtowers for better aim. One shot takes out the first guard, another nails the second. Tolia silently moves to the opposite side of the main gate and does the same to the guards in that watchtower, then climbs up the ladder to find the switch that'll open the doors for us. I wait. The silence feels heavy. A short alarm sounds once and the gates begin to split. I shoulder through the gap first and take out the initial response team. Well, as many as I can spot. Pavel covers my 6 and downs the ones I miss. I signal for half the team behind me to take a hard left and sweep the western quadrant here. Pavel and I wait for Tolia to rejoin us, then lead the remaining half of the team toward the eastern quadrant. Recon was right. There's definitely something going on over there. Clusters of Yakuza men meet us with angry shouts and even angrier bullets. Tolia ducks behind a stack of storage boxes while I dive under the cover of one of their cars. "We need backup," Pavel shouts over the blazing guns. He reloads his handgun, then snarls a curse and holsters it, grabbing for his automatic instead. "It'll blow our cover." I shake my head at him. I know what he wants to do. The exterior contingency is waiting for our signal to swoop in. But if they do it now and just on this side of the depot, it'll give away the fact that we have this place surrounded. I need to make sure Clara and the other women are out of here long before we wipe Raizo out for good. Tolia stares at me expectantly, like I'm supposed to pull some magical solution out of my ass and get us out of here. But I can't get a good look at the encroaching numbers without risking losing an eye or my life. Bullets fly overhead and a few more puncture the sides of the car we're ducked behind. I return Tolia's stare. He holds up a finger, then shimmies, shuffles, reaches behind him, and pulls out something. It takes me a moment to see what it is. A grenade. I shake my head. He nods. I shake my head more. "Trust me," he mouths before pulling the pin and tossing it into the oncoming group. Bright light and a deafening boom quickly follows. I stand corrected. Not a grenade, a fucking flashbang. Tolia pulls and throws another, and just like that, he leads the charge through the now disoriented Yakuza scrambling around the pavement like blind mice. We make quick work to put down everyone stupid enough to stick around. "We're clear," Pavel confirms after a quick surrounding sweep. Tolia steps back with a clap of his hand to my shoulder. I have to admit it feels good to have him by my side again. He's one step ahead of me tonight, which is a good thing because my head is not on right. In any other situation, I would have grabbed a handful of flashbangs and used those without hesitation because it makes obvious sense. But this isn't just any other situation. This is Clara, my woman, my lover and girlfriend, and the mother of the sweet little girl I now call my own, hidden away to be sold once again by the same sick psychopath who tried taking her from me before. She's got to be terrified out of her mind, and for all I know, trying to fend off the unwanted advances of Raizo and his sick fucks. Hell no. Hell fucking no. He won't get the chance to touch her ever again. I quicken my pace through the maze of shipping containers. I don't care if I leave my own men behind. The thought of anyone laying their hands on my Clara pumps adrenaline through my veins, and I'm ready to rip apart each and every one of them finger by finger. Tolia and Pavel keep up with me while the others fall behind to take care of stragglers. One Yakuza guard shouts his surprise when we round a tight corridor between containers, and he scrambles to dislodge himself from an entanglement of one of the slaves so he can grab for his gun. He's too slow. I'm too pissed. The slave screams as blood splatters all over her back. She cringes and braces herself to be next, her sobs shaking her whole body as she lifts her hands in surrender. I immediately holster my gun, but before I can crouch down to reassure her she's not in any danger, not anymore, Tolia swoops in and pulls her into his arms. "Hey," he murmurs to her, "it's okay. I've got you. You're safe." She hiccups and shivers like a leaf, and I see so much of Clara in her. The shuddering, the panic, the sheer terror that the next man will do worse than the one before. But I also see the flicker of a dying fire in her eyes. Dying, but not gone. "What's your name?" Tolia asks as he gently wipes the tears from her eyes. We don't have time for this, but I know as well as he does that we can't risk taking a basket case with us either. She needs to calm down or she'll give away our position to the next wave of guards. "What's your name?"
Eva,
she whimpers. "Eva. Beautiful name." Tolia points at himself, then at me. "I'm Tolia, and this trigger-happy psycho is my little brother, Demian. We're looking for a woman who isn't with the others, Clara. Have you seen her?" Eva slowly shakes her head. I sigh. Did you see a cop come by here? She hesitates, then shakes her head again, but then she stops, tenses, and glances over Tolya's shoulder. I saw them take a couple when we... She looks down at the dead Yakuza. My heart slams against my ribcage. Are you sure? Which way did they go? Eva nods, slow and unsure of me, but certain of her information. I thought it was strange to see them here. They were taken that way. She points to a cluster of containers across the main walkway and deeper in the shadows of the depot. Of course. Can you walk? Tolya asks, his whole demeanor still strangely gentle. When her face turns bright red and she looks away in shame, neither of us need her to explain why. He scoops her up into his arms and gestures with his head to the container next to us. I sigh again. We do not have time for this at all. But we also aren't assholes who leave victims to their own fates, not when we can help it. Pavel and I cover Tolya as he carries Eva out of the blood-soaked crevice and ducks over into a cleaner spot on the other side of the container. He sets her down carefully, cups her face in his hand for the briefest of moments, then straightens and rejoins us. He looks at me and scowls when he sees me watching. What? I shrug. Nothing. Tolya sniffs and grabs his gun, pointedly avoiding eye contact. Let's go find your woman. Chapter 50. Demian. We make our way across the forklift road toward the darkened section Eva indicated. No one voices any concern, but I won't be surprised if each of us is wondering if her information is accurate or trustworthy. She may not be Yakuza, but we're not exactly the Peace Corps. And yet, on we go. Fear fucks up the mind. It pushes us to do stupid shit. We hear banging. It's sporadic with no set pattern, but it sounds like a hollow clang of metal against metal coming from inside one of the containers. Please, God, no, not like this. I move faster, pray for another sound to guide us to her, but also pray that whatever I'm hearing has nothing to do with her, that Martin isn't in the middle of beating her to death, that I haven't already lost her. We round a corner, guns ready, my body smacks into someone else. Pavel yanks me out of the way seconds before a crowbar would have lobbed my head clean off. I duck and ready myself to block it in the follow-up swing, but it never comes. Because it's Clara. She stands there, eyes wide and mouth gaping at me. Her chest heaves with exertion and what is undoubtedly adrenaline, because she's covered head to toe with blood spray and a smattering of darkening bruises. Demian? I grab the crowbar to tug her to me. I don't care that she tastes like blood. She's alive. She's here and she's in my arms. I crush her lips with mine and sweep my tongue in a longing, grateful caress along hers, because, my God, I am so relieved to find her. Someone clears their throat behind me. I don't fucking care. I'll shoot the next man who tries to interrupt me reuniting with my woman. Clara clings to me just as tight. She trembles in my arms, but I know somehow I can just feel it's not from fear. She's just as relieved as I am. I wrench my mouth from hers only so I can kiss her eyes and brow and hold her to my chest, like I was so scared I wasn't going to be able to do it ever again. I'm here. I'm here, baby. I've got you. Whatever she says is muffled against my shirt. I gently ease her back just enough to tip her face up to look at me. My thumbs caress her cheeks as my eyes drink her in. But I'm also checking for any injuries I'll need to take out on whoever did this to her. He's dead, she blurts out. I freeze. Who? Martin? The name flies from her lips and her entire body slumps into mine, like it's a weight suddenly thrown from her chest and shoulders. Martin's dead. I killed him. I can tell this is not a proud moment for her, that she's shaken, that she can't believe she just killed a man with what I'm guessing is the crowbar she nearly decapitated me with. So I hold back from letting her know just how fucking proud I am of her. Where? is all I say, and I quickly nod to Pavel and Tolia to go check things out ahead of us. When she points at the container 2 spots away, they dart ahead. I keep her pinned close to my side as we make our way over in their wake. The door has a few dents where she must have wrenched herself free. Pavel eases it open and steps inside. He whistles low. Shit. Fuck, God damn. Clara winces and steps back. I keep her close and kiss the top of her head to reassure her. It's okay, I remind her. You did what you needed to survive. And then some. Pavel echoes from inside the container. He can't see my glare, but I'm pretty sure he knows I'm sending him one. Tolia's eyebrow hitches with curiosity. He pokes his head around the door but doesn't step inside. Holy shit. He leans back out and gives her a small bow of respect. Remind me to never, ever get on your bad side. Ever. Pavel reemerges from the container and nudges the door closed with his foot. He's definitely dead. Leave him. I hold Clara at arm's length and scan her body for signs of any major injuries. I want to do a far more thorough search, but we don't have time. Are you okay? Did he hurt you? She nods. He tried. I stopped him. Painted the walls with him, Pavel mutters as he walks by checking his ammo. Shouts echo from the other side of the depot. I'm pulled from my relief as I realize we still have to get her out of here, which means there's still a chance I could lose her. One stray bullet, one rogue shot. We gotta go, baby. I kiss her face and press my spare gun into her hand. Stay close. Hide when you can. I can't. Clara hushes me with a finger to my lips when she hears my voice catch. I'm here. I'm with you. I can handle this. I kiss her again. If it's the last kiss we ever share, I want to make it worthwhile. Tolia clears his throat again and motions for us to get going. Reluctantly, I tear myself away from my fierce and beautiful woman to lead the way back toward the main gates. But then Clara steps to the side, aims at the lock of a container, and pulls the trigger. Thank God I still have a silencer on the thing. Clara! I hiss as it spits and the lock clangs loudly. The fuck are you doing? She ignores me and swings the crowbar at the decimated lock. It smashes what's left of it to bits and she yanks the metal door open. Dozens of terrified eyes stare out at us from the darkness within. Fuck. Go. I wave my arm, as do Tolia and Pavel, so the women know they can and should absolutely leave their metal prison. Go. You need to go. Clara moves to the next container and repeats the process, shoots the lock, smashes it open. Another dozen or so young women pour out, wide-eyed and barely clothed, and huddle against each other for comfort and warmth. We don't have time for this, but I don't have the heart to stop her. She's a woman on a mission, and after everything we've both endured, I don't blame her. I glance over at Pavel and see him messaging Mako and the rest of the team. The extraction process needs to start sooner rather than later. I reach for Clara and pull her to me again, once it seems she's emptied out all the containers holding women hostage. Thank you, she whispers. I give her a quick nod. I'm still too on edge to delve into the intense feelings she keeps stirring inside me. Pride, most of all. The captives quickly obey Tolia's gesture to follow the shadows toward the outer edge of the depot, where my team awaits to ferry them to safety. I want Clara to go with them, but I don't want to lose her again. I can't guarantee she'll be okay unless she's next to me. Hell, even then nothing is guaranteed. She sticks to my side, gun in one hand and crowbar in the other. I don't have time to tell her how fucking incredible she is, or how insanely hot she looks when she's bracing for battle. She's Bratva, through and through. There's no denying that now. We round a corner and should be in the clear to make a steady run for the main gates. Just a short sprint until, well, perhaps not, because just as I get ready to run, I'm met with a barrel aimed at my forehead, and a shot blasts in my ears. Chapter 51. Demian. The Yakuza guard drops dead at my feet. Clara pulls the trigger again, this time at a different guard who lunges at her from the shadows. I shake off the surprise and near-death shock to cover her, yanking her behind me before she gets herself killed trying to protect us both. A handful of Yakuza appear around corners and beeline toward us, shouting and aiming their weapons. Clara wriggles herself out of my grasp, slips between two shipping containers, and beckons for me to follow her. Come on! I want to. I would follow her anywhere, but I've got shit to deal with. And there's a monster that needs to be killed. I love you. I don't wait for her response. I already know. I rejoin Tolia and Pavel, who have ducked behind another container for cover. Suddenly the bullets stop. The air grows quiet, and a new voice joins the fray.
Come on out, boys. Consider this a white flag.
Yeah? I quickly reload a new magazine and check for any shrapnel lodged in the mechanics of my gun. Good to go.
And why should we trust you?
Raizo Watanabe laughs.
Oh, come on now. Why would I shoot the man I want to talk to? We have such history together, Demian. Don't insult me with your pettiness.
I think we're way beyond that. I call back. There's no way he's this calm and fine over me blowing up his operations yet again.
True, which is why we need to talk.
Tolia arches a brow. Pavel looks pensive. He doesn't trust Watanabe any more than I do, but neither of them object to it. I lift a hand above the roof of the small container. Then I plant it on the metal to hoist myself up. It's a risky move, but if he wants to talk, let's talk. Shockingly, he actually does. All guns are drawn back and Raizo's just standing there, surrounded by his men. His hands casually rest in his pockets, and he's dressed like he's going to a garden party, not on his merry way to sell dozens of women into a lifetime of grim sexual slavery.
Come,
he says with a nod of his head toward what must be serving as his office. I glare at him. My men? He rolls his eyes impatiently and gestures to his own to move away.
Your men will remain exactly where they are if they want to make it out of here alive. Play by my rules, and no one gets hurt.
I glance at Tolia. He nods. He doesn't love it, but we're a little short on good options here. So I nod and slowly place my gun on the roof of the container. I lift my hands up so everyone can see I'm not reaching for a backup piece, then ease my way around toward Raizo.
Round up the merchandise,
he orders one of his lieutenants, who nods once and takes a handful of men with him. My gut sinks. If they find Clara, no. I have to keep my mind clear. I have to focus. I have to end this. Raizo gives me a cocky little smirk and turns to lead me to his office.
I have to admit, I was almost impressed. Would have been more impressed if you'd actually managed to get out of here.
Impressed or pissed? I force myself to match his calm tone. I have to stamp down the overwhelming urge to snap his neck where he stands. Both. He smirks again and opens the door for me. No one else is waiting inside from what I can see, so I go in and wait for him to stab me in the back. He closes the door, locks it, and strolls over to his desk.
Best we handle things just between us.
I couldn't agree more. I pull out a chair and straddle it. The first man to show unease is the one who loses, which is why I took the liberty of retrieving my woman. Raizo shrugs and settles into his chair.
She's still on the grounds. Whether you get to keep her depends on whether I let you leave this room alive. Wouldn't you agree?
What do you even want with her? She's just another woman. I study his face for any sign that might give away ulterior motives. She's no one.
Is that what you think of her, daughter?
I go still. Raizo quirks a brow, but quickly settles back into his maddening calm.
I might as well tell you the truth. My secrets won't get out from a dead man's mouth.
He interlaces his hands in front of him.
Her mother and I go way back, or really, we did, until Greg murdered her.
The venom in his words when he mentions Clara's father doesn't escape my scrutiny. It does, however, surprise me. And yet you do business with him.
Greg was a mad dog kept on a short leash. As long as he kept sending me new merchandise, I held our professional relationship over his head to keep him in line.
Several things start making sense. You paid him a premium so he wouldn't leave.
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Truth be told, he wasn't even on my radar until that stunt he pulled with Michael Little.
I must have hit my head on something. That's the only explanation for the sudden wave of sadness I see wash over Raizo Watanabe's features.
Nora kept many secrets from me. It was how we managed to be together, even when she knew I was involved with things. But after Little's death and that horrid court case, she couldn't hide her husband's abuse anymore. She couldn't explain away Clara's injuries.
I forced myself to remain stoic, straight-faced. But the thought of Greg Everett being cucked by Raizo Watanabe in his own home does threaten to put a big smile on my face.
So, there you have it.
Raizo sighs and refocuses his sharp stare at me.
I may have forgotten myself amidst heartbroken memories, but Clara means more to me than you realize.
I can't hold back the sarcasm from my voice.
Is that why you trapped her in there with Martin?
That stupid smirk returns.
Did I?
I'm about to lunge at him when I realize what he's getting at. Did he trap her in that shipping container with Martin? Or did he trap Martin in there with her? He waves a dismissive hand.
In any case, back to business. You, Mr. Zakharevsky, have been doing your damned hardest to ruin mine.
I suck a breath through my teeth. I may have been under the impression that you were attacking me first.
And two wrongs make a right?
I rub a hand over my face. In all honesty, I would have been happy to back off, if it weren't for the slaves. He laughs. The man has the fucking balls to laugh.
It never bothered you before, and after your generous hosting of my last auction at your casino,
you're damn right that it was your last auction. Raizo snaps his mouth shut to glare at me, and then in a dangerously low voice,
What did you just say?
I sit up and lean forward. You're done. It's over. I don't give a fuck if you smuggle drugs across the border or go back to lifting imported cars in Reno. Panhandle on the strip for all I care. But you're done here. And you're sure as shit done with this sick fucking human trafficking business. He stares at me for a very long, silent moment. I'm happy to sit here for as long as it takes for everything to sink through his thick skull.
I don't think you're in any position to tell me what I can and cannot fucking do.
He snaps at last. Now it's my turn to smirk.
Oh, but I think I am.
I casually pull my phone out from my back pocket, which makes him startle in his chair, but he eases somewhat when he sees it isn't a gun. I flick the screen on, scroll to my messages, and revisit the text I'd received an hour or so before we began the raid. See, I'm not an idiot. I know better than to lodge a campaign against the Yakuza without good reason or permission. His hands tighten on the arms of his chair.
Permission?
Yep. I skim through the text, then flick over to my email inbox. According to your Oyabun out in Tokyo, you've been holding out on him. A lot. He goes pale instantly.
How the fuck?
Unlike you, I actually check in with my colleagues. I tuck my phone back in my pocket and flash him a shit-eating grin. And they aren't exactly wanting to ignite an international war over one isolated American boss importing chaos without verifying with his superiors first. His throat bombs with a swallow. Ridiculous, he snaps. He smacks his hand on the desk and shoves himself to his feet. You think you can bluff? You made a single $50 million sale on stolen funds, by the way. How much did you report to Tokyo? He pales even worse. He looks like a corpse. In so many ways, that's exactly what he is. He just hasn't realized it yet. I stand as well, but I am 1,000 times calmer than he is. And you should have seen their faces when I sent the pictures I took during the last raid. It's not just the disgusting lack of regard for human rights or dignity that pissed off your superiors. That same neglect lost them millions of dollars. Get out. Raizo thrusts a furious finger at the door. Get the fuck out. Yeah, I just have to take care of something first. He turns at the exact moment I need him to, and my knife sinks into his gut without much effort. Raizo's eyes widen with surprise, his lips pucker and gape and snap shut again. It was a gamble making the blow at this angle, but judging by the blood now trickling from the corner of his mouth, Lady Luck actually backed me up this time. Thing is, I say quietly in his ear as I give the knife another firm shove and twist, no one thought you'd do it yourself. That requires honor, loyalty, and a bare minimum. You have none of either. I rimp the blade out with a flourish. Raizo continues to stare at me. He doesn't say a word. He tries to remain standing, but the blood flows from the gash in his gut too fast and he drops to his knees. That was for your superiors in Tokyo. I let him know as I grab my phone to take a quick picture. Part of the bargain struck was to provide proof of his execution. But then I step behind him, grab his hair, and yank his head back. This is for me. The cut across his throat blooms almost bloodlessly. It's not a necessary move, but it's cathartic, poetic. It's how I'll be able to sleep at night for the rest of my life. With a final shove against his head, Raizo's body drops to the floor. I wipe the blood off my knife with my shirt and tuck it back inside the sheath hidden under my belt line. There's probably a shit ton of incriminating evidence, money, and resources laying around this office that I could pull from to make sure the nails on Raizo's coffin stay in place. But I'm not going to be able to focus until I know Clara is safe. I brace myself for a spray of bullets to fly at my head when I open the office door. Instead, I'm met with silence. When I make my way back to where Raizo corralled us, I see why. Mako and his men are escorting the captive Yakuza soldiers to the Hummers and Razvanis from my fleet, which are now blocking off every possible way out of the depot. More of my men are swarming the area, guns aimed steadily at the remaining Yakuza, cowering on their knees next to their dropped guns, with hands in the air. They await their own fates. Did you read it to them? I ask Pavel. He nods at an ashen-faced lieutenant as he pockets his phone. Just had Haru here read it aloud in both languages, so there's no misunderstanding. They've accepted the order. I nod as well. According to headquarters in Sochi and Tokyo, they agree with me. Complacency means death. Hold off until we get the women out of here. I scan the area for any sign of my woman. We don't need to traumatize them further. Paul cocks a brow. Are you sure? It could do them some good. Tempting, and he has a point. But still, call me crazy, but I'm feeling more and more like maintaining standards and propriety. Wait until they're on the other side of the gates. They've seen enough horrors to last a lifetime. He nods and steps away to relay the order. I still don't see Clara. My heart leaps into my throat, and I swear if anything happened to her. But Pavel didn't say anything, and he would have if something was wrong. Tolio would be rushing to me, I'm sure. Even Mako would step aside to show me the damage. She has to be okay. She has to be alive. She's not going to leave me right when everything is finally right. She can't.
Chapter 52. Clara. 15 minutes earlier.
I love you.
But Demian is gone. He turns away before I have a chance to say it back. Before I have the chance to take what could be our last chance to tell him how much I love him. Something rustles behind me. I whip around, ready for a fight. But instead of a yakuza or a guard dog or anything else ready to kill me, I come face to face with a woman in tattered clothes. Her hands are up in front of her face, and she quickly cowers back away from me. I'm holding a gun. I don't know what she thinks I'm about to do, but it can't be good. Hi. I slowly lower the crowbar and let it fall to the ground. I still keep a grip on the gun, though, because I don't know if we'll both need it in a split second. It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you. Well, I might as well be honest. I'm one of you. She narrows her eyes at me, gives me a once-over. You don't look it. I snort a laugh. I can't help it. No, I probably don't. I self-consciously wipe the back of my hand across my face. No clue if that does anything to clean off the blood. I killed the guy who tried to sell me. Now she's the one snorting laughs. It makes her wince in pain. I'm at her side in an instant. Are you okay? I check her for any superficial wounds, but don't see any. Where does it hurt? She looks away in shame. Oh, she sniffs, wipes her nose with her arm, then nods. They haven't exactly been gentle since I got here. She looks at me. That was 3 days ago. I force myself to swallow back the bile that just rushed up my throat. I am so sorry. She shrugs, like she's trying to play it off as something that simply happens. That guy you were with, he saved me. And the other guy, the taller one? I notice her blush. Even now, in the midst of all this, she still manages to blush. I feel a smile creep up the corners of my mouth. That's Demian, the guy I was with. The taller one is his brother, Tolya. And then, before I forget, I'm Clara. Eva. She holds out a trembling hand, then quickly pulls it back. It's okay. I offer her a reassuring smile. I've been there. She rubs her arm. Then she peers up at me with so much uncertainty in her eyes. Does it get better? I hesitate. Does it get easier? Gunshots ring out much closer than before. Shouts fill the air, and we can hear the roaring of several engines rush toward us. We quickly huddle together in the darkest part of the shadows to wait out whatever is going on. I look at the gun in my hand, and I suddenly have the answer we've both been wanting. No, I whisper. It doesn't get easier, but you get stronger. Eva nods. Her trembling fingers dig into my arm, but I let her, because I know, I understand. I remember the other women in Raizo's auction who lent me what little of their own strength they still had. I wonder where they are, if they'll ever see their homes again. I can be them for her. Just as in those few short minutes with them, I can give her the same support in whatever few short minutes we have now. The shouting continues, but the gunfire stops. Now, the shouting is in Russian. Demian. Clara! It's his voice while not being his voice. It takes me a moment to realize that's Tolya calling for me. Clara! His voice draws closer. Eva! Eva knows better than to shout and give away our hiding spot. Even though I recognize his voice, I don't trust the situation. I can't, not after everything. Tolya steps into the light at the end of the narrow gap between the containers. Eva! She nods to me. I nod back. We tiptoe forward and my free hand grips hers to give her reassurance as much as to receive it. I don't think Tolya would turn his back on Demian, but I don't know what could turn a man recently freed from prison. When it comes to the Zakrievskys, I never know if they're friends or enemies with Raizo Watanabe. Or, for that matter, with me. The moment the light of the depot spills across our faces, Tolya breathes out a heavy sigh of relief.
Oh, thank God! You scared the shit out of me!
I peer around his broad shoulders. To my immense relief, what's left of the Yakuza are being corralled into one group and shoved down to their knees by Demian's men. I recognize the faces of his Bratva. From his Vors to the new recruits he's been training these past few weeks, glaring at their new captives from behind weapons poised and ready for any wrong movements.
Are you all right? Are you hurt?
The sudden softness in Tolya's voice pulls my attention to a sight I do not expect to see. His fingers gently caressing the sides of Eva's face, turning her this way and that to check for any wounds. She shivers and shakes her head. No, she glances over at me. Clara kept me safe. I give them both a tight smile. This feels like a victory, but we're not out of the woods yet. I don't think I'll feel that way until I'm home with Willow in my arms and Demian sound asleep beside me.
We're rounding up the first group for the safe house,
Mako explains as he approaches us, motioning behind him with his thumb.
I've got Yuri loading up Group B for the back roads just in case there are any stragglers who didn't get the message.
I'll go with them. It's easy for me to volunteer to help these women settle in somewhere safe for the night. I remember what it was like to be scared, alone, confused, not knowing where we were going or why we were being herded like cattle. I can help. Mako looks uncomfortable while still managing a tiny smile.
I know you can, trust me. You'd be the best one to lead them, but he'll kill me if I let you vanish without notice.
I didn't think about that. I blush and lower my gaze with a nod. Right. Sorry.
You could help Eva.
Tolya nudges her closer to me and nods to one of the Rezvanis parked nearby.
Take her to my car and get her settled in. We'll meet up at the compound.
I don't ask him what he's doing, neither does Eva. She just ducks her head and follows me, stealing a glance behind her at Tolya. He immediately turns his attention back to the gathered Yakuza and Pavel, who looks like he's flipping through his phone for something. Eva and I walk from pavement to gravel in silence. I set the safety on my gun and tuck it into the waistband of my jeans. I guess this is my life now. I'm not hating it. Definitely will take some getting used to, though. Is he good? Eva glances behind her again. I smile. Surprisingly, I don't actually have to think about my answer. He's good. One of the best. She looks forward again, nods, doesn't say anything else. I add, he saw me get kidnapped when I was a kid, risked his life trying to save me. They framed him for it and threw him in prison. Even so, the reality of all that's happened suddenly washes over me. I grip the handle of the car door so she doesn't see me teeter under the intensity of it all. Even so, I half cough, half laugh. He doesn't blame me. Well, he did, for a while, and he had every right to. But he got over it so fast, and now here he is, helping his brother, saving me, saving you. So yeah, Tolya's good people. It's not that I don't know this. I guess I've just never absorbed it. Not really. Not to the level of actually accepting it as a reality. Tolya forgives me. He doesn't just forgive me, he cares about me. He shouldn't, he doesn't have to, but he does anyway. I open the door for Eva to give her a stabilizing hand to climb in. She moves gingerly and winces when she sits, but otherwise settles in nicely. Are you coming? She asks me, ready to move over and make room. I shake my head. I gotta go find my man. Stay here. You're safe now. I leave her there in the tank of an SUV. She looks exhausted but less fearful than before. I know that look. I've been that look. I've seen it in the mirror far too many times. And now I wonder if I'll ever see it again. Now that the monsters are gone, as Willow would put it, what do I have to be afraid of? When I walk back to where Tolia and Paulville have the Yakuza rounded up, I can feel the shift in the air. The women are quickly filing out with a few of Demian's men guiding them, while more of his men are slowly but steadily positioning themselves around the Yakuza captives on their knees. I don't know if I want to be around for the execution I know is about to happen. But I also don't know if I'll regret not seeing it through, getting the closure. I scan the crowd for any sign of Demian. It's a bit of a challenge, given that everyone in his Bratva is wearing the same style of dark tactical clothes and heavy utility belts. But then I see a blood-stained hand run through a mess of familiar, thick, dark hair, and my heart skips a beat. He's alive. He's alive, and I think he's looking for me. Dem! He spins around, sees me between passing men, and in 2 solid strides, he's pulling me into his arms and crushing my lips to his in a searing kiss. Everything falls away. I don't hear the shouted orders, the engines rumbling to life in Hummers loaded with Raizo's rescued victims don't reach my deaf ears. I hear nothing but the pounding of my own heartbeat, the groan that rumbles through his chest. I feel nothing but the warmth and strength of his arms wrapped around me, his hands cupping my face and tangling in my hair. I want nothing other than him. I thought, he murmurs when he's able to wrench his mouth from mine. He presses kiss after kiss to my face, holding me in place like I'm a work of art to be worshipped. God, Clara, I thought I'd lost you. So did I. For the briefest of moments, the thought had crossed my mind. I'm right here, I reassure him. I pull him close for another passionate kiss, and it's all we can do not to melt into each other right here in the middle of the battle-torn shipping depot. It's over. Demian presses his brow to mine as he says the words I so badly needed to hear. It's all over. Raizo's dead. He's gone. Deep, deep down, way down beneath everything in my adulthood and even my teenage years, underneath all that I've had to endure and everything Raizo put me through, I mourn for him. I grieve the loss of my uncle Raizo, the man who might have actually loved my mother the way she deserved, the man who resurfaced, even for just a sliver of a second, in order to help me help myself out of the spiderweb Martin intended to trap me in for the rest of my life. But the truth is, I should have mourned him a long time ago, because, like he said, sometimes people die along with the ones they love. When Mom died, so did Uncle Raizo, the good parts of him at least. I need to mourn him later, and then move on. Because right now, Demian needs to know how much I appreciate his determination to rid my world of the monsters that haunted it. I love you. Demian kisses the corner of my eye and holds me closer. I love you so fucking much, Clara. My Clara. I bury myself in his arms and breathe in his wonderful scent. I could live here. I want to live here, in his arms, for the rest of my life. Let's go home. Neither of us says a word. I'm not sure what there is to really say. All I do know is that I want to show Demian how much I appreciate everything he's done for me, for Willow, for us as a family, and for those victims he doesn't even know and yet has already gone through great lengths to protect and give shelter in the middle of the night. He may call himself a fallen angel, but at some point, even he's going to notice his halos starting to glow a little brighter. I help him peel off the blood-encrusted shirt and use the motion as an excuse to examine his body. He's a little bruised and beat up, a few grazes marring his skin, but nothing worrisome catches my eye. When I undo his belt, I try to be all businesslike about it. We're home, we're in his bathroom, and we both need to get into the shower and crawl into bed. But that doesn't mean my mouth doesn't water at the sight of him. When he's completely naked and successfully passes my scrutiny for grievous injuries, Demian gently turns me around so he can do the same for me. I stand there and simply let him move me as he wants, enjoying the way his hands knead and press my sore muscles while he strips my sticky, itchy clothes from my skin. We stand in the shower together, embracing each other as the warm water cascades down over us. I don't know for how long. I don't know if it matters. All that matters is being here together, alive and safe. We bathe each other. I do my best to ignore the rust color in the water that pools and swirls along the shower floor until it's swept away down the drain. When a soft whimper escapes me, Demian instantly stops what he's doing just to hold me close, to remind me that it all really is over, and he's right here. He's not going anywhere. We dry each other off, and by the time I slip on one of his huge shirts, I'm practically sleepwalking toward the bed. Demian pulls the blankets back for me as I climb in, and I'm able to muster a sleepy smile for him before I feel myself drift off to sleep. A few moments later, I hear the bedroom door open, then shut. Hot breath puffs against the back of my neck. A heavy, four-legged weight climbs over me onto the bed and quickly curls itself over my feet. And then a small body is carefully laid in bed next to me. My arm is lifted and tucked around her, and even in my half-sleep, I smile. The bed dips again. Another warm weight drapes around my waist, holding me as we both curl around our sweet little girl. I love you, I hear him whisper. I love you too, Demian, I whisper back. More than you'll ever know. Epilogue. Clara. I can't breathe. I can't hear. I know I've suddenly gone blind because there's no way in hell I'm seeing this machine flash that giant word in front of me. Jackpot. There's no way this can happen to me twice, right? This time, my victory fists managed to not punch a tray of champagne all over the broodingly handsome man who's currently watching me like a hawk. He's got this strange smile on his face like he's happy for me, but also dealing with a bout of constipation. I won! I point at the screen, flashing my winnings. I fucking won! Look at you, cleaning out my house. Demian chuckles and presses a kiss to the curve of my neck. I hope you know this means you have to give me a chance to win it back. I giggle and turn to face his mischievous little grin. Oh, really? Since when? There it is again, that flash of uncertainty. Like he's happy, but he's nervous? He shudders it away and kisses me full on the mouth. Since forever, house rules. Get a room, you two. Bambi sidles over, cocktail in one hand and Paville's arm looped in the other. She winks at me when she sees me blush. When she looks at Demian, she pauses. Hey, buddy, you looking a little backed up? Need some fiber? Demian narrows his eyes at her. Shut up. Bambi giggles and elbows Paville, who looks like the cat who ate the canary. Everything's good to go, he informs us. The arrangements were made and everything panned out smoothly. I'm assuming he means the arrangements Demian decided to make regarding the trafficking victims we helped liberate several weeks ago. After Raizo's men were executed, and I did end up staying to watch, protected in Demian's tight embrace while he called out the command to ready, aim, fire, the 80 women we recovered were taken to a small collection of safe houses belonging to the Bratva across the Mojave Desert. At first, it was meant to be a temporary overnight stay until Bambi could make sure any calls to the authorities wouldn't lead them to filing unrelated charges against Demian, Tolya, or anyone else involved in the raid. But then word began to spread in all the right circles. The more he tried to help these women find their families and regain some semblance of normalcy, the more his phone rang and his email inbox filled with requests for interviews with heads of state and investigative agencies around the world. Last week, he had a meeting with the FBI. From what I understand, they may be turning a blind eye to his smuggling operations in exchange for his cooperation as a consultant within the human trafficking division. Demian Zakrievsky, internationally recognized good guy. Never thought I'd see the day. I'm proud of you, I tell him with every ounce of love pushed through each syllable. Demian looks at me, confused for a moment, as if he doesn't know what I'm talking about. But then he smiles and nuzzles my hair. You haven't seen anything yet, baby. Bambi coughs on her drink. Pavel elbows her in the ribs and pretends like he's focused on something on his phone. I don't exactly know what's going on. Tolya just texted, Pavel says with a nervous little cough. If I didn't know any better, I'd think he's changing subjects. On purpose. Willow is being a perfect little angel and has him wrapped around her finger. As she should, I laugh. I'm so glad those two are getting along. It took Willow exactly 0 seconds to welcome the giant Russian ex-con into her glittery pink world of dolls, crayons, and a pit bull named Princess. It took Tolya hardly even a few minutes to adjust to being the fun uncle who dotes on his sweetly mischievous little niece. My theory? Eva's been a huge factor in getting his life back to normal. It was the worst possible time for sparks to fly between two people, but they did the moment Tolya stumbled across her at the depot. Nothing mattered to him, not how she was found or what was being done to her or what had been done to her, except getting her out of that hell simply because something in his gut screamed at him to protect her, to cherish her, and then to sweetly crush on her from afar while giving her space to recover from her horrific time in Raizo's hell. Demian didn't even ask if she needed a place to stay. He took one look at the way Tolya tripped over himself to make sure Eva felt safe and protected at the villa compound, and the next thing anyone knows, she had her own suite of rooms not too far from Tolya's. There's been no rush for anything since. Now that our worst enemies are gone, we can say that and mean it. Eva knows she can come to me and talk about the nightmares when they get too bad. She's always welcome into Willow's solarium room to play with dolls and color pictures that they tape to the walls. She doesn't have to worry about Tolya pushing her into anything she doesn't want. He's happy enough just knowing she's okay. I just haven't told Demian about what I think I heard the other night as I walked past her room near the courtyard. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm just pretty sure I know what a breathless moan sounds like. That's honestly the reason why I insisted Tolya and Eva both babysit Willow tonight while Demian sweeps me off my feet to celebrate the new arrangement with the FBI. I want them to have time to see each other in the possibilities that lie ahead. Just like how I got to see what Demian and I have now, back when it was only a feverish daydream. You know, I could use a good drink. Demian waggles his brows playfully at me and presses his hand to the small of my back. Why don't we head up to our room for the evening? Are you sure? I twist my head around to see if the bar really is that busy. Why can't we just stay here? They've got good drinks down here. I special ordered a classic vintage. It's waiting for us on ice upstairs. Oh. Now it's my turn to playfully waggle my brows at him. You don't have to make me beg, you know. No, but I could do that later. Heat blooms in my core, and I have to press my thighs together as we board one of the private elevators that lead to the Royal Walkway. It's really just a sky path from the casino to the executive suites of the Meridian's hotel side, but people in this city do love nicknaming things fancifully. "Have I told you how beautiful you look this evening?" he croons once we're inside the elevator. His arms wrap around me from behind, and he nibbles on the shell of my ear. "Only about 100 times." "That's all. I must be off my game." I try to turn around to tease him, but he keeps me pinned there against the glass, making me keep my eyes on the glittering crowd of the main floor as the elevator carries us toward the top floors. His lips wander from my ear to my neck. I'm so tempted to turn on the emergency stop. Enjoy you right here. I bite my lip. Where everyone can see us? Demian roams his hands over my body, and for one core-inflaming second, I actually think he's about to peel my dress off. The whole world needs to see how much I fucking love you, my beautiful, enchanting, incredible woman. Each compliment is underlined with a kiss to my skin, with the last one curling my toes as he sucks a love bite into the curve of my neck and shoulder. The elevator softly dings. Damn it. Don't worry. He definitely heard me huff a small sigh of disappointment. Wait until you see the room. When we step inside the room, the presidential suite of the Meridian Hotel, I immediately see what he means. The entire wall of the sleeping area is nothing but floor-to-ceiling glass. But that's not what tears another, louder gasp from me. The room, the whole suite, is filled to the brim with exotic flowers. Demian locks the door behind us and guides me further inside. I'm too frozen on the spot to actually move on my own. He smiles at me, and then that smile wavers into something a little more uncertain as I continue to openly gape at what's basically It's a sexy greenhouse. There's no other way to name it or describe it. Demian got us a sexy greenhouse for the night. Damn. It's the only word I can breathe. Do you like it? I clap a hand over my mouth to muffle the loud squeal of glee. I love it. Oh my God, it's beautiful. It looks just like... I stop. It looks just like the greenhouse down on the main floor between the casino and hotel. The same greenhouse where I and dozens of other slaves were taken to be processed, auctioned, and sold. Demian sounds more than a little uncomfortable. I busy myself with staring at the plants and the incredible view of the Meridian's etched glass rooftop so I don't have to see his face just yet. I didn't mean to damper the mood. He clears his throat. I didn't want to trigger any bad memories, especially from my own stupidity. But I know you love these plants, so It's perfect. I choke back the tears of everything. Joy, gratitude, love. And yes, maybe a little pain. Faint whispers of a bygone past that still manage to remind me of darker times. Really, Dem, it's perfect. I turn around to reassure him, but he's not standing there anymore. He's... Oh my God. Oh my God. Demian Zakrievsky is down on one knee, a small blue velvet box in his hand. Dem? My hand is trembling as I raise it to my lips. He reaches for my other one and presses a soft kiss to my fingers. I love you, Clara. So fucking much, more than... He laughs. More than I ever thought possible for someone like me. And yeah, it's crazy to think that at one point we sat inside this same room and stared at each other and had no way of knowing where that one moment would take us. But honestly, I'm so fucking glad for it all. I scrunch my brow. He can't mean it. Really? Crazy, right?
But that's what you do to me, baby. You drive me crazy, and I never want you to stop.
He slowly opens the box. The largest, most intricate diamond ring I've ever seen rests on a bed of white satin.
I love you. I want to be with you for the rest of my life. I want to adopt Willow and fuck Clara. I want us to be a family, a real family.
He gazes up into my eyes and swallows hard.
If you'll have me.
I'm so glad he's stronger than I am, physically anyway, because that's the only reason why we don't topple onto the floor together when I all but collapse into his arms. I love this man. I want this man. I show him through the 1,000 kisses my lips dance across his face, his jaw, his eyes. Yes, I breathe. Already I can feel myself tear up. Yes, I do. I do, baby. I want to be yours. I want to be your wife. Somewhere amidst the hungry kisses and greedy groping, he manages to slip the ring onto my finger before tossing the box aside. And then I'm lifted in his arms, just to be tumbled back onto the bed, which, to my delight, is covered with the softest rose petals. Demian only pulls away so he can shrug off his suit jacket and toss it aside. I take that moment to kick off my heels and try to sit up, but he flashes me a very delicious, wicked grin and grabs my ankles, lifts them to his face, and presses a kiss to the inside of each. And then we both hear a loud tear in the skirt of my evening dress when he pushes my legs apart. Oops, I laugh, reaching for his tie to tug him closer.
I could slow down, he offers. Take things slow, gentle, romantic.
He kisses me between each word as I work his tie loose and slip it from him. You could, I purr in agreement. I tug his shirt from his pants and work each button open with my fingertips. But I don't want you to. Demian arches a brow.
Oh no.
His knee slides up between my legs to press against my dampening mound. His grin grows filthy when he feels me rub and grind myself against him.
And what does my naughty, sexy fiancé want?
I rake my fingers over his bare chest and savor the way he growls his own pleasure for me. I want you to fuck me, claim me, make me forget how to say my own name. He reaches down to grab fistfuls of my dress and rips the fabric open more. And
there's more.
His voice is low, breathy, sultry, fucking music to my ears that sends such a delicious shiver along my spine. I blush. I want you to fuck me against that window so everyone can see who I belong to, so everyone can see who protects me. Demian growls again and grabs my thighs, yanking me closer to him. He makes quick work of opening his pants and boxer briefs, and fuck, yes. I feel him hard and warm and bare and rubbing up and down my needy pussy.
We have all night long,
he purrs in my ear.
All night long. And when I'm done with you, baby, you won't even be able to remember your name, let alone say it.
Fuck. I want it. I want it all. I want him. Yes, Demian, yes, please. I'm a whimpering, pleading mess of nerves and need.
But right now,
he nips at the curve of my breast I know has been driving him wild all evening. I picked this low-cut dress for a reason.
Right now, you're mine. All mine. Only mine.
I writhe and wriggle with pleasurable frustration. Damn, please. His hand lands on the side of my ass louder than it actually feels. He grins and captures my yelp in a kiss.
Such an impatient minx.
I pout, Such a mean, teasing man. I eat my words almost as quickly as I say them, because no sooner are they out of my mouth than he's inside me, filling me, stealing the breath from my lungs in one long, solid thrust.
I'm nowhere near as much of a tease as you are,
he snarls in my ear. He doesn't pull out, not yet, only rolls his hips to work himself inside me deeper.
Making me want to fuck you in this dress since you got in the car.
Why didn't you? I gasp. My toes are curling and already I'm losing my grasp on sanity, but I can't stop myself from poking that proverbial bear. Demian sucks my bottom lip between his teeth as he slowly pulls himself from me.
Naughty.
Thrust.
Sexy.
Thrust.
Wicked.
Thrust.
Fiancé.
The fact that we're not naked drives me more insane with want and need than if we were. My nipples tighten and strain against the silk bodice, and he takes that as his cue to suckle one, then the other, while working his thick cock deeper and deeper inside me.
I'll fuck you anywhere and everywhere you want,
he promises me.
I'll make love to you, my incredible woman, wherever you desire.
His hands rub down my body to grab my ass, lift me higher, pull me onto him. I can't think. I can't speak. I can only feel. Even then, all I can feel is the building tension deep inside where he keeps rubbing and stroking and massaging me with every solid thrust. That, and the tingling sensation in my hands and feet that tells me I'm not going to stay anchored to the bed when he makes me come. And oh, he doesn't just make me come. He makes me scream. He makes me buck. He makes me sob his name over and over until it's a mantra on my lips and a plea for more. Because even then, I still want more. I'll always want more. More ripping, more tearing, and then I'm warm and naked and rolled onto my stomach, arms outstretched to claw the rose petals he's fucking me on. Demian holds my hips as he drives into me exactly how I want, exactly how I need. He works us up to the point where all I can do is grunt every time I feel him bottom out inside me, over and over and over again. I love it. I love him. I make sure to repeat that over and over again as I shatter once more, this time in tandem with his own powerful release. He's filling me, pouring himself into me. I love Demian Zakrzewski. Demian loves me. That's the very definition of jackpot. I don't know what time it is. It's dark, even in the casino. We're all but tapped out. The windows overlooking Demian's empire are smeared with handprints and ass prints and all other sorts of prints, because once we started, we couldn't stop. Even in the shower, when we laughed and promised each other we would only get cleaned up, I still slid to my knees to, as Demian accurately described it afterward, suck his soul through his dick. I smile. I haven't stopped smiling since the morning after everything at the depot. Since I woke up with Willow in my arms, Princess snuggled along my legs, and Demian stroking my hair from my face. He does it even now, half awake and wholly sated.
Can't sleep,
he mumbles. I rub my face in his bare chest and breathe him in. I'll never get tired of this, of him, of us. I don't want to sleep. I just want you. Demian chuckles.
You've got me, baby. All of me. For all eternity, you crazy lady.
You're the crazy one, I snort. What are you thinking, marrying me? I have more baggage than a jumbo jet. He playfully pokes my side.
We have a matching set.
I snuggled deeper into his warmth with a happy, satisfied sigh. He rubs my back, trailing his fingertips along my spine.
So, when do you want to get married?
I think about it for a moment. A few calculations have to run through my brain before I have an answer. Could we do it in a month?
Demian wheezes. A month?
I lift my head with a frown. Is that okay? Do you not want—
Baby.
He sits up and quickly pulls me onto his lap so I have nowhere to go or look but him.
Baby, I want to marry you right the fuck now. But I also want you to have your dream wedding. Don't you want the fancy gown and reception and, I don't know, all that wedding shit?
I do, kind of. I rub a hand over his chest and take a moment to admire just how fucking hot he is. But I also want to be able to fit into my dress and enjoy walking down the aisle, before I balloon up. He snorts a laugh and rubs my sides.
What, are you pregnant?
I smile at him. He blinks at me. My smile widens.
No.
I nod, once, slowly.
No.
Demian looks down at my stomach. It's very slight, but it's there. The baby bump he's been assuming to be just me getting my health back.
No.
My stomach twists into a knot. Are you not happy? He whips his gaze up to mine.
No, I mean, yes, I'm fucking thrilled.
He laughs, but it sounds choked.
I'm just, shit, fuck, baby. Tell me you just found out. You're only, a week or two along?
My face heats. His desperation to avoid the reality is actually pretty endearing. I stare down at our laps, though, because I don't know how bad he's about to spiral. I'm starting the second trimester.
Demian wheezes.
Then he rolls me onto my back, quickly pinning me down under his panicking weight. I burst into a fit of giggles as he flutter kisses down my body to that sweet little swell, where he stops and nuzzles it for a long, quiet moment.
You're gonna have to help me here, little one,
he mutters against my skin.
Your mother is fucking insane.
Demian, language! I laugh and smack him lightly with a pillow.
You.
He stares up at me, eyes wild and crazy and filled with so much love and awe.
You were pregnant. Through all of it.
I slowly nod again. I realized it during the auction. A little before, actually.
Before?
You didn't exactly give me room to formally announce it. He thumps his forehead against my swell, over and over.
I'm a goner.
He groans to our little baby through my skin.
She's gonna have me by my balls for the rest of my life.
Hey! I laugh. You happen to like when I have you by your balls. A bright, brilliant grin spreads across his face.
Yeah, I do.
He looks at my swell again.
Which is exactly how you came to be.
Damn! He grins even wider, and I swear it nearly splits his face.
God damn it, Clara. I fucking love you. And you,
he adds with a quick kiss to my stomach.
And your big sister.
He looks up at me in sudden alarm.
Does Willow know? Does anyone else know?
I spend the rest of the night explaining to him how he's the first I've officially told, but probably the last to figure it out. And then I rub his shoulders and massage his back with my breasts while he chugs straight from the bottle, and we laugh, we cry, we hold each other as we celebrate this wild new adventure we're about to embark on. Together. Extended epilogue. Clara. The signal alarm blares once. Orange lights spin a few times, then dim.
Go ahead,
the guard instructs me. I enter the meeting room with my head held high and my cushioned wedges holding me even higher. The dress is snug and doesn't hide my now very round baby bump, but it wraps me up in luxurious, soft warmth. It reminds me that no matter how this conversation goes, I'll be fine. I'll be safe. I'm protected. It's not difficult to spot him among the tables, nor is it difficult to see the dark shadows under his eyes, the gauntness in his cheekbones, the deep lines etched into his skin. I swear he's gone almost completely gray since I last saw him, which, to be honest, has been quite a while. Tolya was the one who ultimately convinced me to testify against my father during the trial that took Las Vegas news by storm. Formerly decorated police detective Greg Everett faced charges of manslaughter, human trafficking, money laundering, evidence tampering, and a slew of other sins that I honestly stopped hearing as my world vacuumed in on itself. Not just because he was finally under arrest and in jail, but because people finally, actually, believed me. Demian encouraged me to do whatever I felt better about. He wouldn't be angry or disappointed if I declined to testify. He no longer holds me accountable for Tolya's false imprisonment, and he kept reassuring me of that fact as I debated sitting in the same seat I did over 15 years ago, back when I fucked everything up. But it was Tolya who sat with me one balmy afternoon and told me that I still have a debt to pay. Not to him, though. To myself. It's time to get justice for that scared little girl he stuffed into the back of a trunk, he said as we stared out at the marble pool fountain. And maybe, if my sources are correct, it's time to get justice for your mother. It helped seeing Demian, Tolya, Bambi, Pavel, and even Eva sitting in the gallery as I finally told the actual truth about my father to the court. The district attorney even allowed room for me to recant my original testimony, claiming that it was relevant to the case at hand as demonstration of how far Greg Everett would go to tamper with cases. If he had no problem beating his own child into testifying his way, what else and who else was he guilty of adjusting? The jury took all of 15 minutes to return with a verdict. Guilty on all charges. The man who was once the star in all my nightmares now sits alone at the cafeteria table, a shadow of his former self. Who knows how long this shadow will last in the face of 25 consecutive life sentences. But since he's already withering after the first few months, odds don't look good. The part of me that always wanted my father to just be my dad aches at the sight. The part of me that has finally accepted that he never was and never will be simply raises a brow at the result of his own self-inflicted downfall. "Claire Bear," Greg croons hoarsely when he sees me calmly approach. I give him a tight smile. I'm not here to start a fight, so I don't correct him. That doesn't change the fact that I'm not his Claire Bear anymore. I carefully ease myself onto one of the attached stools and instantly switch to side saddle, given the lack of room for my baby bump. Before I can say anything, he jumps in with another attempt to be affectionate. "Look at you." He grins and gestures to my stomach. "You're glowing and married, I see. How does it feel to be Mrs. Patterson?" I blink. Did no one tell you? I swallow back my surprise. It's possible that word never got to him amidst all the drama and paperwork surrounding his trial and subsequent imprisonment. Highly unlikely, but still possible. Greg snorts and rolls his eyes. "That he threw me under the bus? I figured that out the moment they came for me. So did you, but I get it." He shrugs a shoulder. "You feel like you've got a score to settle. You blame me for your mother's death." I take in a breath, glance at the guards. They're subtle about it, but their ears are
definitely tuned in to this conversation. Should I? His grin grows sickeningly wide across his gaunt face. Now, Claire Bear, we're not here to talk about the past. What's done is done. And if it's forgiveness you've come to ask for, I've already forgiven you. When he reaches across the table to hold my hand, I debate on allowing the touch. But at the last second, I pull away. He doesn't get to trick me anymore. He doesn't get to play his sick little games anymore. Martin's dead. Greg pauses, then straightens. The grin vanishes from his face, one yellowed tooth at a time. What? How? When? Again, I glance at the guards. I know they're listening, so I keep it vague. He was found during the depot raid. You know, the one that hit the news? He doesn't say a word. He barely even blinks. I let out a sigh filled with all the tension I'd brought in here. At last, I finally feel a sense of power over a conversation with my father. I lift my eyes from where I've been staring at the tabletop and offer him a genuine smile. Sounds like he pissed off the wrong person. Got his head smashed in. I think they're still scrubbing him out of that container. Greg stares at me. I smile back. I think the message has been received. Anyway, to answer your question, I drum my fingers, particularly the one bearing the rather ostentatious diamond ring next to an equally elaborate wedding band on the table. No, I'm married to Demian now, and this is his baby I'm carrying. He adopted Willow, too. A gray pallor sinks into his skin. Then he sputters and slams his hands flat on the table. No, you can't. I do not condone this. You have no fucking say over what I can and cannot do. He's seething. Fine. But he also regards me with a new sense of, I don't know, fear, uncertainty, respect. Maybe that last one is a bit of a stretch. In any case, I don't raise my voice, and I think he's more rattled by the fact that he clearly cannot and will not rattle me. I'll keep this brief. I know you've made a lot of new friends in here that I don't want to keep you from, which is kind of true, although friends might not be quite the right word. Tolia filled me in on how prison culture does not smile upon corrupt cops, especially the prisoners who are there because of said corrupt cop. So I wasn't surprised when reports came back that he'd been jumped by a group of disgruntled convicts within the first 12 hours of his incarceration. Clara! I hold a hand up to silence him. I feel a small thrill when he actually obeys. I'm not here to shoot the shit. I'm here to let you know, or rather, give you the courtesy of notice, that this is the last time you will ever see me. So anything you have to say better be good and worth these final moments. Greg frowns. You don't mean that. You can't. You can't take my granddaughter away from... She's not your granddaughter anymore, Greg. My smile is a mocking sort of sympathetic as I tilt my head to one side. Sucks to be you, old man, but you brought this upon yourself. And I am no longer your daughter. As of this moment, my only family consists of my husband, our children, and his family. His chapped lips open and close as he struggles to find words. You'd be that cruel to deny an old man his own grandchildren, his own daughter? You're the expert on cruelty, so you tell me. He doesn't have anything to say to that. I'm also here because Tolia's right about something, I continue. I need to face my demons head on if I'm going to move forward in my new life without them. And since 2 out of 3 demons are dead and gone, that just leaves you. He snorts another snarled laugh. Tolia, you're taking advice from an ex-con? I'm taking advice from the man who tried to save me from you. So yes,
Yes, I am. He rolls his eyes. That's fine. I let him enjoy the last few moments of his ability to have any upper hand with me. He doesn't have any at all, to be honest, but he wouldn't recognize the truth if it slapped him in the face. I want you to know, I take a deep breath, this is the part I've been waiting for, the part I've built my confidence up for, words I've been dying to say for nearly my entire life. I look him in the eyes, rest a protective hand over my swollen womb. That gives me the strength to charge ahead. I want you to know that after this moment, I will not think of you. I will not wonder how you are. I will not visit or call or write. I will not give you any space in my mind or my memories to exist. My daughter has not asked for you, and if she does, I will be honest. If my son asks, I will be honest with him as well. Greg waves a dismissive hand in my face as he rolls his eyes again and looks away. Fuck this drama queen bullshit. You'll be back. You're just like your mother. You can't stay away no matter who you spread your legs for. The ice in my veins spreads as the weight of his revelation falls on me. He knew. He knew about Mom and Raizo. His little smirk when he sees the shock in my eyes confirms it. But right as he opens his mouth to mock me, I cut him off. You can think whatever you want, Greg. You can rot in your cell and wait for me to never come. I won't stop you. Hell, I can't stop you. Whatever you do with your sad little existence is no longer my concern. I brace myself against the table to slide off the stool and get back onto my feet. It's far more difficult now that I'm in the 3rd trimester and near to bursting, but that's why I'm here now. I didn't want to birth a new life into existence while still running from the memories of this man. A firm hand suddenly grasps my elbow, then quickly shifts to allow me to lean into the man for extra support. I don't recognize him, and he's definitely a prisoner here, but he keeps his gaze respectfully lowered and offers a gentle smile. Everything okay, Mrs. Zakrievsky? I return his smile and pat his hand. He's a wall of solid, inked muscle and clearly making a show of his loyalty to me, to my family, to my husband. Yes, thank you. He nods and steps back once I'm standing on my own. The quick glare he shoots Greg Everett is one neither of us will soon forget. I take note of the Bratva tattoos decorating the prisoner's neck so I can let Demian know who was such a gentleman to me during my visit. You know, lend a good word for a favor or two. I can neither confirm nor deny I've slid into my role as a mobster's wife pretty damn well. Goodbye, Greg. I take one final look at him. I don't know what will happen to him after this visit, and I have to tell myself that I don't need to care. I wish you all the best, and I do mean that, not that you deserve it. He opens his mouth to have the last word, then quickly shuts it. When I turn around to leave, I see why. The man who helped me stand sits at his own table, casually leaning back in his seat with his beefy arms folded as he stares at Greg. A handful of other prisoners, some who also bear the mark of the Zakrievsky crest, do the same. I'd arrived at this prison with the weight of the world I once lived in pressing down on my chest. I didn't know if I'd be able to get through this visit. I didn't know if I'd crumble under the first show of dominance he'd try. As I leave, I feel completely weightless. I leave with the knowledge, the reminder, really, that no matter where I go, I will always be protected by my husband. I am no longer anyone's victim. I'm broken, but under repair. I'm traumatized, but I'm in recovery. I am loved. I am strong. Most of all, I
am free.
Bonus story, Tolia and Eva. Chapter 1. Tolia. Need a spotter? I lower the barbell to the floor and wipe my hands on my sweatpants as I turn to grin at Demian. What, you think my form is weak? My little brother gives me a lopsided smile and glances at the equipment I have laid out. I think you're overcompensating. Maybe you're forgetting you don't have anyone's ass to beat now that you're out of prison. Just yours. He laughs and toes the bar. Yeah, well, that's just part of your job description. My job is something I'm still getting used to, just like everything else on this side of the cell bars. How's Pav handling the new arrangement? Demian shrugs. He swears he's totally fine with it. Says now he has more time to pursue his interests. My brow pops up. I can't hold back the smirk. Do those interests include a certain Spitfire lawyer who has literally no idea what he's interested in? I think he's been more than obvious enough for her to have an inkling. She's not dumb. I should hope so. Every time I see Pavel follow Bambi around like a lovesick puppy, I also see her accepted like he's her own personal assistant and not a man vying for her attention. It's almost painful to watch. I'm rooting for you, Pav. We all are. He's been the rock Demian needed whenever life went sideways, and my gratitude for that is why I was initially reluctant to take the position as my brother's second. I didn't feel right stripping a good man of such a prestigious placement in the Brotherhood, but he stepped back without hesitation and insisted I take it. In reality, he's still basically the second. I need a hell of a lot of help catching up on the last 15 years' worth of technological updates, cars, lingo, shit, everything. I've been feeling like an alien on my own planet. This is also why I immediately turned down Demian's offer to take his place as Pachan. There's no way in hell I'm ready or willing to accept such responsibility over a powerful and flourishing Bratva when I'm still trying to figure out smartphones and whatever the fuck a Shazam is. Plus, I'm enjoying my freedom. I don't want to risk doing anything that will send me back into that concrete hellhole. The fact that we're now in cahoots with the FBI in hunting down human trafficking rings is basically the only thing keeping me active in the Bratva at all. That and someone in particular who I've been keeping an eye on. Do you need a spotter? I give my little brother a mocking once-over. Or shall I leave you to it? Demian rubs the back of his neck with a sheepish look on his face. I'd be grateful if you don't tell anyone where I'm at, just for a little while. Hormones acting up again? He sighs the heavy sigh of a man hopelessly in love with his very pregnant wife. I breathed wrong. Fucking breathed wrong, man. I didn't even know there was a wrong way to inhale. Were you doing that thing where you alternate between mouth breathing and nose breathing? He narrows his eyes at me. Not you two. Dude, I laugh and clap a hand on his shoulder. You used to drive me nuts doing that when we were kids. Pick a fucking method and stick to it. And maybe feed the mother of your children some chocolate. I leave Demian to work out his marital and paternal stresses on the free weights and head for the pathway that weaves through the compound. I still feel some energy that needs to be burned off, so a light jog will probably help. He was right, though. I'm still finding myself stuck in the mindset of a prisoner, needing to be the strongest, the fastest, the most cunning, even though literally no one is posing themselves as a challenge to my dominance. I load the weights more than I should. I wake up in the middle of the night to do several sets of push-ups and sit-ups. I even eat by myself just so I don't feel like I have to worry about getting shanked. As much as I try to stick to a path that encompasses the grounds rather than meanders through it, I still find myself hanging a left at the first garden bed and circling the labyrinth maze thing Clara had the groundskeepers install for her own sanity. Apparently it holds some sort of sentimental value to Demian as well. Frankly, he just spoils her rotten, never fails to make me chuckle. I slow my pace when I see the target of my own, interest outside where I figured she would be. Even though my conscience keeps screaming at me to leave her the hell alone, my subconscious doesn't give a flying fuck and makes sure I check on her at least 20 times a day. Eva Castillo took up residence in the compound the night I found her in that godforsaken depot and took her home. I should have sent her off with the other trafficking victims to one of our many safe houses, but something inside me refused to let her out of my sight. From the moment I saw her face, I didn't even register what that motherfucker had been doing to her right before Demian shot him. All I knew was I needed to save her. I needed to get her to safety. I needed to keep her with me. What I didn't need to do was ask Demian for a place to put her. He took one look at me and the way I cradled her injured body in my arms and motioned for me to follow him. With Clara, and then Bambi, and then his head housekeeper, Gloria, shooing us around like a group of overprotective hens, we managed to make Eva comfortable in her new bed while we waited for the household doctor to arrive. Her injuries were extensive. The women tried to elbow me out of the room while the doctor examined her, but I am a stubborn wall of resilience if nothing else. I did turn around to give Eva her privacy during the examination, but I was not about to let any man touch her without me present. I also needed to know what exactly we were up against. Suffice it to say, Eva's the kind of woman who puts up a good front even when she's on the verge of collapse. Clara was shocked when she heard how bad the internal injuries were. From what it sounded like, it's a miracle the woman could even walk, let alone stand upright. Honestly, I think that's what drew me to her. That fire, that fighting spirit, that stubborn resilience that matches my own. I was going to leave Eva alone until she fully recovered. I swear I was. But the first night of her new life here, she woke up screaming bloody murder and startled half the compound. I kicked the door in because I thought she was being attacked. She clocked me with a bedpan because she thought I was attacking her. That's what started our daily routine of general avoidance, unavoidable small talk, and then our nightly routine of her going to bed, falling asleep, and me sneaking in to sit in a chair next to her bed. I do usually fall asleep eventually, but whenever those night terrors kick in, and they do kick in, I'm right there to remind her that she's safe, that no one is hurting her, that I'm on guard, ready to kill any fucker who tries. Apparently, she's written me off as a fever dream her subconscious created as a means of mental self-preservation. At least, that's what her therapist told me when I asked if Eva ever talks about me.
I cannot divulge my patient's confidence,
Dr. Bradford scolded me.
But I also should let you know that the only reason why I'm not throwing you out of a room at night is because it's actually helping, even if she doesn't realize it's real.
No one knows about our nightly routine, so it wasn't too hard to put 2 and 2 together. My current problem is it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm definitely not a subconscious fantasy of a dream world protector. and she's definitely wearing a shirt and sweatpants that emphasize her figure. And my God, what a figure. Eva catches me standing here, staring like an idiot, and blushes.
Hey,
she says in that soft yet rich voice of hers. Her voice is like fuck, I've been in prison too long to spout poetry. Her voice feels like fucking heaven to my ears, that's all that matters. Hey, I smile. How's it going? Eva wraps her arms around her waist and shrugs. But she also takes a few steps toward me, which I count as a victory.
Pretty good. I did some more painting today.
Oh, anything good? She blushes again.
I don't know. I've never taken any classes or whatever. I'm just winging it.
Can I see?
No.
Her eyes widen the same time she practically shouts the word. But then she claps a hand over her mouth and steps back.
I'm sorry. That was so rude of me.
Breathe. I brush it off with a wave of my hand. It's okay. I get it. I also see the way she flinches when I raise my hand, and I promptly internally kick myself for it. This is why I stay the hell away from her while she's awake. I'm a fucking behemoth compared to her, and I'm also a man. She's no dainty flower stature-wise, but she's also recovering from a stay in a unique type of hell. The kind of hell where men continuously overpowered her, took what they wanted from her, and laughed at her pain. Sorry, I mumble to Eva now. I quickly shove my hands into my pockets and map out an escape route from this suddenly uncomfortable situation.
No, it's me. I'm sorry.
She sighs and leans against the adobe wall next to her door.
I'm so fucking broken, and it's affecting everyone else. I hate it.
Hearing her voice catch at the end does something to my heart, something painful as fuck. You're not broken. The look I receive needs no translation. I mean, you're not broken beyond repair, I shrug. And who knows? Maybe you don't need to be repaired. Sometimes going back to who we used to be is actually worse than who we've become. She peers up at me through her long, dark lashes, and damn it, my heart skips a beat.
You think so?
Again, I shrug. I mean, I'm no expert in psychology, but I'm broken as fuck, so I know a thing or two about that. Plus, I think you're fucking incredible. I think you're a goddamn vision, and even if I were blind, you'd still make me forget how to speak just by breathing in my general direction. Eva looks at me expectantly, like she knows there's more to that unfinished sentence. Fuck. I don't know. Anyone who has the patience to paint can't be that crazy, right? I can barely color with my niece without breaking a fucking crayon and losing my absolute shit. She giggles. God damn it, I'm officially hard. I quickly swing myself around the nearest archway column as nonchalantly as I can to hide the growing obviousness in my own sweatpants. I heard rumors of a cookout later tonight. I scramble for an excuse to keep talking to her. Are you coming? Eva chews on her plump bottom lip. I have to look away before she makes me groan like a starving man, which, to be fair, I am. Almost 15 years without a single conjugal visit would make anyone ravenous.
I wasn't invited,
she finally says, quietly, shyly, like she wants to go but feels excluded. I grip the column a little harder than I need to, as if crushing it in my fist will tamper down the protectiveness surging through my veins. Every single show of her vulnerability makes me simultaneously want to kiss her, hold her, fuck her, until she forgets anything and everything but my name, and also beat to death whoever made her feel lesser than. And since I can do none of those things, I settle for drumming my fingers on the adobe and reminding myself the cost of repairs should I punch my fist through it. I don't know if you've noticed, but we operate on a sort of family system. I say to try and make her feel better. Missed the mark completely. Nice fucking going, idiot. She frowns and looks at the ground.
Oh, right. No, I get it. I can just grab something from the kitchen later.
No, shit. I rub a hand over my face. I meant that everyone who lives here is basically family. We treat each other like one big family even though we're not related.
Like a cult?
No, not a cult. Definitely not a cult. She smirks.
That's exactly what a cult would say.
She playfully teases, taking a few more steps toward me. We do like our jogging suits. I tease back, gesturing to the sweatpants that are definitely not hiding my boner as well as I'd like.
I knew it. Any wicked rituals I should be aware of?
Eva tilts her head to one side and her thick curtain of dark brown hair cascades over her slim shoulder. Her full lips curve up in a playful little smirk, and I swear her eyes quickly give me a subtle once-over. This boner is not getting any softer. Oh, just the usual. We kill chickens at dawn and dance for the volcano gods at sundown.
Sounds like fun.
Also, we eat barbecue, mainly because our patron goddess is pregnant and demands mesquite chicken wings. You should come. But I lower my voice. Make sure to roast some marshmallows with the high priestess after the feast. She's tiny, but she's feisty. You'll want to stay on her good side. Eva giggles again and leans against the column with me. She's close enough that I can smell her. And it's this intoxicating blend of citrus, sandalwood, and something sweetly her. When she chews on that bottom lip again, I have to scrape my knuckles against the adobe to remind myself I cannot just grab her and kiss her, or bite on that lip myself, or devour her right here in broad daylight, no matter how tempting all of that seems.
So,
she muses in a soft purr that might as well vibrate right along my shaft because it basically does.
If Clara is the patron goddess, that means Demian is the patron god?
I snort a laugh. Don't let him hear you say that. His ego is already way too big. She grins.
And if Willow is the high priestess, what does that make you?
I give it some serious thought. Well, that makes me the warrior chief, in charge of all the protection. I kick the asses of whoever dares threaten us. Again, her amber eyes sweep over me, but this time it's a very obvious, exaggerated assessment.
Somehow, I totally believe that.
You should. I mean it. Her beautiful cheeks flush a bright crimson. She looks away and kicks a pebble with her foot.
So, what time, this barbecue feast, for the volcano gods?
Fuck if I know, but I hesitate for only a moment. I could swing by, pick you up. Eva looks up at me uncertain. To make sure you get there safely, of course. I say nonchalantly, just doing my duty.
All right.
She bats those long lashes at me shyly and nods.
Sounds like a date.
Thank God she turns away before I blurt out under my breath. Does it?
Bonus Chapter 2. Eva. I have no idea what I'm doing here. I know how I got here. I know what I'm doing here on a technical level. I just don't know what I'm doing in general. Like, am I a guest, a patient, a future household staff employee? Some random stray these people picked up and are waiting to kick out the second I show any signs of recovery? The majority of my instinct votes for the last option. It makes the most logical sense. I can't fathom who in their right mind would want to keep a basket case like me around. Tolya is a perfect gentleman when he comes to pick me up for the cookout barbecue thingy. I don't know what to expect, or if I should expect anything at all. I'm simply grateful for the roof over my head and the food they bring to me whenever I can't manage to leave the safety of my room, which has been every day, pretty much. I've only recently started going outside. It's like he knows, somehow. Tolya keeps his hands in the pockets of his dark denim jeans when I open the door, and he regards me with a sort of sympathetic worry. "All good?" he asks. I know he expects me to bow out. Hell, I expect me to bow out. But I don't. I can't. Not if I plan on actually living my life at some point. "All good," I say way more cheerfully than I actually feel. His brow hitches. He's seeing right through me, but he doesn't say anything to call me out on my bullshit and simply steps back so I can leave the room without bumping into him, which is kind of a shame. I wouldn't mind bumping into him. A lot. Repeatedly. Naked. My cheeks heat, and I am so fucking grateful that the sunset is pink enough to hide my shame. How could I be thinking about him like that? Where the hell's my sense of decency or respect? He is one of my generous hosts, and, more importantly, he is a man who could snap me in half. I try not to stare at him or get caught glancing at him while we walk down the softly lit paths that wind through the villa toward the sound of laughter, music, and dishes clinking together. I'm so focused on the way Tolya smells, all pine and earth and something masculine I can't put my finger on, but god damn do I want to, that I almost don't smell the barbecue wafting in our direction. And now I don't know which makes my mouth water more. Dr. Bradford says that it's natural for me to feel this way about the man who literally saved my life. That it's even more natural for me to dream him up as some sort of guardian against the nightmares that haunt me every night. In the midst of hell, he burst in like an avenging angel and swept me away to what has turned out to be basically heaven. All my needs are met. I haven't been required to pay a single dime, and everyone treats me with what my therapist says is respect. I'll have to take her word for it. I'm not used to receiving respect, so I'm still learning what it looks and feels like. I am used to men pawing me at every chance they get, so the fact that Tolya doesn't is probably the most confusing part about living here. I mean, I'm pretty sure he at least finds me attractive. He did his best to hide the monster in his pants earlier today, but dude, there's no hiding a beast like that. "What?" he asks me right before we walk through the archway where the cookout is happening. I should just pretend like I didn't hear him and go over to where Clara is setting a plate of fruit down on a table for Willow. Or I can turn around and run the fuck away from here because crowds really aren't my thing these days. But again, I need to start living my goddamn life. I'm just wondering if you guys provide sweatsuits in velour, or is it just the standard cotton blend? I playfully nudge him with my elbow. You know, for my cult initiation. Tolya blinks at me. Fuck, I've just made myself sound like a fucking idiot. But then he grins, and he laughs, and that does things to my insides it really should not be doing. "We'll have to special order the velour, but just so you know, initiation requires no clothing." My brows shoot up my forehead. Oh, so this is one of those sexy, free love kind of cults. I could be down for that. And with that, plus a coy little smile, I skip away to join Clara and Willow so I can effectively ignore the way my heart is slamming against my ribcage. Eva, hi! Clara looks surprised at first, but also completely overjoyed. She immediately pulls me into a tight hug. I'm so glad you're here. Is that Eva? Bambi's voice draws nearer, and I turn just in time to see her knock back the last of a martini before she crushes me in another hug. Oh my God, you're here. This is amazing. Wow, I did not expect a parade. I laugh as I hug them both, and then Willow, who leaps into my arms so she's not left out. Well, we know how big of a step this is. Clara lightly rubs my back in that way only mothers know how to do. No one wants to pressure you into anything you don't want to do, so yeah, you've earned a little parade for stepping out of your comfort zone. I know better than to compare my hell with hers, or Bambi's, or anyone else's. Dr. Bradford says that even though I've spent the last few years of my life isolated and alone, I'm not alone in my experience. Other people do actually know what it's like, both to survive that hell and the process it takes to recover from it. Both Clara and Bambi have spent time talking with me about their lives, though only when I've felt like I could handle the company. I recognize their stories as a way of encouraging me to share mine without pressuring me. It's not that I don't want to. I told my therapist that I feel like it would actually help to be heard by someone who's not getting paid by the hour. She smiled and conceded her understanding, then encouraged me to only do so when I feel the time is right. So for now, I tell myself to just relax and enjoy the evening with my new friends. I think that's what they are. And gorge myself on that mesquite chicken Tolia bragged about. So, Bambi purrs as we settle into propped-up lounge chairs by the pool. How's things with Tolia? I pretend the chicken wing is hotter than expected so she doesn't see me nearly choke on it. Oh, what? I cough. Clara shoots her a look. I'm sure she meant to ask how the walk was. We know he can be sexy as fuck and thirstier than a dolphin in a desert. Bambi grins around her straw as she casually sips her blended cocktail and dodges Clara's playful smack. Careful, Pav might hear you, she scolds her. Bambi does cast a quick, if not particularly worried, glance over at Demian's best friend. He's fine. It does him some good to grovel a little. Clara rolls her eyes and tosses a jalapeno popper into her mouth. The way you make that man beg for your affection, it's a miracle he doesn't have scraped knees. But I do, she corrects wickedly. We both stare at Bambi, who quickly goes back to sipping her drink like nothing in the world has changed. Clara's jaw practically hits the floor. No, she gasps, then squeals. What? When? Last night. Clara squeals with glee again, this time grabbing the attention of her husband from where he's closely monitoring the grill. He sets the tongs down and quickly rushes to her side, worry etched all over his face. What's wrong? Is it the baby? Demian crouches next to her and presses a hand to her swollen tummy. Oh, no, baby, I'm fine. Clara pulls him in for a quick kiss and caresses his face. I'm just having such a great time. Didn't mean to scare you like that. He narrows his eyes at Bambi, who I think is his lawyer or assistant or something. Somehow I just know you have something to do with this. Oh, she does. Ask Pavel. Bambi playfully slaps Clara's arm, then ducks away from Demian's quick glare. I plead the fifth. Uh-huh. I'm suddenly getting a better idea as to why he hasn't stopped grinning like a lunatic all day. Do I even want to know? Clara pulls her husband close once more and whispers into his ear. The way his face shifts from humorous glare to wide-eyed, surprised glee is almost a work of art. He grins at Bambi, who is now openly regretting mentioning anything at all. It's about damn time. She waves him off. It's really not that big of a round of drinks for my man Pav. Demian suddenly shouts to everyone else gathered in the courtyard. He gestures for the bartenders to start pouring a round of shots and kisses his wife soundly on the lips.
I gotta get back to the grill, babe. Call me if you need anything.
Once he's out of earshot, Bambi leans in close. He knows he's got professional chefs for that, right? Clara smiles and shrugs. Yeah, but he says it makes him feel more like a dad. Besides, he's not half bad at it. I have to agree. Not that the last few years of my life were spent eating filet mignon, but these wings sure do beat the unidentifiable slop I used to scarf down after days of going hungry. I close my eyes tight. I'm not there. I'm not there. I'm not there anymore, and I never will be again. I can smell the barbecue sauce. I can taste the flavors of chicken fat and meat on my tongue. I can feel the soft pillows cushioning me on the lounge chair. I can hear the music and the laughter and the voices of people who aren't here to hurt me. And when I open my eyes, the guardian of my dreams fills my vision like he always does in the middle of a nightmare.
Everything okay?
Tolya asks me, crouching down to my level. It takes me a second to remember I'm not asleep. I'm still at the cookout, and this is Tolya, not the faceless man who tried to ruin me. I blink a few times, then try my damned hardest to laugh away the sudden near panic attack I just staved off. Everything's great! Which isn't a lie. Everything here is great. I'm the one that's fucked up. Hi, Tall. Clara and Bambi murmur at the same time. Care to join us? He runs a bashful hand through his thick hair and shakes his head.
Nah, I gotta keep an eye on the grill before Dem burns this whole place to the ground.
He looks at me, and I swear it's almost like he's worried.
Wanted to check in on you, make sure you're still doing okay. You know you can leave whenever you want, right?
I smile and nod. Yeah, I know. Tolya looks like he wants to say something else, but then he glances at the other two ladies and quickly changes his mind.
Well, if you need anything.
He rises and starts to leave. I don't know what comes over me, or what version of a confident Eva suddenly possesses me, but I grab his hand before he walks away and give it a gentle squeeze. Thank you. Really. His thumb brushes over the back of my hand. My heart slams inside my chest. Then he lets me go and rejoins his brother at the grill. When I look over to my friends to restart the conversation, I stop dead in my tracks, because both of them are grinning at me like a pack of wild hyenas. What? Clara forces herself to appear slightly more serious and shrugs. Oh, nothing. Another jalapeno popper, another attempt to be serious. It's just, I'm getting to know Tolya more and more, and he's definitely different from Demian in so many ways. But in others, well, Bambi chuckles. What she means is, she knows what a Zakrevsky man looks like when he's head over heels and homed in on his target. I stiffen. Target? She seems to recognize the error the second she says it. Not like that. Oh, fuck, I'm so sorry. I mean, shit. Clara, what do I mean? Once again, I will remind you that a small child still learning words is right over there. Clara sighs and rolls her eyes. But what Bambi means, and is definitely correct on, is that these guys are like bloodhounds. Once they know what they want, nothing and no one can stop them from getting it. Or her, as the case may be. I blow out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank God. They both stare at me, utterly confused. I mean, it's obvious, isn't it? I laugh and wave in his general direction with my now empty paper plate. There's no way he's interested in me. I'm a freaking nutjob. I'm damaged goods, and that's putting it lightly. So it's obvious that he's homed in on someone else, if that's what you're seeing. The ladies share a knowing look. The kind that I both love and hate because, well, I want to be wrong, but I also want to be right. What if it's you he wants? Clara gently rubs my arm, her voice just as gentle. Would you be okay with that? I swallow hard, steal a glance in his direction. I want to cry, because yes, 1,000 times yes. I want him to want me so fucking bad. It's not just that he's hot as hell, with that sexy tussle of dark hair that sometimes falls into eyes that sparkle with this boyish charm that only glows brighter when he smiles, or those rippling muscles that stretch every shirt he ever puts on. It's that behind the smile and behind the charm, he gets it. He's got his own shadows, his own nightmares, his own demons. He never talks about them, definitely not to me anyway, but I can recognize a fellow survivor of hell when I see one. If anyone were to be able to handle my brand of shattered insanity, it would be him. I'm just pretty damn sure he wouldn't want to. It's better that I'm not. I swallow back my tears and fake a smile. Otherwise, he'll be waiting an eternity for me to deserve him. I pace back and forth inside my bedroom. I've been going for long enough I'm surprised I haven't carved out a path along the wooden floor. I'm usually asleep by now. That's clearly not going to happen tonight. The cookout was fantastic, and I had a lot of fun getting to know my new friends more. Plus, it was great to see them just relax and be themselves with each other. No pretenses, no showing off, no masks worn. I learned that Demian is a big, bad boss with a big, soft heart for his family. I learned that Clara is a gentle soul who has no problems keeping her household in line. I learned that Bambi struggles with intimacy issues, but actually has been wanting Pavel since basically forever, and the fact that he's only super recently revealed his feelings for her has her both elated and pissed. I learned that Pavel thought she was a lesbian this entire time. Everyone at the cookout learned that they all thought the same thing, just never felt like it was appropriate to ask. I also learned that Bambi has impeccable aim when she's pissed, embarrassed, and has a lover to chuck a freshly poured Cosmopolitan at. Then we all learned together that we'd rather not watch them make out like a pair of horny teenagers. Then I learned that Tolya's solution to unwanted public displays of affection is a garden hose cranked on at full power. I haven't laughed like that in years. Literally. I laughed so hard I thought I cracked a rib, but nope, that's just the soreness of muscles I've not had the occasion to use. I doubled over, cackling my ass off at the sight of Pavel and Bambi tumbling into the pool while trying to escape getting hosed down, and it felt incredible. And then Tolya wrapped an arm around me, completely by accident. He was laughing just as hard and, I don't know, heat of the moment, I guess. It's not that he touched me like that. That's not what has me pacing my room in the middle of the night. It's how much I loved it. And how badly I wanted to lean into him, to feel more of his solid warmth, to feel safe and protected and... But I can't afford to think like that. I can't afford to even dream that he, or anyone, could or should ever love someone like me. I'm going to scream. I'm going to cry. No, better yet, I'm going to go for a swim. I don't even need a bathing suit for it. Everyone else is asleep. All I need to do is strip down to a tank top and panties, and that should work. I know the pool is lit for safety reasons, and I know I'm welcome to use it any time. Well, this is as good a time as any.
Bonus Chapter 3. Tolya.
I've been glancing through my window every half hour or so to see when she's gone to bed. But it's after midnight and her light is still on. I don't know if this is a good or bad thing. Maybe she's still wound up from the fun we all had together at dinner. I have to admit it felt pretty fantastic to see her actually enjoy herself without falling into a panic attack. There was that one moment that came close, but I noticed it from across the courtyard and managed to be there in time to remind her she's safe, she's free. I'm here. A loud splash yanks me from my thoughts. My heart leaps into my throat. It's all I can do to not rip the curtains from the rod just to see outside. Too fucking dark from this angle. I rush out through my door, horrible thoughts flashing through my mind. Did Willow sleepwalk into the pool? Are we under attack? Did Clara slip and fall on her way to her bedroom? But when I get there seconds later, it's clear that no disaster has befallen anyone. Because someone is fucking swimming in the middle of the goddamn night. The dark figure glides under the water, distorted by the ripples created from that splash. I don't know if they jumped in or fell in or what, but I do know that this is the dumbest fucking thing they can be doing. Oh, holy fuck. It's Eva. She surfaces at the far end of the pool and takes a moment to wipe her long hair and the water from her eyes. I don't know how I can see her well enough in the dim light to know for sure it's her, but there's no denying it. I fold my arms across my chest and wait for her to swim back toward me. I know she can't see me from beneath the water, so I take a step back from the edge to give her some space. When she surfaces, she wipes her eyes again, then gasps in surprise when she sees me standing here, eyebrow raised, arms folded and foot tapping on the stamped cement. "What are you?" "No," I cut her off. "I'm the one asking the questions. What are you doing here?" Eva pouts and looks down at the edge of the pool she's now holding onto. "I'm going for a swim." It's the middle of the night. "So?" "In the fucking desert." I crouch down to meet her eye to eye better. She needs to see how serious I am. You're going to freeze to death. I'm not exaggerating either. The desert can get hot as fuck during the day, but once the sun goes down, the temperature plummets to ungodly degrees. Plus, it's autumn. If shit got cold before, it's fucking freezing now. Case in point, my words are coming out in light puffs that I know she can see. "The pool's heated," she grumbles. "Come on." I hold a hand out to her. "Let's get you inside before you catch a cold." Eva glowers up at me, those amber eyes practically glowing in the dark as she looks me over. "But you're not wearing a shirt. It can't be that cold." "I'm not wearing a shirt because I thought you fucking died, or Willow fell in, or shit, I don't know. I came out here to rescue your ass, and that's what I'm doing right now. So come on, time to get out." She sighs, rolls her eyes. I know I'm a bit older than her, but goddamn, you'd think I'm debating a teenager. At least we both know I'm right. Eva grabs my hand and braces with my strength to hoist herself out of the pool. And then she looks at me, grins an evil, impish grin. I don't know how she fucking does it, but suddenly I'm in the pool. At least she's right about one thing. The water is warm and envelops me not unpleasantly as I tumble headlong into it. But that only means that we'll both be freezing our asses off the second we do finally get back out. Oh, you are going to pay for that. I laugh. I can't help it. I'm supposed to be the stern voice of reason, and yet somehow this woman has managed to turn me back into a teenager as well. Get your ass over here. Eva shrieks and tries to dive out of the way. She is a surprisingly fast swimmer, but I'm a tall guy. I make up in distance what I lack in speed. She manages to plunge away from me, but I grab her ankle and tug her close. When she sputters back up to the surface, she all but faceplants into my chest. We both go still. Eva offers me a shy, quivering smile.
Hi.
She squeaks as she slowly looks up at me. I tell myself the only reason why my hands wrap around her slim waist is because she's slipping her legs around mine for support, so she doesn't float away. Very pragmatic of her. I also tell myself that we really should get out of the pool, so the cold can shrink down the raging hard-on I am definitely getting with her so close in my arms. Warm, wet clothes clinging to her every curve, nipples hard and stretching the wet fabric. It takes everything in my power not to fucking groan with unabashed need. Hi is all I manage to choke out given the circumstances.
So,
She presses a hand to my chest. Fuck, her touch feels so fucking good.
Now that you're in here with me, you can't be mad at me because, you're swimming too.
I want to kiss her. I need to kiss her. I'm not mad at you, I say instead. I never was. She frowns.
Then what?
I'm worried about you. I'm always worried about you.
Oh.
I don't know why her face falls. I hate seeing that. I hate even more knowing that I'm the one that made it happen. So I make a bold move and rest my brow against hers. Hey, stop that.
Stop what?
Thinking that you're anything less than fucking incredible. Eva frowns. I've thoroughly confused her. Good.
But you're worried about me. You shouldn't be worried about me.
Why not? She opens her mouth to say something, probably something self-deprecating, but nothing comes out. So I take another bold-as-fuck move. Hell, if I'm gonna freeze to death between here and the nearest heater, at least I'll have ticked a few things off my to-do list. I smooth away a strand of hair stuck to her face, then look her in the eyes, those gorgeous, heart-stopping amber eyes. Why shouldn't I worry about the woman I'm obsessed with? Something snaps inside her. I kind of expected it. Still doesn't make it any less challenging to deal with. Eva shoves at me hard, and I let her swim away from me to get to a distance she feels safe with. Surprisingly, it's not actually that far. I'm still able to reach her without much effort, but I don't.
You don't mean that?
She snaps. I figure it's worth going all in. I might lose this bet, but I'll feel better having made it. I slowly nod, never once looking away from her face even as she tries to avoid looking at me. I do. Every word, since I sigh. Better tell the truth, which I've actually only recently come to realize for myself. Since the moment I saw you. Because after everything that landed me in prison in the first place, I swore I'd stop playing the hero. I promised myself I'd only care about me, my brother, and the Bratva. The only explanation for the way I needed to protect her, to shelter her, to burn the world to ashes for her, even as I watched that sick fucker rape her, is that my soul knew something my heart would eventually catch up to. But despite all this, Eva looks absolutely horrified.
No, you can't.
She shakes her head and ducks under the water for a moment.
No.
I glance around to see if we've managed to alert the guards. Either they royally suck at their jobs, or Demian quickly figured out who's causing all the ruckus in the pool and called them off. Let's go inside. We can talk there. Better yet, I'll just make sure you get in, and then I'll go back to my room. Okay? She's still shaking her head, still glaring at me. But then she thinks about it and slowly swims to the ladder and climbs out. If this wasn't such a serious moment, I'd be insanely distracted by the way the water rolls off her curves, and the way her shirt and panties are 100% see-through. I pointedly look away to give her privacy while I hoist myself over the edge of the cement border lining the pool. Neither of us needs her assuming I'm just trying to stare up her ass should I go for the ladder. I mean, I still would be, but correct or not, I don't want her assuming that. Just as I predicted, she immediately starts shivering in the desert's midnight chill. So do I, but I'm more focused on getting her warm and safe from any illness or disease or general hypothermic shock. Come on, I quietly urge her. Let's get you to your room. Eva's teeth chatter. I can't. I don't even think about it. Scooping her up into my arms just feels natural. I cradle her to my chest and carry her to her room. Suddenly grateful her door didn't latch properly so I wouldn't have to kick it down. Again. Shit. She's really fucking cold. Her usually golden skin looks pale, and I don't want to wait around for her lips to turn blue. Come on, I say again, this time taking her into her spacious bathroom. We need to get you warmed up and fast. I'm no wilderness expert. I've just had a lot of free time to watch survival shows on prison cable and place bets with fellow inmates over who would die first and of what. I just did not fathom in my wildest dreams that I'd employ that knowledge with a half-naked siren I pulled from my brother's swimming pool. I set her down and make sure she's still able to stand on her own before I leave her to turn the shower on. All right, here we go. I'm talking more to myself at this point. Eva just stands there, shivering and watching me. I hold my hands out low and palms facing up so she knows I'm not a threat. I'm not going to do anything to her she doesn't want, unless it's to save her life. We have to get those wet clothes off you. Can you do it yourself, or do you need my help? Her teeth chatter again. She looks up at me, then lowers her gaze again and shakily nods. When she holds her shivering arms up, I feel a different sort of warmth in knowing she trusts me enough to take care of her. I'm careful when I peel the wet tank top off of her. I make sure not to even graze over her breasts, which is a lot harder than it initially seemed it would be. But I manage, and the small look of relief that flickers across her face doesn't escape my notice. What about these? I point at her panties. She nods. Lord, give me strength. I chant the prayer and the 1,000 reasons why I am not going to bury my face between her thighs as I slowly peel her panties down over her hips and ass. I don't look where I shouldn't. Well, I don't stare at it. What I do instead is toss her wet clothes aside and quickly stand. Then I kick off my own wet pants, under which I am wearing nothing, and offer her a sheepish, blushing smile. Sorry, I'm kinda freezing my ass off too. They say you get warmer faster when you're naked. She doesn't even wait for me to finish. Eva quickly nods, shivers some more, and wraps her arms around me. I'm going to win an award for being the world's most self-controlled man. I have to. I need at least a gold star sticker on my ID to commemorate this night, this one night after nearly 15 years of celibacy, holding a wet, naked woman in my arms, pressed to every inch of my body, and I am doing nothing. Fucking hell. Eva gradually stops shivering, but she doesn't stop hugging me. So I continue to hold her, to slowly rub her back while cradling her head to my chest. And yes, okay, maybe I do kiss the top of her head once or twice. The steam billows out from the shower and warms the room, then slowly us. She presses her face into my chest. That's how I realize she's crying.
You can't.
Her words croak, muffled against my skin.
You can't fall for me. I don't deserve it.
I gently tip her face up to look at me. Why not? Because as much as I strongly disagree with her, I happen to understand where she's coming from. I'm damaged goods. I don't deserve even this right here, right now.
Because...
Eva chokes out a sob, and now she's shaking as she cries.
Because I'm the one who put myself into that fucking mess. It's all my fault.
That was not what I expected. What do you mean? She tries to pull away, but this time I don't let her, only because I recognize she's trying to hide from herself. And that's the last thing either of us should be doing. She slumps in my grasp, tears streaming down her beautiful face as she looks away.
I was a stripper in college. I didn't want to make my abuela feel like she needed to keep providing for me. We were already so poor, and she was so proud of me actually going to school.
I must focus on her opening up to me, on how she's trusting me with what she feels to be her deep, dark secret. I must not, in any way, envision her spinning around a pole, gyrating to the beat of sensual music, wearing nothing but a G-string and pasties and heels. Probably, definitely, skyscraper stiletto heels. Fuck. The very obvious throbbing that occurs in my cock makes her arch her brow, but it does, in a funny sort of way, pull her out of whatever depths of despair she was just in. You were saying? I gently encourage her to continue. Eva stares at my chest.
I fucked up. I got in with the wrong crowd. The money was good, and then it got better. When
you started turning tricks. She nods. And that's how you ended up with the Yakuza. Again she nods and shakes her head.
Not right away, but yeah. At first I thought my pimp would just help me find better Johns. The ones who paid a lot but asked for only little.
I'm not judging her at all. There's just a sick sense of irony in how sweetly naive she was, and sometimes I see that sweet younger girl peeking out from behind her wiser, sharper eyes, like right now, as she steals a peeking glance up at my face. Do you want to go back? To that life? I rub her back slowly, gently, more to assuage the demons in my mind snarling at the thought of literally anyone touching her. But if she honestly wants to return to sex work, I can't stop her. Eva quickly shakes her head and curls her nose in disgust.
No, never. It was disgusting then, and it's even more disgusting to me now.
Thank God. So, then what's the problem? Now she's looking at me like I'm an idiot who has also grown 3 heads.
I'm damaged goods. In my head as well as in my body. No one wants that. No one deserves to deal with that. I can't.
She sighs and again tries to pull away from me. It only makes me hold her closer.
I can't make you deal with my shit.
I stroke her hair, let the steam roll over us and wrap us up in the warmth. And then I have a few questions. She sighs again.
Shoot.
Do you have any STDs that will make my dick fall off? She stifles a giggle. She thinks I don't know, but I feel it against my chest.
Not that I'm aware of. The doctor had me tested, after you brought me here.
What about birth control? This makes her face fall. Damn it. I was making such progress.
I'm not on any.
She bites her lip, and new tears spring into her eyes.
There's a good chance I can't get pregnant. They did a procedure on me, and
And Doc doesn't know for sure. Yakuza went cheap on the surgeon, but see, this is what I mean.
Interesting. I'm not going to press into that further except on one thing, and only because of the way she's addressing the topic. Do you want kids?
More than anything.
Eva blurts it out without a second thought, without a single hesitation, and then her eyes widen and she tries to hide from me. My finger under her chin won't let her look away this time, mainly because I'm enjoying the way she blushes.
I didn't mean that.
Oh, what do you mean? I shake my head to clear the question. Better yet, what do you want? She blinks at me.
What do I want?
Yeah. I slowly guide us into the shower. We should be warm enough by now not to burn or boil in the water. I use the waterfall flow that hits her head as an excuse to stroke her long hair back over her shoulders. Now, when she shivers, I know it's not from the cold. What do you want?
I want...
Her eyes search mine. I don't know what she's looking for, but I hope she finds it.
I want a home, a family, of my own, but a big one, like my abuela used to talk about, back when she still lived in Mexico. I just want to be free and to be loved. I want to paint sunsets and wake up to the dawn without being terrified of what the day will bring. And
she stops, hesitates. I smooth a hand down her arm. I can't help myself. I have this aching need to touch her as much as I can. And
I want you,
she whispers. I don't let her look away. I don't let her pull away either. Not when my lips brush against hers, not when she needs to feel, to taste the sincerity in my reassurance that it's perfectly okay to tell me what she wants in life. So, I smooth my hands back up her arms to cup her face on either side. My thumbs stroke her wet face as I look at her. Am I not allowed to want those things too?
But
am I not allowed to want to give them all to you? That closes her soft little protests. Her brow furrows. I press a soft kiss to smooth away the lines, then another to the corners of her gorgeous eyes. Am I not allowed to choose who I want to love? She bites her lip. I know that towel, and this time I ease it from her teeth with a soft nip of my own. Eva lets out a whimper of need, and that's all it takes. That's all it takes for the chains of my control to fucking snap. She tastes like honey in heaven, and everything I never thought I deserved to taste again. I can't get enough. I'll never get enough. One flick of my tongue across the seam of her lips has her opening for me, and I feed her my own groan of need at the precious surrender she gives me, at the trust she gives me. I won't take advantage of that, ever.
Bonus Chapter 4. Eva. Oh God. Oh God. Oh my God. Whatever thoughts of protest that initially sprang to mind melt away in the heat of Tolya's kisses, drugging, delicious kisses that are already making my toes curl. No one has ever kissed me like this. Like I'm the one and only thing that could possibly sate his hunger or quench his thirst. His hands are all over me, strong and slick and kneading away the knots of stress in ways that make me mewl and moan into his mouth. Even so, he's avoiding touching me in the more intimate places, and that alone makes my heart ache in the best way. I'm touching him, too. Every fucking where. He's chiseled from marble and built like a god, and he's actually allowing me to pay due worship. I'd be an absolute idiot to pass this opportunity up.
Wait.
Tolya breaks the kiss. Wrenches away is more like it. He's panting, out of breath, but only rests his head in the curve of my neck.
Wait, I shouldn't. Fuck. I'm so sorry.
For what? I'm so confused and achy. I'm gonna be pissed if he gets me this worked up and then leaves me all alone. That's just cruel.
I'm taking advantage of you, of this situation.
He still presses a kiss to my neck, and yes, I purr like a cat in heat, and yes, I want him to hear it. He groans again, hands caressing my waist.
You deserve better.
I want to cry. He's so fucking wonderful. So instead, I pull back just enough to get him to look me in the eyes. Am I not allowed to have what I want? I even quirk a playful little smile so he knows that I am definitely throwing his own words back at him. Tolya's face darkens with lust. I know that look all too well. What shocks me is how completely unafraid I am, and how badly I want him even more.
Are you sure?
He asks. His voice is thickening with desire, and goddamn does it send heat straight to my core. I'm still afraid. I know that if he takes me to the bed, if he climbs on top of me, I'll spiral into a deep panic attack, and the rest of the night will be spent trying to bring me out of it. I know that if I ride him, I still might experience painful flashbacks of abusive assholes who found ways to torment me then, too. To strip away my control, to remind me I'm a slave. But I want this. I want Tolya. I want to feel free. And right here in the shower, both of us standing? Well, no John or client or attacker ever took the time for romantic shit like this. I slowly take one of his large hands in mine. Good fucking Lord, he is a bull of a man. I need these hands on me, in me, everywhere. I look up at his incredible face, his stormy eyes, his sensual mouth. I want that all over me, too. I guide his hand lower. I can't look down, not yet, but I know what I want, what I need. When he cups me there, between my legs, it's all I can do to not immediately burst with relief and pleasure. Tolya wraps his other arm around me. Even now, as I offer myself to him, he's taking care of me, bracing me upright with his strength. And oh, fuck, he slowly starts to stroke his fingers along my slit.
Look at me, baby.
He kisses me deeply, making it impossible to do so. I really don't mind.
Tell me when it's too much.
It's already too much, but not in the way he means. Tolya presses a thick finger inside me, and now I have to lean on him or I'm going to melt into the floor. He strokes, caresses, and his thumb teases my clit back and forth without being overstimulating. Tolya, I whimper. He kisses my face.
Too much?
I shake my head. More, please. That grin is wicked and loving all at once. The kiss tastes hot and demanding and soothing the same way. And that hand, that naughty hand, presses a second finger inside me. My hips writhe on their own. I'm losing control of my body, but for once, I'm loving every second of it. For once, I actually trust the man taking that control. Tolya sucks on the curve of my neck as he works his fingers in and out, pulsing, massaging, curling inside me in ways I didn't know a man could do. I'm clinging to him, riding his hand, gasping out my moans of pleasure and surprise as he starts to trail his kisses down my body. He growls with approval and desire when he feels me squeeze around his fingers in time with his tongue flicking and stroking my nipples. When he latches onto one and suckles deeply, my fingers tangle in his hair to tug, and he uses that moment to press a third finger inside me. He's opening me up. He's opening me up for his huge fucking cock. Logically, I shouldn't want it. I shouldn't want any of this. But logic went flying out the window the moment he touched me.
Tell me to stop.
Tolya pants between my breasts, gazing up at me with so much love in his eyes. I can't believe him. I shouldn't believe him when he says he loves me. But it's right there, in his gaze and his words, and, most importantly, his actions.
Tell me to stop and I will. I swear it.
Don't stop. My bottom lip trembles because my whole body will implode if he stops now. Please, baby, don't stop. I tried the endearment just to see how it feels, to see how badly it will weird me out. The weird part is how right it tastes on my tongue. I don't think he heard me because Tolya suddenly pulls his fingers from me, and I'm left aching and wondering what the hell just happened. Oh, fuck. He's on his knees, between my legs. Not just that. He's under me somehow. Somehow, Tolya has me straddling his face, my thighs on either side of his head. His hands grip my ass. And he's licking my soul from my slit. Licking, sucking, nuzzling my clit until I'm whimpering with aching need. And then he wraps his lips around it, and my toes curl. My whole body arches, and those strong hands squeezing my ass are the only things keeping me from flying through the ceiling. I don't even realize I'm coming until the second wave hits, because this man isn't stopping. He waits for me to take a deep breath, and then he's fingering me and nursing on my clit and massaging me inside and out. It's too much. It's too fucking much, and I don't want him to stop. I think he only does stop when my thighs start shaking like they're made of jelly, because he's basically melted my whole body into mush. I'm scared to move on my own because I can't move at all. I'll likely just plop onto the floor of the shower and stay here until it runs out of hot water. Tolya eases his fingers from me, this time with a nurturing kiss to my mound as forewarning. He's on his knees, smiling up at me, nuzzling my stomach as he hugs me to him.
You okay?
A laugh honks from me in the most unattractive way. Am I okay? Shit, I don't know. I've just had 2 brain-melting orgasms from being eaten out by the world's sexiest man alive. Does that qualify as okay? I nod. I giggle. He kisses another, slower path up my body. His hands grope and stroke and caress every inch of me. And if this is what life with him will always be like, sign me up. Our lips meet once more, and I hold him to me, savoring the taste of my own release on his tongue. I take my time licking him clean. Tolya groans and shuffles us through the water until my back presses against the smooth stone wall. I know what he wants. I know what I want.
We can stop,
he murmurs between hungry, passionate kisses that make it abundantly clear he wants to keep going.
We can stop if you want. If you need, it's okay.
Stop. Tolya pulls away. Fuck, that's not what I meant. I let out a plaintive whine and reach for him. No, come back here. That's not what I meant. That wicked grin spreads across his face once more, and he's back in my arms, all but crushing me into the wall. I should be panicking under the weight, but instead, I actually feel safe. I press a finger to his lips with a playfully scolding little look. I was trying to say, Stop being so damn nice to me. I'm not made of porcelain. His brow pops up again.
I never thought you were, but there's nothing wrong with being cautious.
He dips his head to nibble the shell of my ear, sucking the soft lobe between his teeth in a way that sends a whole new wave of warmth straight to my core. I gasp, and he eases off, but only to continue kissing and sucking and, oh, fuck, nipping at my neck. What if he marks me, right there for all the world to see? Do I want that? Do I not want that?
I care for you, Eva.
His hands caress my sides.
And that means I want to take care of you, inside.
He kisses my brow
and out.
And then the curve of my breast. I slide a hand down from where I've been feeling up his chiseled abs, down to that apex between us, to the part of him I've only glanced at in passing because, from what I can tell, he's packing some serious heat. One would think I wouldn't be so intimidated by something I've had a lot of. Well, surprise, surprise, I'm quickly discovering that, for all the torture and torment I endured, none of those assholes had what this guy definitely possesses. My fingers can't even wrap all the way around. I try, and my efforts are very obviously appreciated by the way his eyes flutter shut and he throbs in my hand. His breathing becomes more of a series of strangled gasps, especially when I start to slowly, steadily stroke him from base to tip. Fuck. I want him. I want him so fucking bad. I just don't know if I can take him. He groans again, and the look of pure, anguished rapture on his face as he gazes at me is more than enough to convince me to at least try. I bite my lip. It's a nervous habit that he's going to break me out of if he keeps kissing it back out like that. I want you, I breathe against his lips. He stiffens, in multiple ways, but mostly it's hesitation.
Eva.
Holy fucking damn. The way he rumbles my name with his whole solid chest damn near makes me spasm right then and there.
I mean it. I want you. But if I start, I won't be able to stop. I won't be able to hold back.
That does scare me a little, but not enough to stop. I wrap my arms around his neck and make sure he feels my slick breasts glide against his chest. The throbbing length of heat pressing against my stomach assures me that he absolutely does. I don't want you to hold back, I murmur. I expect another round of debate with him, maybe a full-blown argument before he gives me what I want. Only because I temporarily forgot about his 15 years of celibacy. Tolya plucks me up off my feet, his solid arms hooking under my legs so his hands can firmly grab my ass and hold me exactly where he wants me. He presses me harder against the shower wall.
Look at me, baby.
I do. I stare into his stormy eyes and watch them fill with so much awe and love and rapture, at the same time mine widen with surprise and pleasure and a little bit of pain. Not the kind of pain that makes me want to stop. The kind that makes me realize he's about to fill me in places I never knew I had. Tolya works himself into me with slow, rocking thrusts. Inch by thick inch, kissing me hungrily and kneading my ass while he continues to impale me on his dick. That thought, of being fucking impaled on this man's cock, makes me shudder with pleasure and gush around him. He growls his approval, and that sound makes me do it again. I gasp. I cry out when I feel him suddenly sink even deeper inside me. And then he's home, down to the hilt. I feel so fucking full. God
Tolya rasps against my neck. You feel so good. I thread my fingers through his luscious hair and prepare to hold on for the ride of my life. Give it to me. I want it. Please. If either of us thought the chains on his control snapped before, those were just the first layer. Tolya Zakrievsky powers into me with a force I didn't know a human could be capable of. Long, steady, savage strokes melt my moans into guttural grunts of liquid pleasure. That's all I can feel. Pleasure. Hot, tingling liquid pleasure flowing through every single inch of my body that he's holding in place and thoroughly, completely fucking. My toes curl so damn hard I can't even feel them anymore. Neither of us speak. I don't know if we can even begin to form words. We're a tangled mass of gasping grunts and groans and loud, wet slapping muffled only by the shower spray. He buries his face between my breasts. I hold him there, wanting him to feel and receive whatever comfort he might need from me. I feel him kiss and lick my skin, and I love the way he insists on making this feel more like lovemaking than the hard, intense fuck it really is. His hands squeeze my ass harder. I swear I'm gonna bruise in the shape of his fingers at this rate. That thought just makes me squeeze around him even tighter. Fuck, Eva! Tolya gasps as he drags his mouth back up to my neck. I'm so fucking close. So am I. So the fuck am I. I just don't want this to end. I don't want any of it to end. Just for me to wake up and discover none of it was real. So I'm doing my damned best to hold back, to savor every deep stroke and every mind-melting rub of his cock over the tenderest parts of me. I'm on the very edge, with him. Mark me, I suddenly plead. I don't know where it comes from. It just bubbles up from deep, deep inside me until it's all I need to topple over the edge. Please, make me yours. Pain blooms in my neck when his teeth sink hard into my skin. I almost scream for him to stop. Almost. It's the way he immediately starts sucking, swirling his tongue over that same spot between pulses, timing it with every loud smack of his hips against mine. Don't stop. Don't ever fucking stop. Gonna come, Tolya suddenly pants. I know what he's trying to ask. I know that whatever happens, I want him right here with me. I hold him to my neck once more. Feel him suck even harder on that same spot as his thrusts slow into long, hard strokes that make my eyes roll back in my head. And when his heat pours into me, I become a screaming, sobbing, gushing mess of raw nerves that fly apart and come together over and over and over again. It's perfect.
Bonus Chapter 5. Tolya. I think I'll wait a few more weeks, months, okay, maybe years before I let Eva know she snores in her sleep. Mostly because this is the first time I think she's actually fully slept since we met, and I'm the one who fucked her into this dreamless sleep. The grin of masculine pride threatens to split my face in half. I did such a thorough job of releasing over a decade's worth of pent-up sexual frustration and need into her supple body that after we were both done screaming ourselves hoarse, she could barely stand. Truth be told, I still feel a bit wobbly myself. The love bite on her neck is bruising quickly. She begged me for it, and I almost refused her. But fuck it. I can't refuse this goddess anything. I just hope I don't catch Helford in the morning. It's already going to be a rough go waking up and getting ready for the day. After I carried Eva to her bed and tucked her in, I kissed her forehead, and promised I'd be right back after grabbing a few things from my room. Now I'm back in her room, tucked around her warm, sleeping body, smirking at the texts glowing on my phone screen. Demian. It is a school night. Shut the fuck up and get the fuck out of the pool. Demian. Great. Now we have to explain what Uncle Toya and Totya Eva are doing in the middle of the night. Demian. I swear to fucking God, you better not be fucking each other in my pool. Demian. Congrats. You're taking the kid to school in the morning. Demian. She's gonna be grumpy as hell. Another text suddenly pings and pops up on the screen. Clara. You suck. Clara. But I'm happy for you. Clara. Godspeed with Willow tomorrow. Clara. I take that back. You get what you deserve. I smile down at Eva and stroke a strand of her silky hair away from her beautiful face. If God thinks I'm worthy of her, that I deserve her, then I'm going to spend the rest of my life proving she deserves the world too.